Chapter 6, Mate_Part 1. She couldn't see what made the one removing his trouser or the one pinning her hands above her head stop, but she heard a deep, resounding voice speak, "Step away from her." The voice was not only deep and thick, it carried the commanding resonance that only an alpha's voice possessed. But not being the alpha of their pack, the gammas chose to ignore his command, and one of them scoffed, "And who the fuck are you? This is not the way to the event. Find your way around. She wants us to do this because she's in heat." The person stood with the moon behind him, casting his tall figure into a silhouette. But at the words of the gamma, his silver eyes shifted to the woman pinned to the ground, who looked nothing like a she-wolf who had asked for this or wanted it. The sight of her naked torso and the redness around her chest darkened his eyes. She was in heat, he could smell her from miles away, and many she-wolves in heat without mates often ached for others to relieve them and fuck them. But he could certainly tell this one hadn't asked him to touch her. "Do you want him to continue?" He directed the question at her. Viola's eyes widened, and she choked out, "No, help me." And that was all it took for his eyes to darken even more before the flaring silver snapped toward the gammas. "Let go of her." This time, he used his alpha energy and command, and the four men, who had not obeyed him a moment ago, realized two things at once about the stranger. His aura was stronger than even their own alphas, powerful enough to force them into releasing the hollow, and he was furious, the air around them suddenly turning suffocatingly frigid. The moment they stepped away from her, the unknown man moved, striking each of them and sending them slamming into trees in different directions, causing them to cry out like wounded puppies. Viola, trembling and bruised, curled herself into a protective ball, pulling what was left of her shirt over herself. She refused to cry, she refused to shed tears, even though it burned the back of her eyes like acid, the pain born from horror and humiliation. She was still shaking, tried to stop it, but it refused to go away. She bit down hard on her lower lip as emotions choked her. She was strong, she wouldn't let this break her again and let Lenny win, but it did just that. She burst into a soundless sob, only hiccuping sounds forcing their way from her throat. For years, she had trained herself to be a strong woman because she believed she would be a Luna. And as a Luna, she was not expected to always show her emotions or weakness in public. Her parents had told her she was to be strong to stand beside an alpha. Viola had done exactly that because she believed she would rule alongside her alpha, the only man she had loved with everything in her. They called her the Ice Queen because she rarely cried. She could count the few times she had cried, and even then, it was always small drops shed quietly at night, not this wretched sound threatening to tear itself from her chest now that it had settled on her what had almost happened to her. She had endured 4 years of torture, and despite that, she made sure never to break down in front of anyone. But right now, she couldn't. She could no longer hold on. She could no longer pretend to be strong when everything inside her was splintering. The man who had finished dealing with the gammas turned to look at the frail-looking body curled on the ground, trembling, little hiccuping sounds slipping from her throat. "Wolfless," his wolf said, with what sounded like disgust. "We should leave her be. We don't want another weak mate. You led me to her," the man said dryly. "Duh, I didn't know she would be a weakling. We can't mate with her, she doesn't even have a wolf. Let's turn around and pretend we didn't notice her sweet scent that brought us here. We will get over her like we got over the others," his wolf advised, clawing and struggling to control him, urging him to turn around and ignore the sweet scent of daisies mixed with the intoxicating heat clinging to her, a scent that made his stomach clench painfully with arousal despite himself. Viola felt a hand pull at her arm, and she reflexively jerked away, curling further into herself. When the hand came again, she began to fight it, then stopped. She was done fighting. He could do whatever he pleased with her. He had probably saved her from the gammas only to do it himself and then blame her for not concealing herself properly. Though her pheromones were spiraling out into the air, it wasn't to the extreme degree that would make her heat completely uncontrollable. It wasn't her actual heat season, the time when any male would have been enough and her body would have fully betrayed her, driven beyond reason and restraint. "Ma, make sure you kill me after you're done, because I will hunt you down and kill you myself," came her voice, sounding a bit too clear for someone with tears streaming down her face. It made the man's brow arch subtly, a flicker of interest settling in his silver eyes. "I do not think you are in any condition to kill, little wolf," he said quietly. "And might I remind you that I saved you? The words that should leave your mouth are thank you, not threats, especially when you are half naked." She curled in on herself even more as she gritted out, "What's the point of being thankful when you only helped me so you could take advantage too? Make it quick and kill me." Her voice was muffled against the ground as she tried to yank her arm from his grip. If she was going to be raped, she wasn't going to beg, nor would she let him see her tears or her terror. If he didn't kill her after he was done, she'd stab him with anything she finds and then kill herself. His grip tightened around her arm. "You flatter yourself. I don't take what's handed to me out of fear, señorita," he continued, and Viola belatedly noted the faint accent threaded through his words. "He wasn't from here, and I don't touch women who think death is preferable to my hands, especially not one covered in dirt." "Liar," his wolf exclaimed. "She is turning you on with her pheromones, you disgusting wolf. Don't touch her. She's not our kind, and she's dirty." Before Viola could register anything else about him or feel insulted that he called her dirty, he surprised her by swiftly, yet somewhat gently, pulling her up from the ground like a small doll. His hands stayed on her arms to steady her when she swayed weakly. Then his arms came around her body. She stiffened for a moment when something warm, something that smelled impossibly good, enveloped her, draping over her shoulders. She belatedly realized it was his coat and her heart trembled. Chapter 7, Mate_Part 2. Before Viola could register anything else about him or feel insulted that he called her dirty, he surprised her by swiftly, yet somewhat gently, pulling her up from the ground like a small doll. His hands stayed on her arms to steady her when she swayed weakly. Then his arms came around her body. She stiffened for a moment when something warm, something that smelled impossibly good, enveloped her, draping over her shoulders. She belatedly realized it was his coat and her heart trembled. It had been so long since she'd had something this warm and comforting around her. The scent was unmistakable, Clive Christian No. 1, a cologne she had once wanted to buy for Evan as a present, but the price had been far beyond her budget back in high school. The scent had stayed with her then, something she had loved, and now it was all around this strange man who, instead of attacking her because of her pheromones, was placing his coat around her shoulders. If he used such an expensive cologne, it meant he wasn't the alpha of some small pack who had come for the festival. Not to mention his aura, now that she was standing so close to him, it was undeniable. She couldn't see his face, but she knew he was looking down at her from the great distance of his impossible, towering height. Goddess, he was tall, solidly built, the kind of presence that made her feel small without him having to say a word. Viola raised her hands quickly, attempting to remove his coat from her shoulders as she bowed her head. But before she could pull it away, the man's hands pressed firmly against her shoulders, holding the coat in place. "A thank you would go a long way, señorita. Leave the coat. It will help keep the unwanted away until you reach your pack," came the deep, accented voice, one that made him sound unlike any man she had ever known. "Good, leave the coat for her and let's go and find another mate," his wolf scoffed. "I don't like this one." With his coat around her, it would mix with her scent and keep anyone who might have perceived her pheromone from coming closer, giving the illusion that she was claimed. Knowing now that he had no intention of harming or forcing himself on her, not that big alphas degraded themselves in such a way, he likely already had a mate, and her scent was probably nothing but an unpleasant intrusion to him. Viola began to step back out of respect, wiping her wet cheeks, but he stopped her. Then she felt his thumb press under her chin, lifting her face just enough so he could see her in the moonlight. He turned her face from left to right as if studying it. "What happened to your eye?" she heard him ask, a little hint of displeasure in his voice. Why did he sound displeased? She wondered, moving her chin away. Why was he standing so close? She didn't like it. "Nothing," she murmured quietly. "That doesn't look like nothing. Do you have a tendency to be clumsy as well as reckless and careless? Coming out without concealing your pheromones?" he drawled, his gaze fixed on her right eye, which looked as though she might soon lose her sight. "Damn, she's not even beautiful," his wolf scoffed. "She's blind in one eye and far too thin. She'll die before tomorrow if you take her. Reject her right now." Why was he being nice? Viola wondered as she looked at him through her good eye. Alphas didn't pay attention to people like her, nor did they care enough to ask what had happened to them. And did he just call her careless? She stepped back slightly so she could look at him properly without craning her neck so much. Only then did she belatedly notice his strange eyes in the dark, silver eyes that glowed like the moon behind him, making her dizzy and lightheaded. "I'm not careless," she muttered, not seeing the need to tell him that the man she had once loved had struck her eye. "What brought you out here without concealing your pheromones, then?" he asked, lifting his hand to tuck her frizzy hair behind her ear. Viola wanted to step back again, but the man didn't seem to understand what personal space was and followed her movements, staying just a step behind whenever she moved. Furthermore, she remained spellbound by his unusual silver eyes. She'd never known anyone with eyes like that except one person, but with her lightheadedness, she couldn't remember who it was. Where had she seen a man with sliver eyes? Which of the alphas had those eyes? "I was running an errand for our Luna," she whispered, though she couldn't hide the sharp edge of anger in her voice at the thought of what Lenny had done. "You don't like your Luna, do you, Miama?" he questioned. "No," she said honestly, and that earned a low, quiet sound from him that might have been a laugh. Instead of lowering his hand, she felt him move it from her ear to her cheek, his thumb pressing against her lower chapped lip, rubbing it as if to feel its dryness. Viola knew she should step back, but, may the goddess help her, this man was the first person to communicate with her like a normal person in 4 long years. She didn't want to let her mind grow hopeful, yet she couldn't help but wonder, perhaps, could he be her mate? She felt vulnerable, and yet willing to let anyone who wouldn't hurt her touch her, even hold her. She had been starved of comfort and gentleness for so long that her eyes burned from the quiet way he handled her. Was she overthinking it, or was she simply desperate to find her mate, to escape the treacherous fate she had found herself in, and to make every one of those who had hurt her pay? Alphas were not kind to nobodies, unless that person was their mate. And this man, he wouldn't be this gentle or nice if he wasn't being controlled by a mate bond. She has blue eyes that reflect the moon, the stranger thought, looking at them. And her lips are too chapped for my liking. Lick my ass, man. She's a wolfless. We don't want that, his wolf screamed. You better not think about telling her she's our mate. You remember why we're here, don't you? Shut up, he muttered, pushing his wolf to the back of his mind. Viola felt him slide his finger gently against her closed lips. She instinctively parted them, not understanding what he was doing, and her tongue brushed against his finger, dampening it. He used the slight moisture to carefully rub over her dry, cracked lips, as if trying to soothe them. The unfamiliar tenderness made her pull her head back on instinct, and she licked her lips once, unconsciously, as the dryness eased. She didn't like to be touched, but for some reason, this person was touching her anyway. She could still taste his finger on her tongue, and it made her frown at him as he was making her feel strange in a way. You don't know what personal space is, not when it has to do with a mate. Where do you come from? He asked, finding her displeasure toward him amusing. People rarely showed displeasure. The moment they knew who he was, they cowered instead. His hand fell away from her face, but his silver eyes never left hers. A mate. Did he just say a mate? Viola's heart thudded hopefully. The Moonwillow Pack, she replied, feeling strangely empty without his hand on her face, and foolish for allowing a stranger to touch her that way. But then he could be her mate, and if he was. She felt tired, utterly exhausted, and wished she could rest her head against him, the heaviness in her body weighing her down. She really wished he would be. He had said a mate. But something about the stranger changed immediately at her words. He put distance between them at once, stepping back as if an invisible line had been drawn. Though his face remained hidden in the shadows, his aura had shifted, turning frigid and oppressive, sending a shiver down her spine as the air around them grew suffocating. "Keep the coat. My scent will keep the unwanted away from you until you reach your pack," he said emotionlessly, his voice stripped of all the warmth and gentleness he had been using until now. "Be careful out there, señorita. Big bad wolves eat little wolves like you." Then he added, colder still, "And one more thing. I hope we never meet again, because if we do, I will be forced to wring your neck and kill you to break the bond. Goodbye." Chapter 8, Found Another One. Then he added, colder still, "And one more thing. I hope we never meet again, because if we do, I will be forced to wring your neck and kill you to break the bond. Goodbye." Something inside Viola died as she watched his shadow disappear into the night without once turning back to look at her. She wasn't stupid, she knew the signs, and she knew as clearly as she knew she was doomed that her fated mate had just rejected her in the cruelest, most backward way. She had only suspected him to be her mate because he had been gentle and kind, but his last words made it painfully clear. He didn't want her, and though she was spared the heartbreaking, wrenching realization of rejection because she didn't have a wolf to share the deep bond, it still twisted something inside her and made her heart feel like it was breaking all over again. Her throat burned and the backs of her eyes pricked, but Viola didn't look away until his shadow disappeared completely. She was left consumed by the silence of the night, his coat and sweet scent lingering all around her. Just then, Lenny's words came back to her, hitting her harder than ever. "No one would ever genuinely want you. A villainess like you deserves to be in the gutter." Viola let out a bitter smile and then raised her head to look at the moon, now at its peak in the night sky. "Really, you gave me a little hope and then snatched it away in the worst way possible." She laughed, a hollow, humorless laugh. "You really are hellbent on seeing me suffer. Only a fated mate would threaten to kill someone when rejecting him just to break the bond." Evan's rejection hadn't been any better, but at least Evan hadn't been her fated mate. This one had been, and if he could threaten to kill her to sever a bond that would tear his soul apart before it finally faded, then it showed just how deeply, how completely, he did not want her at all. Though she didn't understand why he had only said that after she told him her pack, it didn't matter so much when he had already turned his back on her. He was her only hope out of this nightmare, and he had also turned his back on her just like everyone, but she didn't blame him. She had also turned her back on many people in the past just to keep herself safe. She had even turned her back on her twin. If he had accepted her in her current state, she would have thought him blind and foolish. She had seen her reflection in Lenny's mirror that evening, and even she had not recognized herself. She didn't just look malnourished, she looked utterly unsightly. When was the last time she had taken a proper shower or eaten a good meal? Viola couldn't recall it. Some alphas, despite the mate bond, would not take just anyone as their mate. She knew that well, and she knew she didn't fit that standard in any way in her current state. The notion of someone taking her as a Luna sounded outrageously ridiculous. She, a woman who had once prioritized beauty and cleanliness, who had always kept herself healthy and had been praised for it, had turned into this, someone everyone looked at as dirt. Though she knew she didn't meet the standard of being any alpha's Luna, it didn't make the pain or heartache any less, especially knowing she had lost her chance at ever ranking above the hollows and finding her wolf. If he could turn his back on her, when she knew how the mate bond hurt those who had it, then he wasn't worth the tears she shed. Viola told herself this, but the silent tears came anyway when she inhaled his intoxicating scent lingering on his coat around her. "I hate you." I hate you so much. You shouldn't have been nice to me for even a moment, or shown yourself. You should have let them rape me. She covered her face with her palms, shielding her silent tears, and when she was done, she walked back to her pack, to her nightmare, because there was nowhere else to go. Where have you been, Seb? Matteo, known as Matt, and the beater of the silver pack questioned Alpha Sebastian Cade the moment he returned to the hotel they were staying in for the night before arriving at the destination. Seb walked into the suite and began to take off his coat, but then realized the coat was not on him anymore. He cursed under his breath and turned to his beater/best friend, remarking blankly, "I went out to get some fresh air." He then made his way to the private bar in the big VVIP suite and grabbed a bottle of scotch and a glass, beginning to pour himself a drink. His fingers shook slightly around the glass, causing some of the liquid to spill onto the pristine bar from his unsteady emotions, and he cursed. Matt rolled his eyes as he grabbed a towel and wiped off the spilled drink while he spoke. "If we were anywhere but close to the Moonwillow pack, I would have believed that you went out to get some fresh air, Seb. Not to mention, tonight is the Moon Festival. And if you haven't noticed yet, you have blood on your sleeves," Matt pointed out, his gaze flicking to his friend's white shirt sleeves, stained with small spots of blood. Seb's eyes lowered to his sleeves. He stood up and swiftly ripped off his shirt, buttons and all, revealing a strong, hard, tattooed chest and arms. He flung the shirt across the room, then grabbed his glass and poured himself another drink. "Another thing, Seb," Matt continued. "You're carrying another scent now, mixed with your own. Where exactly have you been? You know you shouldn't be out anywhere near where the Moon Festival is happening in Moonwillow. Sometimes you act just like the elders who watch my every movement, and it's fucking annoying, Matt. Where I go should be my own problem. Have you contacted the Alpha of the North and told him we're delayed on our way?" Alpha, Seb said, downing the scotch in one swallow to suppress the relentless ache in his chest from turning and rejecting his mate. Mate bond was a curse in his life, and he wished it didn't come with this unbearable pain. But he reminded himself, he wouldn't be the supreme alpha if he couldn't control such feelings, a test he had endured more than once in his life. Matt, instead of getting angry at Seb's words comparing him to those pesky elders, merely leaned his back against the bar and crossed his arms over his chest, fixing Seb with a knowing look. They had practically grown up together. Matt's father had been the beater when Seb's father had ruled as alpha of the Silver Pack. Because of that, they knew each other like the backs of their hands. "You found another one, haven't you?" Matt asked, noticing how Seb's fingers tightened around the glass until it cracked, confirming his suspicion. Matt sighed. "I knew it. The way you ran out of the hotel when we were checking in, I had a feeling it was another mate. So, did you like this one? I wouldn't have asked you to contact the Alpha of the North if I did." "No, I don't like her, and she doesn't fit the standard at all," Seb said through gritted teeth, hurling the glass across the bar. It shattered against the wine shelves with a resounding crash. "We shouldn't have stopped around here if you had picked a good car that wouldn't break down in the middle of our journey and force us to stop in this fucking territory." Matt was accustomed to the Alpha's rage whenever he encountered a mate he didn't like and the bond got to him. Unlike normal Alpha wolves, Alpha Cade was different. He wasn't just an average Alpha, he was the Supreme Alpha, born into the bloodline. A Supreme Alpha was the kind who held authority over almost every werewolf pack, even those beyond his own territory. To earn that title, they had to come from the strongest bloodlines, descendants of the very first werewolves. Being a Supreme Alpha came with immense advantages, and even greater disadvantages. One of them was the ability, and the burden, of having multiple mates. He was fated to many, not just one. Chapter 9, A Thief Part 1. Sebastian Cade had assumed the responsibilities of the Supreme Alpha from a very young age, after his parents were assassinated right before his eyes. But one couldn't rule without a Luna. He had found his fated mate at the age of 20, and they were soon married, but then everything went downhill, and he lost his Luna, someone he had cared for deeply. The elders had soon begun to pressure him to take another Luna, and Seb had complied, as their pack was one of the biggest in the world. She too had died shortly after, and now, 2 years after her death, the elders were on Seb again to get another Luna, claiming the pack needed a Luna. After losing 2 mates, Seb didn't care about attachments anymore and had begun to live his life the way he wanted, without giving any she-wolf a chance to enter his life. He was done with weaklings who had broken him because of the bond, and if he were to take a Luna again, she would have to be someone smart and strong, someone he wouldn't get too attached to. That was the reason they were here now, in enemy territory, on their way to meet the she-wolf the elders had recommended and believed would be fit to be his Luna, the daughter of the Alpha of the North, Ember. Seb had heard many things about her and believed she would do well as his Luna. But then he had perceived the intoxicating scent of another potential mate from miles away when their car broke down, and he had gone straight to that forest, which was in the territory of the pack he despised with every fiber of his being. "Is she so bad you're looking this pissed? I remember the last potential mate hadn't made you this mad," Matt pointed out as he grabbed another glass and poured the drink for Seb, who let out a cold scoff. "She's blind in one eye." Matt grimaced. "Whoa, and she is wolfless. Not just that, she's short and small. I could break her with a snap of my finger. The worst part, she's from Moonwillow Pack," Seb said, downing the drink as if it could drown out the stabbing ache in his chest. "Okay, let's scratch her from the potential mates and Luna. She won't survive in our pack. The elders won't even approve of a wolfless who comes from Moonwillow Pack." "Those hypocrites of a pack," Matt said, already disliking this new mate. Seb had rejected so many schwolves who were his fated mates, who had their wolves, and who were beautiful and perfect in every way a woman should be, not to mention a wolfless one from Moonwillow. She didn't have a chance in hell of being his Luna or carrying their pack's next heir. "So do me a favor and let's never mention her again. Tell me about Ember, how is she, again?" Seb inquired. He had tried to avoid learning anything about Ember before this, but now he needed a strong distraction. He felt slightly more at ease as the strong scotch began to dull the pain. He was mad at himself. Had she not told him where she came from, he would have made the grave mistake of bringing her back with him, even though she had not a single ounce of potential to be a supreme Luna. She would have been dead before tomorrow. She wasn't the kind he took to bed, let alone a Luna. "Oh yeah, Ember, let me show you her pics. She's quite a sight to behold," Matt said, bringing out his tablet. He browsed through the pictures sent to him by the North Pack and then presented the image to Seb, who studied the beautiful woman on the screen, dressed in training gear with swords in her hands. She had red hair and blue eyes. Blue eyes, not like the girl in the forest, the kind that had flared at him and shown her displeasure when he touched her. That blind girl might have been interesting if she hadn't been a weakling from a pack he despised. But Ember's eyes, at least, weren't bad, they were blue as well. "Ah, you are cruel. She must be broken by now because you rejected her and threatened to kill her. Poor thing, she's blind in one eye, you should have been merciful in your rejection," came the hypocritical words of his wolf. But Seb ignored him, keeping his gaze on Ember instead, a woman he would make his Luna if she turned out half as interesting as her bio suggested. "Did you tell her father were coming?" Seb asked. He would have never gone out of his way to meet a pack lower than his, but he wanted to see this Ember character in person before she set foot in his territory and began to get delusional with high hopes that he would marry her. It was better he go himself and burst her bubble if she didn't fit while she was still in her father's pack. Her father said they are currently attending the Moon Festival in Moonwillow and would be back in 3 days. He suggested we meet there so you could get to know Ember, but I told him we don't fancy Moonwillow. So technically, we have 3 days to stay in this hotel before the meeting, Matt said with a nervous laugh as Seb shot him a glare. Well, it had been Matt's idea that they come early, since the elders had been chewing his ass off, urging him to tell Seb to take another Luna. He had had enough of the constant pressure and wanted to get away from the pack, forgetting that the Moon Festival Seb never attended was around the corner and that the potential Luna and her family might be busy. So tell me, Matt, now that we're stuck here, what should I do for the next 3 days? Seb asked sarcastically, his fine brow raised. Matt shrugged. Take it as a holiday from your duty. We could go moon howling as well, he said, but Seb's dark look made him laugh. Hey, come on, I'm joking. But seriously, there are many things to do out here. Layla is a call away, you can get some steam rising together, and it might help you forget this new rejected mate before you meet Ember. Seb's cold expression didn't soften at all at the mention of Layla, who was, unfortunately, another female he shared a mating bond with and would have made a Luna if she wasn't the kind who opened her legs to every man during heat. At this point, he didn't want anything to do with women he felt a mating pull toward. No, don't call Layla. I don't need another pain to suffer. Tell the Deltas to get a new car if that one won't start. We can go stay in the North Territory to wait for them to finish the festival. Seb gave the order and then busied himself going through Ember's profile so he could forget a certain blue-eyed weakling he had met in the forest. Chapter 10. A Thief Part 2. The Moonwillow Pack. Viola tried to sneak in through the back door, hoping to avoid being spotted by any of the guests in the Moon Festival gathering, especially their Luna. But it proved impossible, even with the stranger's coat wrapped around her, a coat she would have gladly discarded in the forest if she hadn't needed it to mask her scent so she could walk in unnoticed. As she slipped through the shadows of the large yard, keeping an eye on Lenny, who was talking animatedly with her friends, Viola glanced behind and around her to make sure no one was paying attention to her. Everyone looked busy, and she began to let out a sigh of relief. That was when she bumped into someone, just as she believed she was getting closer to the back entrance door. All Viola wanted at that moment was to return to her empty room, nurse her rejected heart and wounded soul, because despite the fact that she didn't have a wolf to share the strong bond, it still hurt terribly for reasons she couldn't fully understand, and then move on. But it seemed the night wouldn't end with a single disaster of her own making, because she had just collided with one of the most important guests of their pack. The force of the bump surprisingly sent the other person stumbling backward, and Viola reacted instinctively, reaching out without thinking to stop the woman from falling. Her grip, however, caught a handful of the woman's dress instead. A tearing sound split the air, followed by a sharp yelp and a heavy thud as the woman toppled onto a nearby set of tables under the moonlight. Drinks and glasses clattered to the ground, drawing the immediate attention of everyone nearby. Viola's heart sank. "Oh no," she whispered, staring first at the torn red fabric in her hand, then at the she-wolf sprawled across the broken table. "I was just trying to stop her fall," she thought as she saw the Luna, the Alpha, and others rushing toward them. Viola wished more than anything that the ground would open and swallow her up. She knew she was supposed to remain unseen, invisible at this event, but she hadn't only bumped into a guest, her pheromone wasn't properly concealed. Could the night get any worse? "Oh my goddess, what happened?" the Luna demanded, rushing forward with her friend to help the she-wolf who had fallen, while the Alpha reached out, grabbed a handful of Viola's hair, and tackled her to the ground with a force that made her groan. "What the fuck do you think you're doing out here?" he demanded through gritted teeth, yanking her head up by her hair. Viola grimaced at the pain shooting through her scalp and the resentment blazing in his golden eyes that locked on hers. She still found it unreal and utterly baffling that Evan could look at her with such hatred when he had showed her nothing but affection before. When she didn't answer immediately, and he seemed to sense her pheromone in the air, he released her in disgust, muttering, "I am going to kill you this time for ruining my event. Just you wait and see." This was the first time the Moon Festival had taken place in his pack since he was crowned Alpha of the Moonwillow Pack, and now this useless nobody had shown herself, humiliating a very important guest of the event, a guest he couldn't afford to offend in any way. Nothing would stop him from punishing her this time. He would make sure her punishment ended in death. Are you all right, Ember? Alpha Evan asked the she-wolf the hollow had pushed, whose dress was now torn at the front and soaked in spilled drinks. Viola's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the name Ember. Of all the guests present, it had to be Ember, the princess of the North Pack, that she had bumped into. Anyone who didn't know Ember simply didn't live in the werewolf world. She was the only daughter of the Alpha of the North, known not just for her strength but also for her deep arrogance. Rumors had it that she possessed the strength of an alpha female, a result of her parents not having a son to inherit the position. Long ago, in a time when Viola had still been a princess herself and the pride of her pack, she and Ember had been silent rivals online. That had been before either of them had awakened their wolves. Now, while Viola had no wolf to make her fit in, people said Ember's wolf was among the most powerful of all the she-wolves when it finally emerged. I am fine, Alpha Evan. I was looking down at my phone when she bumped into me, or else she wouldn't have had the strength to push me down, Ember said with a tight smile, wanting to maintain her composure after the fall. Her eyes flicked to the useless hollow as two Omegas covered her with a blanket. Isn't that Viola Linden? Ember asked as she looked down at the malnourished, skinny woman on the ground, bowing her head. But Ember had already recognized her face, despite how much it had changed and how much uglier it had become, her right eye looking strange and red. It's her. Don't worry, I'll deal with her. I've been looking for the right opportunity to get rid of her completely. She's been making things difficult for my Luna, Evan said, putting an arm around Lenny, who clenched her teeth, fuming at Viola's presence. How is she here? Lenny thought. I made sure this useless thing would have been raped and killed in the forest. And wait a minute, what is she wearing? And that scent, isn't that a male scent? Where are you coming from? Lenny demanded with authority, glaring down at the hollow. Viola, resigned to her destiny and whatever the moon goddess had planned for her, didn't show any emotion as she replied, you sent me to go and decorate the cliff. Her words were cut short as a leg kicked her square in the face, sending her tumbling to the side. You lying bitch. My Luna would never send a hollow to decorate the cliff. You were meant to stay in your quarters the moment the moon rose and the guests came out, but you, Alpha Evan trailed off as Lenny whispered to him, pointing at the black coat Viola was wearing. Everyone noticed the coat and the faint scent and strong aura that suppressed the rising pheromone. Where did you steal that coat from, Hollow? The Alpha demanded. Viola belatedly remembered the coat she was wearing and gritted her jaw. Meeting the man in the forest hadn't only shattered her hope of a fated mate and broke her heart, it would also be the reason she would now be labeled a thief, with no explanation to offer for where she got it. No one would believe her anyway. Viola decided to stay silent, only clenching her fingers around the fabric, hating its owner along with everyone around her. It seems she won't talk. Take the coat off her and see who it belongs to, Alpha Evan ordered the Gamma, who had already stepped forward. Though Viola hated the coat's owner, she didn't hate the coat itself, she loved it, and its scent. She tightened her fists around the fabric, unwilling to let them take away the only good thing that had happened in her life in the past 4 years. But it was soon ripped roughly from her body, revealing her torn shirt and exposed torso. When she was exposed, she didn't even bother to hide her naked torso. What was there to see, anyway? There was nothing to see except skin and bones. She looked like a skeleton, and she feared that even a skeleton would look better than her own malnourished body. Without the coat, her pheromones sharpened and strengthened, radiating from her more intensely to hit the guests. Fuck, she looks disgusting, but the pheromone is delicious and inviting, someone muttered. Could you at least give her the suppressor before you start punishing her for stealing? She's fouling the air, another complained. Viola was quickly given an injection to suppress it, instead of a pill. All this happened without her fighting or speaking. If only they knew how disgusted she was with herself. Where did she steal the coat from? Lenny asked the Gamma, who was sniffing the fabric. His face froze in shock as he turned to speak. It belongs to the Silver Pack Alpha, Alpha Cade, the Gamma announced. Everyone gasped and turned toward Ember, who they already knew was the future Silver Pack Luna, chosen because Alpha Kate had asked for her hand in marriage from her father. Ember had openly shared this with everyone, which instantly elevated her status and earned her even greater respect. After all, who wouldn't respect the future Supreme Luna? Did she steal it from you? Lenny asked, baffled. It was impossible. Nothing belonging to Alpha Kate should ever be anywhere near their pack, not after the bitter feud between them that had lasted for 2 decades, a conflict so severe that the Supreme Alpha had blacklisted the Moonwillow pack entirely. Now, in an attempt to repair that old enmity, they had invited Ember, the future Supreme Luna, as a special guest. His future Luna didn't come with his coat. So how could a nobody like Viola possibly have his coat? Chapter 11, The North Pack _ Part 1. It was impossible. Nothing belonging to Alpha Kate should ever be anywhere near their pack, not after the bitter feud between them that had lasted for 2 decades, a conflict so severe that the Supreme Alpha had blacklisted the Moonwillow pack entirely. Now, in an attempt to repair that old enmity, they had invited Ember, the future Supreme Luna, as a special guest. His future Luna didn't come with his coat. So how could a nobody like Viola possibly have his coat? Ember, who had already come to believe herself the next Supreme Luna, was also baffled. But she refused to let that confusion show. She had worked too hard to earn the crowd's admiration and respect, especially now that everyone had been informed that Alpha Kate was currently on his way to their pack to wait for her return. She would not allow a nobody to make her look foolish in front of so many eyes. Straightening her posture, Ember said firmly, "She stole it from me. Alpha Kate sent it to me as a gift just before I came here. How dare you take something very important to me?" Her teeth clenched as genuine fury flared through her. Alpha Kate had never given her anything. So how could this useless hollow be in possession of something that belonged to him? Viola, still reeling from the realization of who the stranger in the forest truly was, didn't even have time to process the truth, that Alpha Kate, the Supreme Alpha himself, had been her fated mate and had rejected her, before Ember's accusation came crashing down on her. She wasn't at all surprised Ember accused her of theft. She understood immediately what this was about. No wonder he had rejected her the moment he learned where she came from. And even if she hadn't belonged to Moonwillow, Viola knew the truth deep down. He would never have chosen her as a Supreme Luna. Not when there was a perfect, powerful she-wolf like Ember to fit that position. No wonder his silver eyes had felt so familiar. He was the untouchable alpha their pack had been desperately trying to regain favor with for over 2 decades now, ever since the incident that had caused Moonwillow to be blacklisted from the yearly werewolf resources distributed by the Silver Pack and the council meetings. Alpha Kate was not the forgiving type, and because of that, their pack's resources had dwindled year after year. Viola realized then that Ember claiming she had stolen the coat placed her in deep, inescapable trouble. Ember wasn't just any she-wolf, she was the future Supreme Luna. "How did you steal the coat?" Ember questioned, but Viola chose not to say a word, knowing there was no point. Beat her until she confesses how she dared to enter the guest room and steal Supreme Luna Ember's coat. Alpha Evan barked, pointing at Viola as he gave the order to the Gammas. Viola wasn't prepared for the savagery of the beating. Kicks slammed into her ribs, her stomach, her back. A boot struck her face, snapping her head to the side. She tasted blood almost immediately. Still, she said nothing. What chance did her words have against those of a future Supreme Luna? She coughed violently, blood spilling from her lips as it felt like her insides were being torn apart piece by piece. The pain was relentless. Her breath came in shallow gasps as blow after blow landed on her, until she could barely feel her limbs anymore. Just kill me. The thought flashed bitterly through her mind as agony tore through her entire body from the kicks. She hovered on the edge of consciousness, convinced she would either pass out, or die, when Ember finally raised her hand. "Stop." Her voice was calm, commanding like that of a leader. "That's enough." The Gammas stopped instantly, stepping back. Viola's body lay unmoving on the ground. She was still conscious, but only barely, her vision swimming before her, turning everyone into a blurry haze. "You are far too generous, Supreme Luna Ember," Lenny said with a smile, clinging to Alpha Evan's side. "She stole from you. She deserves more than that. You shouldn't show mercy to trash like her." Ember turned that polished smile on Lenny. "This isn't mercy," she replied smoothly. "Showing mercy to a thief would set a terrible example to the others to steal as well. And as a future Supreme Luna, I cannot allow that." She paused, then continued, her gaze moving briefly to Viola's broken, blood-covered body on the ground. "What I want is to take her with me. If you would be generous enough to hand her over, I will punish her properly once we reach the North Pack." Ember needed answers she couldn't ask here, where too many people might realize Alpha Kate had never given her that coat. She would take Viola back, pry the truth out of her, and then teach her a lesson she would never forget for daring to have in her possession something of a man that she would marry. Alpha Evan exchanged a glance with Lenny at Ember's request. He would have preferred Viola dead, or rotting away in the hollow quarters forever. She was, after all, the only one who knew the truth about how he had cheated his way into becoming Alpha Heir. Not that anyone would ever believe her, even if she spoke. Still, he wanted to eliminate every possible complication. However, he couldn't afford to offend the future Supreme Luna, who he wanted to earn her favor for his pack. Alpha Evan would give anything to make the Supreme Alpha Kate forgive their pack and open the limited resources available to them, and giving Ember what she wanted, even though it was Viola, seemed like the first step to getting there. "Sure. We don't have use for such useless people in our pack. You can have her and do whatever you want with her." Ember smiled and then added, "I'll make sure Alpha Kate forgives the Moonwillow pack in the future." Those words brought broad smiles to many of the Moonwillow werewolves, and they cheered for Ember. Viola was soon chained and placed to the side like a sheep awaiting slaughter. The coat was returned to Ember, who hugged it to her chest, proudly showing everyone how important it was to her. "He gave the coat to me with so much affection," she mused. "I'm sorry you almost lost it," Lenny said, then added with a smile, "I'm so happy for you, Ember, but I can't help but worry too," as she stepped closer to stand beside her new best friend. "Why are you worried?" Ember questioned, glancing at the unconscious Hollow at the side, covered in blood and moaning softly. "I will deal with you later," she thought. "About Alpha Kate. Don't forget the rumors surrounding him and all the other Lunas who didn't make it," Lenny whispered. It wasn't a secret to anyone that the Supreme Alpha had lost 2 Lunas, and both had died within a few years of marrying him. The cause of the deaths was never disclosed to the public. Despite that, many she-wolves would still give anything to be his Luna, because why wouldn't they, when he controlled the entire packs of the world? Rumors said he was cursed. Not only had he lost his Lunas, but also his twin brother and parents. Anyone close to him seemed doomed to die. It made people believe he was cursed despite his immense powers. "I don't believe in baseless rumors, Luna Lenny. They are just rumors. In my belief, those 2 she-wolves were not strong enough to be the Supreme Luna and weren't prepared for the responsibilities that come with the title. I have trained my whole life for this, and the elders of the Silver Pack chose me for a reason. Don't worry, once we are married, I will first fix the feud and ensure your pack becomes the second strongest," Ember said, wearing the coat over her torn dress that the useless Hollow had ruined for her. Though Ember couldn't help but wonder how such a skinny nobody had made her lose her balance and fall. She would figure that out once she took her back to the North Pack. A wolfless shouldn't have such strength to knock her down. Lenny smiled at Ember's words. "I can't wait. I will be your bridesmaid at your wedding." "Sure you will," Ember promised, and they both laughed, while Viola moaned in agony before finally falling unconscious. Chapter 12, The North Pack _ Part 2. 3 days later, after the Moon Festival in the Moonwillow Pack, Ember and her family returned to the North Pack, bringing along the Hollow they had starved for the entire duration of their stay at the festival. Ember had made sure she wasn't given a single drop of water and was kept bound in chains the whole time, because she wanted the useless thing alive enough to talk when she finally questioned her properly. When they returned to the North Pack, the fourth largest pack in the werewolf world, Ember had already settled back at home when she was informed by her mother, Luna Maria. Alpha Cade is staying in a hotel within our territory, and he will be here this evening to join us for dinner and to see you, Luna Maria, Ember's mother, said in delight. The fact that he stayed for days even though we were not around, with how busy they say his schedule is, it means he is truly interested in you. You are not to disappoint us, Ember. You have trained all your life for this. Put all your training to good use and claim the title of the Supreme Luna to elevate our pack. Ember, who was sitting in her room with an Omega polishing her nails, smiled confidently at her mother. You worry too much, Mom. No man has ever been able to resist me, and Alpha Cade won't be any different. I will be his Luna. Don't worry about anything, she assured her, entirely unbothered. She already knew her position as the future Supreme Luna was a done deal, with the elders of the Silver Pack firmly backing her from behind the scenes. Everyone knew that when the elders came together, they could wield more authority than even the Alpha himself, and having them standing behind her was more than enough to secure her place and silence any opposition. Ember was one of the she-wolves who had graduated from both Werewolves High School and college with excellent grades. She was in full control of her wolf and knew how to be not just a wife to an alpha, but a Luna to a large and powerful pack. She had immense confidence in herself. Though she hadn't yet found her fated mate, it didn't matter. Once an alpha marked her as his mate, it would sever any lingering bond that might complicate the appearance of a fated one. She would be the strongest and most powerful she-wolf in the world. The thought alone made her giddy with excitement and joy. Mom, let me prepare dinner tonight so he can taste one of my specialties. There's a saying that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, though I'm already certain I'm in his heart, Ember said, pushing the Omega painting her nails aside as she rose from the bed. Do whatever you think will make him unable to turn you down, Ember, her mother replied with a proud smile. Who wouldn't be proud of a daughter like Ember, who seemed capable of everything? She spoke 11 different languages fluently, one of them being the Silver Pack's language, Spanish. The Silver Pack's first descendant had originated from Mexico, just as every pack had once come from different parts of the human countries before creating a world of their own, far from humans who knew better than to cross into the werewolves' territory, even though some werewolves still traveled between worlds. Ember turned and ordered the Omega to go and prepare the ingredients she would need for cooking. Though she intended to cook the meal herself, that didn't mean she would ruin her freshly polished nails by cutting and washing ingredients. When the Omega left, Ember's mother hesitated before asking, "Why did you bring back that hollow from Moonwillow? She's been moaning in the basement where you put her. I don't think it's wise to have a dead body in our home when an important guest will be arriving. Take her out before she dies down there and starts to smell." Ember scrunched up her beautiful face at the reminder of the useless, wolfless creature who had refused to tell her where she had gotten the coat, despite all the beatings. For someone without a wolf, she was surprisingly strong, still alive after everything, and unbearably stubborn. "I'll see what I can do about her before he arrives," Ember replied. Her mother patted her arm approvingly and then left to confirm with her husband the exact time the guest would be arriving. Ember turned her gaze to the expensive coat she had ordered to be laundered and returned. She gritted her teeth, knowing Viola would never tell her where she had gotten it from. She had likely stolen it, or perhaps the Supreme Alpha had discarded it, and she'd retrieved it from the trash. Though that explanation didn't quite make sense, Ember decided it would suffice for her peace of mind. "Well, if she won't talk, then I have no use for her," Ember muttered coldly. "I won't have her fouling the air when my Alpha arrives, especially not when I'll be in heat tonight, the perfect moment to have him in my bed." Alphas were known for the sharp senses, and that bitch moaning in the basement would surely be heard, ruining the mood. Gamma. Ember called. When the guard appeared, she ordered, "Shut the hollow up for now, and once night falls, take her out and get rid of her." "Yes, ma'am, Alpha Cade and his beta, along with their entourage, didn't arrive until evening. A line of 4 cars drove into the North Pack estate, and Seb, who was sitting with his head resting against a neck pillow, one elbow braced on the armrest and his cheek leaning lightly against his knuckles, had his eyes closed as though he was sleeping. In truth, he was wide awake, trying, and failing, to erase a certain image from his mind. He felt the car slow, then come to a full stop, followed by the soft click of the door unlocking and finally his door opening. "We are finally here," Matt announced to his friend, who had been impatient to get this over with so he could return home and resume his busy everyday life. "I know," Seb snapped, causing Matt to raise his hands in surrender. Matt couldn't help but notice how easily irked and annoyed Seb had become lately, but it was understandable. After all, Seb had rejected a mate who didn't have the wolf and bond to accept the rejection, and now he had to endure days, perhaps even months, of heartache until the bond naturally faded and freed him. Until this bond faded, he wouldn't be able to sense another fated mate or find any peace within himself. It felt like having pins buried beneath his skin, a constant, relentless torment. The pain of that rejection was far more severe than being stabbed in the heart with a knife. Matt knew they were treading on very thin ice with the Alpha in this foul mood, which was why, throughout the journey, everyone in their escort, including Matt himself, had been exceedingly careful. Now that they had arrived, he hoped to hell that Ember would be everything they said she was: strong, competent, and worthy of the Luna title, so the marriage could proceed quickly, allowing Seb to mark her and finally sever the bond with the forest girl completely. Though Matt doubted Seb would truly mark Ember even after the marriage, not when the Alpha no longer intended to bond with another woman in that way. To the Alpha now, he would never again give a woman the power to break him to the point of near self-destruction. Seb opened his tired eyes and stepped out of the car in a swift, controlled motion. His silver eyes flicked over the North Pack's large estate, where all the pack members lived under a single large fence. Their numbers were no more than 1,000, unlike his own pack, which boasted the largest population, being direct descendants of the first werewolves to ever exist. "Not bad, 3 skyscraper-style complexes and a full estate," Matt commented as they surveyed the grounds. "How are you feeling now? Are you up for the meeting?" he asked, turning to Seb's hardened, stone-cold profile. "Do I have a choice with those old farts breathing down my neck to get a Luna?" Seb scoffed coldly, tucking his hands into his pockets as he began striding toward the estate, his men falling back to give him space, with only Matt following. "I hope Ember is not just another pretty face with no brains." At this point, with the blue-eyed girl having disrupted his thoughts for the past 3 days and caused him immeasurable pain, Seb was willing to take any woman the elders suggested to remove her from his mind, as long as she didn't expect too much from him after the marriage. They would have sex, yes, because an heir was required, but she shouldn't expect any other commitments, attention, or protection from him. She needed to be able to protect herself and to care about every member of his pack as their Luna, not be annoyingly clingy or constantly on his tail the way many women were known to be. Shit like that got on his nerves. Chapter 13, The North Pack Part 3. They would have sex, yes, because an heir was required, but she shouldn't expect any other commitments, attention, or protection from him. She needed to be able to protect herself and to care about every member of his pack and family, not be annoyingly clingy or constantly on his tail the way women were known to be. Shit like that got on his nerves. They would discuss keeping their pack thriving, but she shouldn't expect him to give up a single second of his work for her or put her ahead of his meetings and travels. She would be the pack's Luna and the mother of his heir, nothing more than that. If it weren't for the elders' pressure, Seb believed he was fine without a partner or a mate, because they made a man vulnerable, too vulnerable. He had many fated mates out there, placed by the moon goddess in his path, and many of those mates, whenever he was in heat, were there to satisfy him, and he satisfied them in return. All he had to do was give them gold and jewelry, especially Layla, who didn't want commitment, just as he didn't. She was his favorite of all the mates he had encountered so far, and despite his attachment to Layla, and how he had called her over last night at the hotel as Matt had suggested when he was restless, the hot sex they shared wasn't enough to make him stop thinking about that blue-eyed, skinny girl in the forest. The worst part was that he hadn't been able to climax until he pictured those blue eyes and frizzy hair in his mind's eye. "I told you not to leave the blind girl, but you were just too wicked and left her, you rejected her," his wolf said, and its hypocrisy only added to Seb's annoyance. "Shut the fuck up. You sensed her and led me to her, and we rejected her together because she did not fit into our world. You agreed to it and now you complain and make it sound like it's my fault. Well, if you wanted her, you wouldn't have listened to me, because my words never matter to you anyway. Besides, I wouldn't have rejected her if she had a wolf I could communicate with, if I could feel her heat, and if she wasn't weak and blind. I would have been attached to her if you hadn't taken so many mates for granted, fucked them, and then discarded them like they meant nothing. She's just another mate you will forget soon enough. So let's go and see who Ember is. Perhaps she will help you forget that girl, because you don't even deserve someone that innocent." True to his wolf's words, only Seb was feeling this torment, because the girl had no wolf that could link with his own. Had she possessed a wolf, had there been a bond his wolf could reach and respond to, the torment would have been doubled, far worse than what he was already enduring now. Seb pushed his wolf to the back of his mind and entered the luxurious, polished estate that, despite its size and elegance, wasn't a shadow of his own home. Luna Maria and her husband welcomed them at the threshold, where the Omegas and wolves lined the sides with their heads bowed to him. "Welcome to our humble home, Supreme Alpha Cade," Alpha Andrew greeted with a broad smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Alpha Cade barely looked down at the offered hand, acknowledging the greeting with a curt nod, his silver eyes subtly scanning the estate as if looking for someone, of course, their daughter, the reason he was here. Luna Maria, noticing how the Supreme Alpha had ignored her husband's handshake and how he was looking around, smiled despite her awareness of his arrogance. But no worries, she knew that once her daughter married him, she would make sure Ember used her position as his mate and Luna to command his respect for their pack, to elevate him to the top of the werewolf world, and perhaps even to assert control over him in ways only a marked mate could, bending him to her will when necessary. Luna Maria said, "Ember is getting ready, she'll be down in minutes. Come on in." Dinner has been set, and Ember prepared everything herself. "Ooh, it seems Ember is marking her territory by making you dinner, Seb," came Matt's words through their mind link. "I think I like her already. Let's see if she proves she's more than just another pretty face with no substance. We need someone smart and understanding here, and I bet she is." Matt said this to cheer his friend up, but Seb's expression didn't soften in the slightest as he was led to the dinner hall. Matt desperately hoped Seb would like Ember because, from everything he had read about her, she was intelligent and would make a fitting Luna. He didn't want the Alpha to keep thinking about the blind girl. If anything, Matt wished he had never encountered her. Weaklings had no chance in their pack or with the Alpha. Matt had witnessed firsthand how marrying a weak mate had nearly destroyed his friend. Seb had fallen madly in love and had almost taken his own life when she died. He never truly found himself again until the elders suppressed her memories to cure him. And when he was finally cured, everything about him changed completely. Though Seb's first wife had been somewhat weak, she still had her wolf, something that could not be compared to a wolfless. Matt hoped his friend would never have to face such a situation again in his life because he made a wrong choice. Ember seemed the kind of Luna the Alpha needed right now, not the girl from the forest. Becoming the Luna of the Silver Pack came with so many risks that she might not even survive it, especially considering where she came from that would make the elders immediately reject her. They were led to the dinner hall, where a long table was lined with covered chafing dishes, each holding a steaming selection of food. When they sat, the Omegas began lifting the lids to reveal the delicious meals. "I already like this Ember so much," Matt commented through their link as he observed the food. "You'd like a goat as long as it knew how to cook," Seb deadpanned. Before Matt could respond, Ember's presence was soon felt as she walked in, carrying with her a strong scent of rose, her essence scent. Every she-wolf had an essence scent, which drew the male to recognize a potential mate. But unlike the daisy scent in the forest that had ignited everything inside him, Seb felt only mild irritation at the scent of rose, though he carefully masked it. "Good evening, Alpha Sebastian," Ember greeted with less formality, as she walked in, having taken her time to dress for the occasion and already believing herself the future Supreme Luna who didn't need to be too formal with her future mate. Seb took in her short red dress, which stopped mid-thigh, showcasing long, elegant, smooth legs accentuated by high heels. Her red hair was let down over her off-shoulder dress, which had a deep V neckline that revealed round, full, firm breasts that looked too artificial. Instead of enticing him, they repelled him, and he deliberately focused on her face instead. "It's Supreme Alpha Cade to you, Princess, until I decide whether you will be my wife or not," he told her indifferently. "Have a seat." Ember's smile wavered but did not fade completely as she replied, "I won't give you any reason to decide otherwise, because I do believe I am what you need in the silver pack, Alpha Cade." "You?" Seb's silver eyes narrowed into slits. "I have heard you are bold, Ember, but one must know when not to be. There are moments I like bold women, and there are times they annoy me, and now is one of those times. Address me in a way you are not permitted, and I will cancel this arrangement immediately, without bothering to get to know you," he warned, his breathtakingly handsome, flawless face unmoved. Ember and her wolf had been so excited at the thought of him that her panties had already dampened in anticipation of what he would be like in bed, but his words slightly killed the mood. No one had ever found her annoying in any way, and if he were anybody but the Supreme Alpha, Ember would have made him suffer for her attention. But those cold, silver eyes, glaring daggers at her, made her swallow hard. A shiver ran down her spine. "Yes, Supreme Alpha Cade," Ember said, exchanging a glance with her mother before carefully making her way to sit beside him. It seemed it would be difficult to get on this Alpha's good side, but no worries. She was skilled at bending men like him, who, in no time, would be utterly captivated by her. All she needed was to enter his pack and secure her place in his life. Not to mention her plans for him after dinner, in her room, where he wouldn't be able to resist her. That thought excited her so much she was smiling to herself. "Let's see how you will be able to resist me, Alpha." Chapter 14, The Coat He Gave Her Part 1. During dinner with the North Pack, Seb could barely taste the food because of the gnawing feeling inside him, a very depressing ache that came from deep within his soul, the sensation of intense heartbreak that choked and suffocated him. He barely ate more than 5 bites because of the sickness inside him and skipped dessert entirely before facing Alpha Andrew in a discussion to distract himself, where the man was already talking about expanding his pack once he married Ember and he made her the Luna. Seb only listened. He had worked and built the silver pack for 2 decades, having become Alpha at the age of 10 after losing his parents and was forced into taking the responsibility for over 1,000 pack members. He had poured his sweat and blood into his people, and one thing Seb could not tolerate was another Alpha sitting in his fancy chair, letting his beater do the hard work of keeping the pack thriving, and believing he could gain more security and power simply by marrying off his daughter to Seb and expecting him to be their protector if larger packs attacked their territory. There was nothing wrong with an alliance marriage. It had happened for centuries between packs to strengthen and secure them. But there was everything wrong with being an opportunist and placing your entire responsibility on another person who already carried so much. The North Pack was the 4th largest, and they had valuable natural resources on their land that other packs would love to claim and take full control of. Seb knew this was the reason the elders had picked a bride for him from here, but he wasn't interested in their natural resources and could get them even without marrying the daughter. What he needed was a Luna, more than he needed a mate or an ally. If this alpha expected Seb to take responsibility for protecting and elevating his pack without Alpha Andrew earning it with his own sweat, then fat chance, he would be in for an even bigger disappointment after the marriage, and Seb would blacklist the North Pack. However, he didn't tell Alpha Andrew that. He didn't want to make an enemy of the man now, especially while he was in his territory and when many of the elders of the Silver Pack were backing Andrew up and urging Seb to make this alliance, so that their heir would be born from someone who came from a land they could profit from in the future. If his daughter turned out worthy of the position of Luna and earned it by doing her duty to the pack, then Seb wouldn't have a problem protecting the North Pack's resources and land. Which was why, the moment he lost his appetite and couldn't eat any more, because of his twisted heart and stomach, he got up from his chair and said to Ember, "Meet me in the drawing room." He needed to get the meeting, and the getting to know her part of it, over with, and then drown himself in something strong enough to numb the feelings a tiny, skinny little girl had inflicted deep inside him. He should have just killed her in that forest. Her neck would have been easily ripped off with how skinny she looked. If he had done that, it wouldn't have been this painful, because he hadn't marked her. Her death would have hurt a little, yes, but he would have moved on with his life, without this torment. Seb thought as he strode away from the dinner hall. "Go after him, Ember," her mother urged as Ember continued to eat her meal, ignoring the command that Seb had just given her to meet him in the drawing room. Ember flashed her mother a sly smile. "Relax, Mom. If I go after him immediately, it would appear that I am too desperate to be his Luna. But if I take my time, he will know that I am not desperate, nor am I an easy catch." She whispered so the Alpha's beta, who was wolfing down his food, wouldn't hear. She was displeased that Seb hadn't eaten more than 4 bites of what she had worked so hard to prepare, and he hadn't even touched the dessert. It would be nice to make him wait, so he would know that after marriage, if he ignored her or made her angry in such a way, he would be the one ignored instead, and he would have to coax and pamper her to make up for his actions. Let him wait for a while. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Miss Ember," Matt said as he chewed and filled his plate with more food. Did they think that if they whispered, he wouldn't hear them? HMPH. He was the supreme Alpha's beta. They really thought little of him, and Miss Ember here had just decreased her chances of being their Luna with her pettiness. Did she honestly think Seb gave a damn about her sulking? The Alpha hates when people keep him waiting. "If you don't want to lose your chance, along with your head, I suggest you go now," he said nonchalantly, still eating and tasting his food, talking about someone losing their head as casually as if he were discussing the weather. "This is really delicious. If you become our Luna, it will be nice to share these recipes with our cooks. So hurry and meet him, because I would hate for you not to be the Luna," Matt exclaimed in delight. Ember's eyes widened, and she quickly got up from her chair. She had heard so much about the Supreme Alpha, and while she didn't fully believe he would hurt her for playing a little hard to get, she didn't want to risk her chance at being his Luna. Before she left, she said to Matt, "Don't worry, once I become Luna, I will cook the meals myself for you. There are more delicacies where that came from." Her chin rose proudly in the air. She had been taught by top chefs, and it was good to see that the beta liked it, even though the Alpha didn't show any appreciation. Matt's eyes rounded in delight, and he gave her a thumbs up. "I will root for you as our Luna. Good luck," he said, while silently adding, "Keep wasting time, Miss Ember, and your chances are going down." He watched her walk away in her impossibly high heels, swaying her hips. Matt sighed. He was already tired of the elders, and he hoped Ember would be the one so they wouldn't have any more pressure. Ember didn't go straight to the room where the Alpha was. She first went to her own room to make arrangements for her meeting with him, because they wouldn't only be having a verbal discussion, but a steamy, body meeting as well. She would make sure he wouldn't be able to resist her or forget how hot she was. She had spent millions on perfecting her body, and she planned to put it to full use tonight. She wasn't some innocent virgin who shied away from desires and lust. Men don't care about virginity any more than she did, not when she wolves went into heat that required them to be with a man, and certainly not when men couldn't control themselves around she-wolves in heat. Ember took 30 minutes to prepare, arousing her own body by touching herself and imagining riding the alpha's cock, ensuring her heat waves would be strong and irresistible. Then, giggling to herself in excitement, she left her room to go to him. Chapter 15, The Coat He Gave Her Part 2. Content warning: this chapter contains mature sexual content, including vivid seduction. In the drawing room, Seb had already grown so impatient and angry that he was beginning to think about leaving entirely, abandoning the house and the pack altogether and marrying anyone he saw fit in his pack, because Ember certainly didn't seem to want this either, when the door suddenly clicked open. The strong scent of rose and female heat slammed straight into his nose and nervous system, so sharp it was overwhelming, forcing him to sink back into the recliner he had been on the verge of leaving. Immediately, he was aroused and repulsed at the same time, his body betraying his mind. There was one thing about the werewolf male body: once you were going through the pain of rejecting your fated mate, every other female scent no longer enticed you the way it once would have. The response dulled. The only scent your body truly sought and yearned for was that of your mate. You searched for her in everything, consciously or not, and anything that carried even a trace of her hit you like an electric shock. Seb began to wonder why he was feeling his arousal at all when he should have felt nothing but repulsion in his condition, and the question was answered the moment his eyes fell on Ember. She stepped into the room with a slow, sultry smile, then calmly closed the door behind her, sealing the space between them. His sliver eyes immediately zeroed in on what she was wearing, and his chest tightened into a suffocating knot. His fingers curled into fists. Ember was wearing his coat, the same coat he had given to that girl. It was the reason for his mild arousal, because it still held the faint scent of her essence, now mixed with rose. She wore nothing underneath, no bra, no panties, and parted the coat to reveal her body even more for him to see. Her skin glistened as if she had applied oils, but Seb could tell from the smell that it was her own arousal. A slick trail of the juice ran down the sides of her inner thighs, evidence of how intensely she was turned on and in heat. "EWW," his wolf remarked. "Did she really do that to make us want her? Tell her we don't want her, she's disgusting. Where did she get the coat you gave the girl?" Seb was wondering the same thing, but he didn't want to exaggerate the matter of the coat or the faint scent his body and soul recognized. He remained seated on the recliner where he had been, cheek resting on his knuckles, and looked at her with indifferent eyes as he asked, "Where did you get the coat from?" Ember smiled seductively, sliding her fingers between her thighs, caressing her clit as she rubbed herself and rolled her eyes back in pleasure while she replied, "You should tell me that. Where did you last put the coat, Alpha?" She walked toward him slowly, completely unfazed by his lack of reaction. He wasn't lunging at her the way a normal male would at the first scent of a schwolf in heat, wasn't even looking at her the way she expected. That wasn't encouraging, but then this was still a chance for Ember to make a good, sexy impression, because no man could possibly ignore something this hot and sexy. One taste would be enough to make him addicted, enough to make him want her badly, and want her enough to marry her immediately. Seb burned with rage but controlled it. 1. He didn't have the right to be angry that a little slut like Ember was wearing something he had given to someone else, and nobody he had wanted erased from his mind. 2. He hated that she had come bearing that faint scent when he was working his damnedest to forget it. He could kill her for it, but he didn't want war. "Did you think bearing yourself to me like that would make me choose you as my Luna?" Seb asked, his voice collected and calm, a complete opposite to the storm inside him. He didn't ask about the other girl. He already had an idea of what had happened. Ember had been to Moonwillow Pack, and the girl came from there. There was a strong chance his coat had been found on her, and Ember had claimed it. And the girl, it was none of his concern what must have happened to her. The moment he had rejected her, she was no longer his problem and would never be. His problem now was Ember, and the elders who believed she was a perfect match for his Luna. Was this what they consider intelligent? From what he was already seeing, she lacked the brain required for such a position. She didn't seem to possess the common sense that even chickens had, not that he had seen many she-wolves with brains to begin with. He wanted someone who wouldn't think her exposed pussy and body was enough to seduce him into making a decision. Ember laughed softly as she removed the coat completely. Of course not. What matters is what I know how to do and what I have learned about being a Luna. I noticed you were restless, and as a good Luna, I want to relieve you of that stress. Look at me, do you like what you see? She swirled around, showing him her back view, swaying her hips and bending so he could see just how wet she was for him. Looking at him, gorgeously seated on the recliner in a casual, nonchalant way, his shirt unbuttoned at the top and sleeves rolled up, his strong, tattooed forearms peeking from beneath the cuffs, everything about him was enough to make her want him even more. Who wouldn't want a man who looked like a walking masterpiece? With a face so cold and breathtakingly gorgeous it seemed as though it had been carved by a goddess herself. What do you think about my ass, Alpha? She giggled, wiggling it in front of him. Looking at your asshole and seeing you drip like that is doing the exact opposite of what brought you here, Ember. Has anyone ever told you only sluts do such things? Do you know that even sluts have more class than you? Put something on if you want to talk to me, or get the fuck out so I can breathe clean air without smelling your ass. He commanded, authority lacing his voice, his cold silver eyes shooting daggers at her. Ember, stunned and taken aback by his words, turned to face him. She flushed with embarrassment. What? I was just. Wear something before you speak to me and get. Seb's words immediately died in his throat as his heart twisted even more, and his insides felt like they were ripping apart. His breathing turned labored, and then the scent hit his nose. Her strong daisy scent. He gritted his teeth angrily. Is she here? He demanded, his voice tense, as Ember blinked at him in confusion. Who is? The girl I fucking gave that coat to. Is she here? He demanded again, his voice dangerously sharp, sending shivers and fear down Ember's spine and making her take a step back as he rose from his sitting position. She is here. Her scent is stronger and getting farther away. I do think I rather like her scent more than Miss Ember here, his wolf said, urging him to follow the scent, but Seb tried to fight the urge. He didn't want to see her if she was here. He didn't want anything to do with her. He was already stressed enough. However, when it came to the power of a fated mate, one could only resist to a certain extent. He strode past Ember, who quickly moved out of his way, and yanked the door open, breaking it from its hinges, but he didn't stop as he continued to follow her scent. Seb didn't know why he was following something he should have been running away from, but one thing was certain: if he found her, he would have to kill this damn girl to free himself from this treacherous bond. He had better not find her, or may the moon goddess help her, because of the control she had over him, a control he despised with every part of his being. He had sworn 4 years ago that no she-wolf mate, no fated mate at all, would ever hold power over him again. That was why he took women to bed, gave them jewelry, satisfied what was purely physical, and then walked away, far away from anything resembling a bond, until his soul healed. But this girl wouldn't leave him the fuck alone. He hadn't trained himself into becoming the supreme alpha just to have a little teenager shatter his control and drag him toward her against his will like some lost, obedient puppy. Seb was so angry with the bond and with himself that he began to run, following the scent, which was getting further and further away from the estate. She wasn't inside the house. His anger began to loosen when he realized the scent was leading him into the back forest behind the North Pack estate. What could she be doing there? He thought, but just then, there was a sound, a grunt and a cry like a moan, That made his insides churn at the possibility that she was being raped. He gritted his teeth. Weakling who couldn't even protect herself. What was she doing out here? Didn't she know to stay within her pack members than roam around at night in dangerous places? Seb increased his speed when he heard her cry out, his heart beating faster than a drum, throbbing in his head and ears. He expected to find a scene where she was being gang raped by some gammas, just like the last time, but he wasn't prepared for what he saw at the clearing of the forest. Everything inside him went still at the sight before him. Shit, his wolf cursed. Double shit. Chapter 16, The Unbelievable Part 1. Hours ago, Viola's entire body burned to the point she could no longer tell where the pain was coming from. It was like hot water had been poured over her skin and seared her internal organs from the torment of the wolfsbane. Would death bring her relief from this agony? She wondered, but even death couldn't take her, just like living hadn't, and every person she had thought cared for her had turned away. She wanted to make them suffer double the amount of her torment and pain. She wanted them to see what living in hell while alive felt like. But Viola couldn't even help herself. She moaned and groaned in pain. Her throat burned with thirst, and her stomach cramped painfully. Every part of her body felt light and heavy at the same time. She had been starved to the point where she could no longer even feel hunger or think about food, her taste buds ruined by the constant bitter taste coating her tongue because of the wolfsbane. Viola at least tried to open her eyes to see where she was and where the evil Ember had brought her. Ember had made her gammas beat her because she refused to tell them where she had gotten the code from. What Ember didn't know was that even if Viola wanted to talk, her throat was too raw to make any sound. The injection given to her had burned her vocal cords to rawness. Normally, there were different kinds of wolfsbane, one dose mainly for torturing and another for killing instantly. But even the kind used for torture could kill when the dose became too much. Viola couldn't tell how much of it she had been injected with and forced to swallow. She moaned again as her stomach cramped, feeling as if pins were digging into her insides. She was burning all over. She tried to force her eyes open to see where she was and to find anything that could end this miserable life of hers and make the unbearable pain stop. But when Viola opened her eyes, she was hit with, and whacked by, the realization that her right eye vision had turned completely white, the other eye blurry and hazy, with the little light coming from what must have been a window or door dancing in front of her. Hot tears rolled down her feverish, hollowed cheeks and burned the bruises there. She had lost one of her eyes. Evan had broken not just her heart and soul but her eye. She wouldn't have been here if it weren't for him. Viola wanted to blame her parents as well, but how could she blame them when she didn't even know them? The Lindens had adopted her from an orphanage, believing they wouldn't be able to give birth to their own child, and as a beta family, they needed a daughter more than a son, so she could marry and increase their power in the pack. That was the reason they had adopted her, or should she say adopted her twin sister, Ivy. Viola almost let out a bitter laugh, but even that proved impossible with the kind of pain she was in. Was this karma finally getting back at her? Was she paying for that long-past mistake of what she had done to Ivy? The Lindens had made the adoption a secret. Her father, Peter Elliott, had sent his wife back to her family pack for a few years to make the Moonwillow pack members believe she had gone there to give birth, not knowing they had arranged that to adopt a 7-year-old daughter from the orphanage to make her appear to be theirs. When Viola had been brought to Moonwillow pack, nobody knew she was adopted. Everyone took her as the biological daughter of the Lindens, who doted on her like a princess and gave her everything she ever asked for. The only person who knew was Evan. She and her adoptive mother had gotten along so well that Viola kept the truth of her bitter past a secret, because she feared losing their affection and being thrust back into the harsh life of the orphanage. Life in a werewolf's orphanage was brutal in its own way, a place no child would ever want to grow up in. Many of the children there were born to rogues who didn't have the means, the stability, or the will to care for a child, and so they abandoned them in a cold, unforgiving place like that. Viola hated the orphanage with everything in her. Unlike Ivy, who had seemed to endure it far better than she ever could. She had done everything ever since she was a little girl to remain loved so she could never be thrust back to the orphanage, but that shattered when the Linden couple finally found out they would be having their own child. Fear had lunged into Viola when she learned her adoptive mother was pregnant. What if they stopped loving her and threw her back to the orphanage? What if they threw her out into the streets to live as a rogue without a pack? She had been 10 years old then. Because of that fear, Viola had begun to do things that would ensure their love and care wouldn't wane. She became close to Evan, who doted on her so much because she did his homework in school and made him pass his exams. At school, he had always flunked every test, receiving the lowest scores, but when they became friends, he started coming second to her. Her relationship with Evan had grown into the teenage years. Even though her adoptive parents now had 2 children of their own flesh and blood, they still doted on Viola, but she often felt it wasn't unconditional love, because they always asked about how her relationship with Evan was progressing. Viola had never wanted to lose Evan's affection because it would mean losing her parents' affection along with it. Thus, she had begun to do many despicable things to make sure she was the only one he ever saw. She would bully and make any other she-wolf's life miserable if Evan showed even a slight interest in her. She was possessive over him and made sure every female in the pack knew he belonged only to her. Evan had been the reason she got everything, and she had done everything to keep it, even cheating during the alpha test for him to become alpha. She had used all her bank savings to bribe and manipulate her way for him to reach that position, but in the end, he left her. How easily she was disposable to everyone, how easily they turned their backs on her, how easily she had also turned her back on Ivy. More tears rolled down her eyes as she moaned, "I am sorry, Ivy. I am sorry for being a terrible twin sister. If she could turn back time, she would have done things differently. She would never have given her all to Evan. She would have lived her life differently. She wouldn't have been so desperate to keep everyone who never wanted to stay in her life around her by doing things. And if she ever got out of here, which she knew she never would, she would find Ivy and make up for the past and bring them all to their knees, even if it was the last thing she ever did." Evan, Lenny, her adoptive parents, Ember, every single person who had brought her to this state of pain. Not only them, Viola thought, a bitter taste lodging in her throat, but her fated mate as well, the one who had been heartless enough to turn his back on her when he was supposed to be the first and only person to care for her unconditionally, because he was fated to her by destiny itself. Thinking about him made hot anger rise inside her chest, and she decided not to think of him anymore. He didn't deserve to be the last person in her mind before she died. He wouldn't be. She was beginning to give in to the darkness pulling her under, into its subliminal peace, when she heard the cracking sound of a door opening, followed by male voices and heavy footsteps. "Are you sure?" one of the voices asked. "Hell yeah," another answered. Miss Ember said to take her away from the estate, inject the killing wolfsbane into her veins, and bury her out there. "The guest is already inside the house, and it's dark outside. Hurry up." The last voice sounded right above her head, and its words made her tense despite her weakened state. Though Viola had begged and prayed for death, she didn't look forward to dying from the killing wolfsbane, the kind that would melt every single bone inside her body before finally killing her. It would be treacherous and devastatingly agonizing. She was already in unbearable pain. Chapter 17, The Unbelievable Part 2. Though Viola had begged and prayed for death, she didn't look forward to dying from the killing wolfsbane, the kind that would melt every single bone inside her body before finally killing her. It would be treacherous and devastatingly agonizing. She was already in unbearable pain. The gammas came around her and roughly yanked her from the ground, the movement sending sharp pain shooting through every part of her body and causing her to groan. "Oh, she's still alive. And here I thought she was dead. I wonder how one could survive with a body this thin," said the gamma carrying her over his shoulder, and the other following him through the back door laughed as if he had told the greatest joke of the century. She's stubborn. Never seen a wolfless this hard-headed and refusing to die. I fucking stomped on her ribs when I was beating her earlier and they cracked, but she didn't even cry out. How about we torture her more and see just how much she can survive? I'm curious to know just how much she'd take before she stops breathing, said the one carrying her. Viola felt him roughly adjust her on his shoulder, jabbing her broken ribs, and she bit back the cry that rose in her throat. Monsters. All of them. They were monsters. Good idea. I have an idea, Harry. She might be skinny and meatless, but she still has a hole between her legs. How about we fuck her in turn and see just how much of it she can take? If beating didn't kill her, I bet that would. I like that, replied the one carrying her as he suddenly threw her onto the ground with a force that sent agonizing pain through her entire body, making her groan. She tried to see through her swollen eyes, but one eye was completely white, while the other was barely functional, even more unfocused now. All she could see were their vague figures and the looming trees behind them in the torchlight they held. From the dried leaves and twigs pressing against her back and palms, Viola knew they had brought her into the forest, where they would carry out the despicable plans and kill her. There's nothing left of the clothes. Strip her. We should tie her hands to that tree and open her legs. We only need her whole. Ha ha ha, commanded one of them, who Viola believed was the leader of the two gammas. No, she turned onto her stomach and began trying to crawl away from them, but she soon felt rough hands grab her ankles and drag her back. No, she rasped, fisting her hands into the dirt and flinging it into the air. Fuck, my eyes, one of them cried, and she realized she had hit her target because he released her ankle quickly to rub off the sand from his eyes. She began to crawl away again, but this time her tangled hair was gripped and she was struck across the face. Her neck muscles cracked in pain. You bitch, she's a feisty one, and I will fucking enjoy this. She was hit again, but this time she barely felt it, her body had gone numb from the intensity of the pain. Viola felt her torn shirt being ripped from her body, and she tried to fight it, but her resistance was feeble and weak. I don't want to die like this. I won't die like this. This shouldn't be where I end, a death without dignity. I haven't made it up to Ivy, nor have I found my wolf. I haven't taken my revenge on them all. I haven't made them see that I don't need anybody to love me, that I can stand on my own without begging for scraps of affection. You can't die, Viola. At least fight to the end. She heard a voice say inside her head, and Viola stopped struggling long enough to regain her rationality and a shred of strength. These werewolves were gammas. She had trained with gammas before and knew where they kept their weapons on their bodies. They harshly dragged her to tie her to the tree, and Viola, despite her blurred vision, twisted her arm out of one of the grips. They weren't holding her with full strength, believing she had given up. When one hand came free from the gamma's grip, she reached to the side of the gamma before he could react and pulled out the dagger they always carried, coated with deadly wolfsbane. In one swift motion, she thrust the dagger into his chest and pulled it out, turning to do the same to the other, but he dodged it, releasing her. Viola fell to the ground as her legs could no longer hold her weight. If she would die with dignity, and take them with her. She clutched the dagger as the other gamma tried to kick it from her hand. Bitch, you want to play it the hard way. You're just a damn weakling, and I'll enjoy chewing you alive. The second gamma snarled as he began to shift into his wolf form, and Viola sensed it immediately, the pressure and violent energy rolling off him as his bones started to break and realign. It took about 10 seconds for the shift to complete, and in those 10 seconds she forced herself upright, using every last ounce of strength in her body. She lunged just as he finished shifting and pounced. Viola had spent her entire life around wolves. She ducked beneath him, and as he came down on her, she drove the dagger straight into his furred chest. Viola cried out in pain along with the wolf, who let out a wounded, dog-like scream and dug his claws deep into the side of her stomach. He shifted back into his human form and collapsed, dead, beside her, and she weakly pushed half his body off her and spat out blood. Viola's remaining energy drained away, and the pain that had been numb earlier returned tenfold. Her breathing grew shallow and uneven. Before she slipped into what she believed could only be the final pain of death, she felt another presence. There had only been 2 gammas. Who was this other presence? She wondered. She was already dying already, there would be nothing left for them to humiliate, but Viola still managed to turn her head toward the source before the darkness claimed her completely. A familiar scent that had made her feel safe for a moment days ago hit her nose, and bitter resentment consumed her. I wish you weren't the one I sensed last before I die, but either way, I want you to know that. I hate you, Viola whispered, just as the darkness claimed her completely. She welcomed it with her entire being. A final tear rolled down her eye. Seb couldn't believe what he had just witnessed, but either way, he stood there frozen, staring at the 2 dead bodies and the girl's small, blood-covered body lying on the ground of the forest clearing. One of the large flashlights had fallen nearby, its harsh white beam spilling across the clearing and illuminating the unpleasant sight before him, washing over her broken form while particles of dust drifted and floated slowly through the bright light. She looked no different from a skeleton, naked, covered in blood, with black and blue bruises littering her entire body. His heart stopped clean at the extent of her injuries, and for a long moment there was an overwhelming silence inside his mind and head, as if every thought had been wiped away. He had run here with the expectation that she was being raped and ganged up on for being foolish enough to come out here knowing she didn't have a wolf, but he had never expected to arrive and witness her killing a warrior wolf in that helpless state, or to find her this broken, discarded on the ground. She looked even worse than the last time he had seen her. Mine. They dared touch my mate. He felt his wolf clawing inside him, howling to rip apart the people who had done this with his bare hands, even though they were already dead. No one has the right to touch our fated mate, even though we didn't choose her. His wolf raged. How could they dare? Seb began to feel anger rise violently inside him, but then he forced himself to remember that she wasn't someone he had claimed, and this cruelty, was her fate. There was no place for weak wolves in this world, especially not beside him. She was staring at him with eyes he doubted were even functioning anymore. Blood gathered thickly inside them, and something twisted painfully in his chest. Rage coiled tight inside him, paired with an unbearable urge to hurt someone, paired with an instinctive pull to step forward and shield her from everything. She continued to stare at him, and then he saw her lips curl into a bitter line as she whispered, "I hate you." Then she took her last breath and stopped breathing. Seb didn't move toward her. He didn't go forward because deep down, in the ugliest part of himself, he had hoped for her death, to free himself from this bond. But the pain inside his chest was so intense that he grabbed at it, his jaw clenching hard as he struggled to breathe. "You fool, where are you going?" his wolf demanded as Seb coldly turned away from her, intent on leaving her behind and escaping the storm raging inside him. Far away from her dead body, he replied emotionlessly, "But she's not dead. She's unconscious and might truly die if you leave her. Are you ready to go through the pain you went through 4 years ago? I might not like her so much, but we can't leave her there like that. I haven't marked her. The pain won't last like 4 years ago," Seb gritted out as he began to walk away in long, angry strides. Might I remind you that you're in someone else's territory? The pain will hit you so hard you won't be able to hide it from them, and once they know your weakness, they can use your next fated mate to get to you in the future. Be wise and go back to her." Seb's footsteps halted instantly. Cursing under his breath, he spun around and walked back to her, dropping to his knees beside her battered body. He didn't even know where to touch her. She looked far too fragile, too small, so broken that he feared he might truly kill her if he held her the wrong way. "I hate you too, idiot," he cursed under his breath as he carefully gathered her into his arms, holding her as gently as he could. Chapter 18. Stay with me. Pain. That was all she felt, an intense agonizing pain she had never experienced in her life, a pain far worse than when she had been awake and conscious. It burned through her body relentlessly, making her feel as though her insides were on fire. Was death supposed to be this agonizing and unbearable? Wasn't she supposed to be numb and unfeeling now that it was all over? She wondered weakly as she felt the pain tear through her from the inside out. At some point, she passed out. When she woke again, there were voices, disoriented, overlapping voices all around her. Unable to comprehend the words, panic surged inside her. The anxiety increased when she realized she couldn't move or open her eyes. Her entire body was immobilized, and it reminded her of when she was bound with chains and tortured in the hollow quarters. No, she didn't want to be back in that place. That dark place where she had been beaten, humiliated, and broken. No, she didn't want to be there again. She tried to open her eyes, but it seemed an impossible feat. She tried to move her limbs, to twitch a finger, anything, but nothing responded. Her body felt foreign, unresponsive. She hated confinement. They would beat her again. Over and over. Please no, don't hit me. Doctor, she's coming around, came a voice. What is it? Her heart rate has escalated dramatically. All right, let's bring it down a bit. Miss, the doctor said imperiously, calm down. Everything is all right. There's nothing to worry about. Doctor, the Alpha is here. Alpha? What Alpha? Was Evan here? Had he come to break her again, to hurt her all over and break her eye? No, don't let him come in. Don't let him hurt me. Please, help me, help. Keep the Alpha outside until we've stabilized her. She's panicking more, and she needs to stay calm or our efforts would be in vain," said the doctor, who was a healer to the weaker werewolves in the pack. But this one wasn't only weak but wolfless, which required human treatment methods which took a lot of time and careful diagnosis, then full treatment. But those efforts were about to be wasted, it seemed, because the patient wasn't calming down at all. "What's the matter?" The new voice seemed to come from miles away to Viola, yet it carried a ring of authority that could only belong to someone powerful. The sound of it made her tense, made her struggle to come fully awake and protect herself from monsters. Powerful people hurt her. They caused pain. They destroyed and wanted her dead. "Alpha, please give us a few." "I can't. She needs to relax because it's fucking getting to me," he gritted furiously. That voice. She knew the voice. He was going to kill her as well. She was suddenly aware of him, very close to her now, and everything inside her struggled to rebel and protect herself from the pain he might also inflict on her. But instead of pain, which she expected, he was bending over her, speaking softly and reassuringly. "You're going to be fine. I know you're frightened, but you don't have to be anymore. You need to calm down and let the sedative work so they can treat you," he whispered close to her ear, his breath a warm flutter against her. Nobody had been this nice to her in years. Was he really the same person? Viola forced her eyelids open a fraction. A bright fluorescent light burned directly behind his head, making his features indistinct. Her vision was unclear and hazy, the world swimming in white. The haze made panic claw at her chest, but she clung to his words. He spoke with such certainty, such conviction, that she believed him despite herself. She reached for his hand, or rather, tried to. He must have sensed her silent plea for contact because he placed his hand lightly on her shoulder. Her anxiety slowly waned at his light touch, or perhaps it was the powerful sedative flowing through her IV beginning to take effect. Either way, she allowed herself to be lulled, feeling strangely safer with this stranger beside her, his presence grounding her. "She's drifting off. You can leave now. Her surgery will be in 2 hours. I'm staying until then." Those were the last words she heard before she slipped back into unconsciousness. She came awake countless times after that. Sometimes she could feel people around her, hear them speaking, but she couldn't understand what they were saying or recognize who they were. Whenever she tried to open her eyes, all she saw was white. Was she in heaven? That was impossible. If heaven existed, She hadn't done anything in her life to deserve it. She had been cruel, selfish, and undeserving of anyone's love. Unwanted and alone and bitter with so much resentment inside her. People like that don't belong in heaven. And if this was heaven, then it had its own hell, because her body was still in pain. She moaned, but the sound tore through her raw throat and burned her tongue and lips. This was hell. She had finally died and got what everyone she had tried to love and keep in her life thought she deserved. Go to hell, they say. You're a wicked and undeserving bitch, they say. I am in hell. I am in pain. Make it stop. Make me numb. In her disoriented state, she longed for that presence, the one who had reassured her, the one who had spoken to her like everything would truly be fine. Come to me. Talk to me again. I am afraid this pain would never end. When she woke again, for what felt like the 10th time, the room was quieter. No crowded voices, but someone was near her. She felt something cold touch her burning skin and nearly moaned in pleasure at the relief. When the coolness disappeared, she felt a sharp wave of loss, almost like crying, but it returned, this time brushing her dry lips. Cool drops slipped into her mouth and down her raw, parched throat. Water, Viola cried inside her mind. More. She wanted more. She tried to move her mouth, her eyes, anything to ask for it, but the person sensed her need and brought the water back again. It flowed down her throat, easing something tight and painful inside her, but then she choked. Her chest heaved as she coughed violently, the movement sending sharp pain through her body. She couldn't breathe. Panic surged again until a hand slid under her head, lifting it, while another rubbed her chest gently, whispering soothing words into her ear. The voice and words were so soothing, words she had longed to hear someone whisper to her while she was in that darkness and lonely. Don't leave me, she thought as she felt the person slowly ease her back down when she stopped coughing. Stay with me, don't go. She slipped back into unconsciousness once more. When she woke again, he was there. He didn't go. He stayed. Minutes, hours, days. It was impossible to tell how long she had been like this. Time had no meaning anymore, and the disorientation had lessened and her head felt a little bit clearer and calmer. She could feel that someone else was present with him in the room this time around. She couldn't see them, but she could hear them. Are you going to keep her? Someone asked quietly. There was a pause, a stretch of silence that felt heavy. Then the voice she recognized, the one that had whispered reassurance to her, answered. This time, it was stripped of warmth, devoid of emotion, carrying the unique accent she recognized from nights long ago. No, once she gets better, I'm sending her away. She doesn't belong here. No, don't send me away. Viola cried silently inside her mind. The words never reached her mouth. She couldn't speak, couldn't protest, couldn't beg. She only lay there as the pain stabbed deeper into her heart, reminding her that this wasn't heaven at all. This man wasn't kind, just like when she had first met him, when he had been kind and nice for a few minutes and then turned his back on her, he was doing it again. He had rejected her, saved her from death, and now, when she was broken and helpless, he would send her away, back to the nightmare. You should have let me die. She wanted to say it, wanted to tell him she would never forgive him for saving her only to send her away. You were supposed to be different. You were supposed to be my mate. I hate you. I hate you. Those words never went past her thoughts, but a small moan slipped from her lips, and a single tear rolled from the corner of her closed eye. The person standing over her noticed it and clenched his fist before turning away and leaving her. Chapter 19, Plans Part 1. He had rejected her, saved her from death, and now, when she was broken and helpless, he would send her away, back to the nightmare. You should have let me die. She wanted to say it, wanted to tell him she would never forgive him for saving her only to send her away. You were supposed to be different. You were supposed to be my mate. I hate you. I hate you. Those words never went past her thoughts, but a small moan slipped from her lips, and a single tear rolled from the corner of her closed eye. The person standing over her noticed it and clenched his fist before turning away and leaving her. Viola had no idea how long she remained bedridden and unable to move any of her limbs or speak. What she knew was that he never came back again after that day, and her subconscious longed for his presence more than she ever would have wanted to admit or want for herself. Many times, she was vaguely aware of being cleaned and fed warm soups through a straw. But she couldn't open her eyes. One time, the doctor had spoken aloud near her, saying her eyes were swollen due to the blood that had gathered inside them and that she might not be able to see clearly again without the aid of glasses or surgery. The doctor talked to her calmly and explained that they couldn't operate on her eyes because they didn't have specialized eye doctors in the werewolves' world. Werewolves were known to never have problems with eyesight, not even omegas, so such medicine had never been prioritized. "You will be fine," the doctor had reassured her gently. "Once you recover from everything else, the Alpha will handle the rest, or so I am told." If only he knew her least worry at that moment was her eyes. Though she feared that once she opened them she might not be able to see again and would become completely helpless, she was far more worried that once she recovered, she would be thrown out, back to where she had been before, where beatings and humiliation were the only constants of her life. Whenever she thought about that pain, a deep anxiety crept into her heart and lungs until breathing became difficult, as if something heavy was pressing down on her chest. Days passed, and when Viola finally managed to open her eyes after the swelling had lessened, she saw nothing at first but pure white. Her fingers clenched tightly around the sheets. Seconds ticked by, and the whiteness in one eye slowly cleared into a blurry haze where she could make out shapes and vague outlines, however her right eye never cleared at all. She was surprised she wasn't completely blind after everything her eyes had endured. She couldn't help but feel grateful that she hadn't lost the sight in her left eye entirely. For how long had she been here? It felt like forever, a stretch of time where the pain had been endless, yet now she could feel things beyond the dull soreness and lingering aches in her body. She could feel the soft mattress beneath her and the pillow supporting her head, and it made her painfully aware that this was the first time she had laid on a proper bed in 4 years. For 4 years, she had slept on hard floors with no sheets and no pillow. Despite the ache still clinging to her body, she found herself breathing in air that didn't smell of unwashed bodies or urine for the first time. Though it carried the sharp scent of medicine, it was still pleasant to her, and she wished she could see clearly what the place around her looked like. However, what was the use of seeing it clearly when she knew the moment that heartless Kate realized she was conscious and regaining her strength, she would be thrown out like trash. Though she didn't want his half-handed kindness, which she knew it stemmed from the bond of being mates, a bond he had rejected and made clear he didn't want. Still, she would have clung to it if she could, because when someone is stripped of dignity the way she had been, they would accept anything as long as no beating was involved. She despised him more than she already despised her own life, yet if he sent her away, she would be doomed forever. Viola was a prideful person, but what use was pride when you had nothing? When life had brought you down to your knees? When a single meal felt like a miracle if it stayed in your stomach? Only someone without sense would still cling to pride and dignity in her situation, and Viola was no senseless person. She knew what she wanted, and she would get it at all costs. All her life, she had been raised to see herself above others, to look down on those beneath her without ever considering what they were going through. Now she knew, because she hadn't just tasted that life, she had lived something far worse than theirs. Her insides twisted painfully as she imagined the life Ivy must be living now because of her. Oh goddess, I have wronged her so much. If she was going through this hell, what could her twin, who hadn't been adopted, or rather, who she had turned away from, be enduring now for being wolfless? "We are stronger together," Ivy had once said. The thought of her twin suffering even worse than she had, without a wolf, trapped in that place that had already been hell when they were children, made her feel sick and nauseous. Regret and self-loathing gripped her so tightly she wished she had died instead of waking up as a helpless nobody with no power to help or redeem a past mistake that would haunt her for the rest of her miserable life. Viola's throat burned so badly she wanted to burst into tears, but with the rawness of her healing throat, she couldn't. She clenched her fingers into the sheets and swallowed down the deep remorse. I have to make it right, she told herself, and the answer of how she would do that struck her immediately. She knew it then just as surely as she knew the life she had known before was over, that she would do anything to rise to power and find Ivy, to make things right, and to make people pay. She would do anything, even if it meant speaking to the man she had discovered she hated. He was her only hope, her only way to gain power. Alpha Sebastian Cade. He was the key to making everything right. How she was going to do that was still unknown to her. But before he sent her away, she needed to see him and have a word with him. With that resolve burning inside her, Viola began to focus on getting better as quickly as she could, forcing herself to practice speaking again despite the pain, determined to regain her strength before it was too late. Chapter 20. Plans_Part 2. The doctor came around a few times every day after she had regained consciousness to check on her progress, but when he realized she was no longer in a life-threatening condition, he stopped coming and instead assigned 2 girls to assist her. They were mean. Viola realized it on the very first day they were assigned to her. Whenever they helped her clean, they deliberately scrubbed too hard and nudged her wounds and bruises. She never cried nor protested. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing her cry or complain. The days of her complaining were over when she was thrown into the hollow position. She silently endured everything, not that she could have spoken even if she wanted to, her throat still raw and burning. Every day, after they cleaned her and fed her roughly, they would leave, and she would be plunged into a deafening, lonely silence, where the only sounds were the soft, barely noticeable hum of the air conditioner and the faint, distant activity of people occasionally moving past her door. The silence would have been peaceful if her mind had been at peace. How was she going to meet Alpha Cade? How was she even going to speak to him, to tell him what she wanted? Try to say it, Viola, she encouraged herself. I want to talk to you about, SS something, very important, she practiced. Her voice sounded hoarse and fractured, breaking apart with every word, but she knew it was still enough to be understood. Now the problem was how she would even meet him. She couldn't walk nor see clearly. Her legs were still in casts, and one arm was broken with a sling around her neck to support it. Her only option was to make him come to her. That night, when the 2 Omegas assigned to her came in, laughing and chatting among themselves as they changed her sheets after placing her on the couch, Viola cleared her throat, interrupting their conversation. Where is this place? She asked. She had wanted to ask that for a long time, but her throat hadn't allowed her to until now. The Omegas exchanged looks, and one scoffed. So she can talk, and here I thought she was deaf and dumb along with ugly and fragile. They gave each other a high five and laughed, but Viola let their insults slide past her. She had heard worse. Well, one of them said mockingly, since you don't have a wolf to sense your surroundings, and it doesn't look like your eyes are working well enough to read the signs through the glass walls, you're in a place people like you don't belong. The Silver Pack. Inside our VIP healing house. The Omega eyed Viola where she sat on the couch in a plain blue gown, bandages wrapped around nearly every limb. The Omega couldn't help but think that if she herself was sleeping and woke up to such a bruised, pale face with sunken cheeks staring back at her, she would have screamed and thought she was seeing an evil spirit. Because this woman looks exactly like that. Where had their Alpha even found such a nightmare and brought her here? Her hair was tangled and matted, and though they were assigned to clean and assist her, none of them would touch such frizzy, filthy hair. The last thing they needed was lice jumping onto them. Many people knew the girl was here and had wondered why she had been brought to the Silver Pack, but no one dared ask Alpha Cade. Who would question the Supreme Alpha? Only the elders could, and even if they had answers, Omegas like them would never be privy to such information. Viola's brows rose in surprise at the realization that she was in the silver pack, a pack only few had the fortune to enter. Online pictures showed how mighty and beautiful it was compared to other packs, and Viola had once been so obsessed with it and how unreal it looked and advanced. Those who had been here said it looked like heaven itself, its structures unlike anything the others possessed, and that pictures online didn't do it justice. So he had brought her to the silver pack. She had thought they were still in the north pack, where he would eventually take his Luna. Viola pushed the thought aside and turned her attention back to the Omegas, who continued talking about her as if she wasn't even there. May I ask you a favor? She said carefully. See, could you let the Alpha know that I am awake? She made sure her tone sounded polite rather than commanding, not that her broken voice could sound demanding even if she tried. And who are you? One of them sneered. Did you think our Alpha is someone you can summon anytime you want? Just because he brought you here doesn't mean he gives a fuck whether you're awake or dead, Miss Ugly. No one could summon a Supreme Alpha unless he wanted to see them. Certainly not someone below an Omega, without a wolf. The nerve of her. No doubt she was one of those females who thought she was special just because the Alpha had shown her a shred of kindness. No matter how much one believed they were used to insults, it still stung, especially being called ugly, when her beauty had once been her pride. Despite her past arrogance, she had never believed in the word ugly, because she judged and labeled people by their character, not their appearance. But Viola swallowed it down. What she wanted was far more important than wounded pride. I just thought, she said quietly, her voice uneven, that since he brought me here, maybe he should know I'm awake. The Omegas laughed. Sorry to burst your bubble, one of them said cruelly. We don't have access to the Supreme Alpha. If you want to see him, you can go summon him yourself. They laughed harder, their eyes flicking to her bandaged legs and arm. Or maybe not. He doesn't talk to ugly women. Viola's fingers fisted into the fabric beneath her. Instead of responding, she stayed silent. She needed to meet him desperately, before she was thrown out without ever seeing him, without saying what she needed to say to convince. But she knew these girls would never help her. That left her only one option. Another way. And the only way left was the bond. Though she knew he would hate it even more than she did, she had no choice. She forced herself to reach for him by longing for his presence, fully aware that it would torment him until he came to her. Chapter 21. Find a Luna Part 1. Silver Pack Meeting Council. People nervously held their breath in anticipation. A few shivered at the deathly cold temperature that filled the room, while others were so tense that cold sweat dampened their foreheads and backs. There were even ordinary werewolves among them who stood close to tears, struggling to withstand the deadly aura pressing down on their lungs. Seated in the large leather throne made for a king was FATED. With his stoic presence and deathly stare, even the 6 elders felt a chill crawl down their spines. Who wouldn't? He was not Alpha for no reason. His power and overwhelming aura were what placed him on that seat, and though they all held the political authority to bring him down if united, none of them possessed the physical strength to challenge him directly. His silver eyes were as dark as burnt ash, resembling the color of a gray sky just before a storm, an impending doom waiting to descend upon them. His expression was so cold and frigid that everyone present hesitated to speak first. He normally wore a blank, emotionless face, but today was one of those days when everyone knew he was deeply upset, and the unfortunate wolf who dared cross him would find himself shot dead through the heart with a silver bullet. A deathly aura surrounded him, a clear warning to all. The silence that followed his arrival into the meeting room was so loud and oppressive that if a feather were to fall to the ground, it would have echoed. The 6 elders had been discussing him in hushed tones, particularly how he had returned 3 weeks ago from the North Pack without saying a single word about the future Luna he had gone to see. Did he accept them to know his decision without him telling them? They could not allow his constant foul mood to cause them to fear voicing out what was important to the Silver Pack. Thus, despite the gloomy and suffocating air surrounding him, Elder Asara, the second female elder among the six, finally spoke. "Alpha Cade, it is crucial that we speak about your next Luna," she said carefully. "The North Pack has sent word, asking whether you intend to take Ember as your Luna and if she should come here, as you left without giving them any notice." Sebastian's expression barely changed as he replied, "No, she doesn't have the first sense or the brain required to be my Luna," he said indifferently. Ember, or rather, the little slut, was everything he actively avoided in a she-wolf. She would be clingy, demanding more than her position allowed, using her body as a tool of seduction. Just like his first experience, he wanted a she-wolf who would use her mind to communicate rather than her body, someone who would earn the position instead of expecting it to be given to her freely. There were times when he lost control and fell into a wild heat, moments when he wouldn't be able to resist the first alluring female body offered to him, moments instinct and pain took over rather than rationality. In that state of mind, Sebastian knew he could be driven to agree to anything a woman wanted. He refused to bind himself to someone who would manipulate him through desire, and Ember fell squarely into that category. She was no longer a consideration, and he made sure the elders understood that. "We chose her for a reason. She is smart and intelligent. You can't simply turn her away," Elder Selim, the commander of the Silver Pack warriors, said, his voice barely containing his displeasure, as he had been the one who suggested Ember in the first place because her father was a close friend of his. He called that smart, his wolf scoffed. Then he should marry her himself and enjoy the smell of arsehole for breakfast every day. She showed us her dripping ass instead of talking about what she would do once she became a Luna to help our pack. I don't like her. My decision is final. I will not take Ember as my Luna, Sebastian said, the finality in his tone leaving no room for argument or further persuasion. Then if Ember will not do, Alpha Cade, it is time we hold a Luna competition, another elder spoke. Just as we did 2 years ago to find the late Luna Evangeline. You cannot rule without a Luna, nor without an heir. We need stability and only your Luna could bring that in this pack. The remaining 5 elders nodded in agreement. No matter how well they knew he had lost 2 Lunas, and that one of those losses had nearly broken him and become the turning event that made him even colder and more despicable, they could not excuse leaving the Luna seat vacant. As their ruler, duty came before grief. And besides, he had grieved her long enough, 4 years was more than enough, and she had been forgotten. Everyone knew that after that loss, he had taken more than a dozen women to his bed and discarded them just as easily. If they did not pressure him to choose a Luna and produce an heir, he never would, and that negligence would only cause the stagnation and eventual decline of their pack. Sebastian's jaw clenched in irritation. One thing was certain, though he was king of his pack and many others, no king ruled alone. The 6 elders possessed the authority to remove him and place another in his stead, replacing him with his cousin or even his beta should he refuse to follow the traditions and customs of werewolf law. Sebastian had worked relentlessly and promised his father to carry on his legacy. He would not give it up over something as inevitable as choosing a Luna, someone he believed would not last long in his life and would most definitely die, just like all the others. All he needed, all he hoped for, was that the next Luna would at least give him an heir before the cruel fate bound to him claimed her as well. Thus, he finally declared, "Fine. After I finish handling pack affairs, we will set a date and give the she-wolves of our pack a chance to compete for the position. I will marry whoever passes." Smiles immediately broke out across the faces of the elders and several important warriors present. This was a rare opportunity for them to bring forth she-wolves from their families, and many would not allow such a chance to slip away. It wasn't every day that Alpha Cade agreed to something like this. But cornering him had always been the best strategy, because Sebastian Cade was not an easy alpha to trap, nor one anyone wished to face when pushed too far. "You won't be disappointed," Alpha Cade, Elder Brenner declared, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. She was known to have daughters, and finally, one of them would have the chance to be picked as Luna. The meeting is dismissed. Without another word, Sebastian stood up from his chair, clearly intending to leave and put as much distance as possible between himself and the elders, when one of them spoke again. "We heard you brought back a girl from the North Pack and she is receiving treatment in the healing house. Who is she?" Every muscle in Sebastian's body tightened into a knot. He had done his damned best to remove her from his mind, to push her existence out of his head, and for the most part, he had been succeeding, until they had to remind him of her again, and of the foolishness that had led him to bring her here in the first place. Many times, Sebastian had felt his heart and soul being drawn to her like a moth to flames, but each time he had ignored it, buried it deep. Even now, he could feel her presence tugging at him, either longing for him through the bond or deliberately distracting him by thinking about him. What did she think she was doing? Did she really believe he would abandon his duty and everything just to run to her? He had thought he heard her mutter that she hated him, so why the hell was she disturbing him now? She was the cause of his irritation this morning. He didn't like being distracted in any way. "She's a nobody," Sebastian said coldly. "Once she recovers, she will be gone. Matt, come with me. We need to talk." Chapter 22, Find a Luna Part 2. "She's a nobody," Seb said coldly. "Once she recovers, she will be gone. Matt, come with me. We need to talk." With that, he walked away from the meeting room, finally allowing the less powerful people present to breathe again. Still, none of them dared lift their heads until the echoes of his footsteps completely disappeared. Matt followed after Sebastian and opened the door to his private office, allowing him to enter first before stepping in himself. Just like Sebastian's personality and expression, the room felt lifeless and chilly. Once upon a time, this office had been filled with lively colors and photographs of a single woman, but now it was as cold and barren as Sebastian's life had become. Right behind the enormous ebony desk where he conducted pack affairs stood a large glass window that gave a perfect view of the skyscrapers lining Silver City. Sebastian strolled to his chair and sat down heavily. "Have you gotten it ready?" Matt cleared his throat and pulled out his phone, turning the screen toward his friend. "Yes, everything is arranged for tomorrow. And I ordered the glasses the doctor recommended. I thought it was supposed to be today." "She's a pest in my life," Sebastian said darkly, resting his chin on his propped-up arm and scowling at Matt. Matt rolled his eyes. It had taken him years, since they were kids, to get used to Sebastian's dark stares and voice. He knew it was unintentional, but did it really have to look like the devil himself was staring straight into one's soul? If Matt didn't know him so well, those silver eyes alone could give anyone nightmares. "Did you think it was easy getting the elders off my back and finding the time to set everything up so we could send her away?" Matt complained as he dropped into the chair opposite Sebastian. "Not to mention Miss Ember has been bugging me non-stop, trying to bribe me with her meal recipes if I put in good words for her to you. She even included her body and boobs as dessert. She's really something, Seb." Sebastian opened his laptop as he listened to Matt talk, then hummed nonchalantly. "You can have her. I don't want her anymore. And also, I want their pack blacklisted from the Silver Pack. Anything made by the Silvers will no longer be sold or given to them from now on." Matt blinked. Blacklisted? Wasn't that going a bit too far? Almost every pack depended on the Silvers for resources, canned foods, advanced technology, and newly forged weapons for protection. Many of those were exclusively produced in the Silver Pack. Any pack that got blacklisted, like Moonwillow, would immediately suffer shortages that would cause serious setbacks. After what Moonwillow had done decades ago to Sebastian, they had been cut off completely, and the consequences were still haunting them to this day. They had tried to make amends countless times, but what they had done had been far worse than what the North Pack had committed. Even so, they had been punished severely. Once blacklisted, Getting back on terms with the Silvers was nearly impossible, because Sebastian never forgave. What Matt didn't understand was why Sebastian was blacklisting the North Pack when all Ember had done was offer her body. Or had she done something else to offend him, something beyond attempting to seduce him that night in the drawing room? On their way back to the Silver Pack weeks ago, with the injured, unconscious girl in tow, Sebastian had told him exactly what Ember had done. From what Matt knew of his friend, whenever a woman offered her body, Sebastian would take it without hesitation and then have nothing to do with her afterward. That had always been how he handled such situations, which was why it had come as a surprise to Matt that Sebastian hadn't taken what Ember had offered him at all. The Alpha was a man who never got offended by attractive bodies or offers of sex. So what made him willing to punish an entire pack over something so trivial? Unless, could it be because that girl had been found nearly dead within their territory? Viola's recovery was progressing, but it was going a little slower than she would have wanted. She had been given a wheelchair just that morning and told to prepare because she was leaving. Leaving. The word sent urgent panic racing through her heart, because she still hadn't met the Alpha yet. However, no matter how hard she tried to pull him to her by manipulating the connection he was feeling from the bond, it wasn't working, or he was deliberately ignoring it. She hadn't been able to sleep at all the night before, her mind fixed on what she planned to say to the Alpha once he came, but it seemed he was truly intent on getting rid of her completely without ever seeing her. Someone who had once threatened to kill her just to break a bond that would rip him apart could certainly endure a little discomfort from ignoring her forced longing, a longing she didn't want to use, but had no choice but to rely on. He was the last person on earth she would ever long for or want. But being wolfless, it was a one-sided bond they shared unless he marked her as a mate. Right now she couldn't feel anything from him, but he would feel hers for as long as they remained on the same land. He would be restless for as long as she was longing and thinking about him. Fated mates could never ignore the pull of longing, because it always led to desire. Desire. Viola wanted to laugh at the word. He would be the last person she desired. She didn't want to long for his presence and would have loved more than anything to never see him again, but she needed him, and it was the fastest way to draw him here. Yet even that seemed impossible when it came to the mighty Supreme Alpha. Alpha Cade. Sebastian Cade. Viola thought of him then, recalling when she had first learned his name years ago, how fate worked in its twisted ways, and how he had turned out to be her fated mate. When she had first heard of him in her pack, he had been married to his first Luna, Natalie. She vaguely remembered the stories she had heard in the past about the Alpha who had taken the Moonwillow as an enemy, though she never knew the full details of what causes the conflict with him because she hadn't joined the pack then, and many people didn't speak about it much. The only rumors and news Viola had been interested in were about his life with Natalie, whom people described as the luckiest woman in the world for being his Luna. She remembered watching a viral video on Werewolf social media where he had taken Natalie on a cruise ship to a human country, risking everything just to give her happiness. Werewolves avoided human lands because humans would double their population, and if humans ever learned of them, they would no doubt seek to capture them, take them into laboratories for testing, conduct all sorts of experiments, and destroy ways and systems that had existed for centuries. Because of that, most werewolves avoided the human world, but Alpha Cade had taken his Luna there years ago. Though Viola hadn't known him then, she remembered feeling envious and thinking that she wished her own man would risk everything to show her the human world. But Evan had not only been a coward, he had hated humans and everything related to their world. That had been the first time she had truly learned about Alpha Cade, and for some reason, she had admired him greatly, even without ever meeting him in person. It was also how she remembered that he had silver eyes, though she hadn't been able to recall it that night in the forest. She had watched videos of that cruise trip 1,000 times, because despite how much Viola pretended to be indifferent in her pack, she longed to be loved that way, a love she had once hoped to find with Evan. But who would have thought a few years from then he would discard her? She had even given Evan gifts bought with her life savings. She had once gifted him a cruise trip, not as lavish as the one FATED had taken his Luna on, but Evan had never gone on that cruise with her. She recalled him saying he would after her wolf awakening. FATED, she had known of him for a long time, though only from a distant world, from the safety of her phone. She had heard many people claim he was born cursed, that he had killed his twin and caused the accident that took his parents' lives. Viola hadn't known much about the deaths of his twin and parents, because she had been in the orphanage at the time. Many said he was cursed to be alone for the rest of his life, cursed to have multiple mates simultaneously. She had heard many say he was cruel, cold, and bitterly heartless. Now, though, she was experiencing his cruelty firsthand. Having multiple mates would no doubt make it easy for him to discard her without feeling anything. He must already be an expert at discarding she-wolves, she realized. I don't need his loyalty as a mate, nor his love or anything else. All I want is the position beside him. I need to be his Luna at all costs and secure a place for myself in order to find out why my wolf is not surfacing, because in this world, there is no place for the wolfless. I won't belong or have a place, and as much as I want to belong somewhere, I can't if I am only a hollow, she thought, looking down at her broken, cast legs resting on the step of the wheelchair. Do I even have a chance of convincing him to give me a chance like this, in my current condition? Would he even listen to what I have to say before he throws me away? Chapter 23, A Challenge Part 1. The two female Omegas assigned to Viola had come and helped her take a bath, a very painful bath she didn't think she was supposed to have yet, because her bruises were still in the process of healing. Her entire body ached now as she sat in the wheelchair, waiting for whoever she had been told would come and remove her from the silver pack. Viola released a sigh of despair just as she heard the door finally open. She raised her head to see the unclear shapes of men entering. They didn't speak to her, but one of them asked the other, "Is she the one?" "Yes, she's the one." Before she could register what was happening or ask them if she could see the alpha, she was hurled out of the wheelchair without any care and thrown over a broad shoulder. "Put me down," Viola snapped as his shoulder brushed her rib that had been operated on and was still in the process of healing. "Why you can't send me away? I need to see the alpha." She tried to wiggle down from his shoulder, but the delta barely budged, and it only caused her more pain in the ribs. Angered at being manhandled again after everything she had been through, she gritted her teeth and lashed out with her cast feet, ramming him in the side and lower torso with enough force to make him stagger and finally release her. She tumbled painfully to the polished hallway floor as he cursed savagely. Through her hazy vision, Viola saw the Delta, angry, reach out his hand and grab a handful of her hair, about to hit her, but froze midair when a chillingly cold voice rang out in the hall. "Touch her, and I'll break your neck. Step away from her." Viola felt him let go of her hair, and along with the other two Deltas, they moved to the side and bowed their heads to the Alpha. "Supreme Alpha," they greeted. However, Sebastian's sliver eyes weren't on the others, they were on the one who had grabbed Viola's hair and almost hit her. "Did I give you the right to touch her?" he asked, his voice cold. It suddenly seemed the air in the hallway had grown icy, though there was no air conditioner there. "She has a wheelchair, you didn't have to carry or lay a finger on her." The Delta looked confused and terrified at the same time but stammered, "No, she was being difficult, so I." "So you thought to hit her to straighten her up, is that it?" Sebastian asked flatly, his tone blank yet lethal, making the Delta swallow hard. He had never been addressed directly by the Alpha before. All he had heard was that speaking to Seb was like standing before the devil himself, whose presence and voice could make anyone drop to their knees. Now he understood that the stories weren't exaggerations. Despite his fear, the Delta had been doing his duty properly, so he tried to explain. "Why yes, Supreme Alpha. She kicked me where I got hurt during training in the grounds, so I." Take him to the underground dungeon, Sebastian ordered, no longer interested in the Delta's explanation or why he had raised a hand against the girl. The Delta's eyes widened in horror. The underground dungeon was a place where, once a werewolf was locked inside, they never came out alive. What had he done? All he had done was try to discipline a nobody who had hit him first. He was innocent. Supreme Alpha, please forgive me, he cried. The Delta was soon dragged away by the others, kicking and pleading for Sebastian to spare him. But if Sebastian even heard him, he gave no sign of it. Despite the Delta being one of the best men in his red barge, the prized warriors under his command, Seb did not show mercy. Seb, aren't you going a little too far for her? Matt spoke through their link, unable to understand why the Alpha would sentence one of the top warriors to death for someone who didn't even belong to the Silvers. He had seen how Sebastian discarded many of his fated mates in past years who were weak, and how he controlled the bond to avoid being controlled by it. Sebastian had always put his pack members first, before anyone else, but now he was sentencing a warrior for the sake of an outsider, someone Matt didn't like very much, because as his friend, he strongly believed the silver pack was not meant for her. First, you're sending her too. Even if I do not want her, they don't have the right to touch her when I am already sending her away, Sebastian replied, turning his silver eyes to the fragile figure on the floor, who was squinting to see through her unclear vision. Stupid girl, you have a death wish, don't you, little girl? Sebastian said coldly, as if he hadn't been the one to stop her from getting the beating of a lifetime from a strong warrior. First, you disturb my time from my duty, and then you dare hit a warrior. I should put you in the dungeon with him to die there. Then go ahead, Viola gritted out, looking up at his hazy form. Despite how his aura made her break out in a cold sweat, she had nothing to lose by talking back. He should go ahead and order her execution. It would be better than being thrown out to the packless. Sebastian's brow rose at her defiance. Talking back, are we? You know I can do that, don't you? He said with a humorless chuckle. The nerve of the little thing to challenge him, when she looked like someone he could so easily step on and crush into the floor. Did she really think he couldn't order her execution in the blink of an eye? Killing her would be much better than sending her away. I have no doubt you can, being the mighty Alpha you are, she replied, resentment clear in her tone, which made Sebastian's lip twitch upward at the side. It wouldn't be new for you to get rid of me, but from what I see, you won't do it. And what makes you think I won't? He asked. Because I am your mate, Viola stated, carefully choosing her words, aware of how much she was risking by stepping onto dangerous ground, but she needed to step into it to save herself by acknowledging what he has rejected. Well, she hadn't accepted his rejection because she didn't have a wolf to do so, so she might as well use it to her advantage. You stopped him from hitting me a moment ago, and you won't send me to that dungeon with him. Ooh, I like her. She's talking back to you and claiming you, his wolf said cheerfully. It was the first time someone had dared to talk back to him while he carried the aura of a mighty alpha, and instead of being enraged, his wolf was entertained. That alone annoyed Sebastian, even more so because his wolf wasn't telling him to throw her out again after they had brought her back from the North Pack. The hypocrite had switched sides the very moment they found her broken on the forest ground. Don't get too confident, little girl. You are no different from all the other mates I've rejected. I've rejected you too, and I could still kill you to break the bond, he warned in a dangerously low voice. The threat made Viola want to rethink her decision to approach and corner him this way, a chill crawling up her spine despite her stubborn resolve. I am not a little girl, she countered, and Sebastian let out a short, exhaling laugh, not kind, but more an amused acknowledgement. He found it strangely entertaining and annoying that the girl felt the need to correct him, even though she was still a teenager and looked every bit a little girl to him. No one could convince him otherwise, especially since he had seen her bare torso weeks ago in the forest, and that had been unmistakably the chest of a small girl, soft and undeveloped. Then what are you, 17, 18, or less? He asked, his eyes narrowing. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay silent and stop getting on my nerves with this mate nonsense you keep clinging to. I've already made arrangements to send you to America, where you can live among humans. You'll have a house there, a new life, and no one will ever suspect you of being anything other than human. Matt, get her wheelchair and hand me the case. Matt stepped forward and handed over the glass case, then turned and left to get the wheelchair. Viola's eyes widened in surprise. She had expected he would simply throw her out of his pack territory, leaving her to the rogues. But now, he was sending her to live with humans. A part of her, happy about the news, wanted to stay silent and not speak again so he wouldn't change his mind about sending her to the human world. But the other part, wanting to rise to power in this world, find her twin, and make everyone who hurt her pay, couldn't stay silent. Had he offered this to her selfish self 4 years ago, she would have jumped at the opportunity and left without a single moment of hesitation. But she couldn't. She wouldn't leave without finding her sister and making things right. She didn't want to be selfish anymore, and though going away would save her from much pain and humiliation, Viola knew she couldn't. I don't want to go to America, Viola declared firmly. Sebastian, who was unboxing the pink case Matt handed him, looked toward the girl with mild surprise. Who said you get to choose where you go? It's either there or outside my territory. Pick wisely. I am your mate. I want to stay where my mate is, in Silver Pack. To be more precise, I want to be your Luna, Viola declared, looking up at him. Yes, she sounded shameless and utterly delusional, but what other options did she have? She belonged in the werewolf's world, not the human world. Here, in this world, she had a chance to uncover what had made her wolf fail to surface, a chance she would never have in America, wherever that place was located around the world. The only way to ensure no one would ever humiliate her again was to rise as his Luna, the supreme Luna, and secure a position no one could strip from her. Chapter 24, A Challenge Part 2. Yes, she sounded shameless and utterly delusional, but what other options did she have? She belonged in the werewolf's world, not the human world. Here, in this world, she had a chance to uncover what had made her wolf fail to surface, a chance she would never have in America, wherever that place was. The only way to ensure no one would ever humiliate her again was to rise as his Luna, the supreme Luna, and secure a position no one could strip from her. Sebastian didn't know whether to laugh or feel shocked at her words. He simply stared at her for a long, silent moment, then he moved. Viola almost flinched when he crouched down beside her on the floor, his expensive cologne filling her breathing space and making her wish she could keep inhaling such a delicious scent, even though she didn't like the person it belonged to. The delicious scent itself didn't offend her the way its owner did, the man she wished she could claw at for the way he kept looking down on her, bitterly judgmental, cold, and utterly heartless. She saw him move his hands in her direction all of a sudden, and she flinched back instinctively, but stopped when she noticed him holding something up. Before she knew what it was, he had slid a pair of glasses onto her face. They rested on the bridge of her nose, and just like magic, Viola suddenly saw everything in vivid clarity, which made her gasp in surprised disbelief. The man before her became crystal clear. The silver walls of the hall, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling, and the glass walls around them that gave a view of the city with its countless skyscrapers, all came into focus. Yet her eyes were drawn back to the man in front of her. She gasped again at the utterly handsome face before her. Was this person real, or was she imagining this face to belong to the bastard? She had been seeing him this whole time through a very blurry vision, and now, wearing the glasses, it had suddenly cleared in a way she hadn't believed she would ever be able to see again. She had seen Alpha Cade in pictures before, but she realized just how much those online images had failed to do him complete justice. He had silver hair, the coldest, most hardened silver eyes, and a long nose bridge that cast a shadow above his thin, sexy lips. He was wearing some kind of fancy gold suit that left his tattooed chest partially bare for all who wanted to look, and her eyes involuntarily went to the snake tattoo coiled across his chest, its silver eyes gleaming. She gulped at the terrifying artwork and quickly forced herself to look away from it. He was crouching before her, elbows resting on his knees, those cold silver eyes of his fixed on her, giving her time to adjust to her sudden clear vision, though he seemed to be the very first thing she found herself studying. Now that you have clear vision, perhaps it will give you a clear sense of your state. Tell me, do you see yourself leading as a Luna in this world? Look around you. Take your time, he said, gesturing toward the glass walls that gave a clear view of the layout of the silver pack where almost everything were in different shades of silver color. The silver pack was known for having more glass than bricks. Everything was modernized in a way even the human world hadn't reached yet. Viola didn't need to look again to see the fascinating world of the silver pack. She understood what he meant, and what he was implying. A nobody like her could never rule a place like this. He was looking down on her again. Her fingers curled around her dress, and that small action sent a sharp pain through her cast arm. I want to be your Luna. I have been trained all my life to be the Luna of my pack. I can. Another reason you can never be my Luna, he interrupted. You come from the Moonwillow. I hate every single one of them, from the high to low rank wolves. Besides that, if I had a Luna, she is not supposed to be weak, is she? He raked his gaze over her cast limbs and small body, lingering on her sling arm that was fisted. Should she be incapable of defending herself? I am Alpha, he gestured toward his world. Would fate want me to take you to lead by my side? To protect us? You can't even protect yourself properly. Damn you, man. We saw her kill a wolf that night. She protected herself enough. That is not enough. She's weak. She will make me weak in the future. She will die easily. You don't belong here, little girl. His tone wasn't cruel or mocking. It was coldly reasoning, almost like he was speaking to a child, or to a madwoman who had lost her mind, and he was softly reasoning with her. She knew her current appearance wasn't convincing enough to make her stand out as a Luna. Being a mate alone wasn't enough to earn that title. I've killed for this pack, he continued when she said nothing. I've been challenged 10 times and emerged victorious, with the flesh of my rivals filling my belly. What have you done? Have you earned the rank you want to claim? His voice was even, and there was pity in his eyes, something that gnawed at her from within, because he knew she didn't want his pity, so he gave it to insult her even more. She didn't need his pity while he reminded her of what she lacked, how she wasn't enough and might never be enough for anyone or anything. She hadn't been enough when she had the backing of her parents and Evan, and now that she had nothing and was broken. He shook his head. You are confused and too young to understand what goes on in pack life and what a Luna truly is. Matt will escort you on my jet to America. Enjoy your life being human. The humans will accept you as a weakling more than we ever will. Saying that, he began to rise to his feet, but he stopped, not by choice, because Viola reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Sebastian looked down at her thin fingers clenching his sleeve with so much force that they were trembling, then at her blue eyes, framed by the round glasses that looked a little too big for her small face. Those blue eyes blazed with anger and determination, something that seemed mismatched to her small frame. I am not a little girl. I am 23 years old. My name is Viola Linden. Moonwillow has humiliated me and turned my life upside down, and my sworn mate rejected me. I want him to pay for it, and the only way is to be your Luna, even though I don't like you in the slightest bit. You say I haven't earned it. Have you given me the chance to earn the position of your Luna? She asked, and without waiting for his response, she added determinedly. Give me the chance and see how I make you and everyone eat their words, how I slap you in that arrogant face with your own words. I can be a better Luna than you can imagine. And if I fail, she met him dead in the eye without flinching, I will walk away from your damn pack without taking your half-hearted kindness to send me to the human world, you judgmental bastard. Chapter 25, Join. That's a first, man. She called you a bastard. His wolf said, and Sebastian knew that if his wolf had his own form, he would be cracking up with mirth. Sebastian himself couldn't believe she had called him that without even a trace of fear. Did she have any idea how many people he had sentenced for far lesser crimes than that? I can't believe you let her stay, Seb, Matt remarked when they returned to Sebastian's office. He had brought back the girl's wheelchair, expecting to be told to hurl her onto it and take her to the waiting jet, but instead he had been told to take her back into the healing room because she had agreed to participate in the Luna's competition. The Luna's competition. Was the girl courting death? Did she have any idea what it was like? She wants to earn the position and prove her worth. Let her do it, Sebastian mused indifferently, his back to Matt as he looked out the glass wall of his world, a glass of champagne balanced between his slender fingers. You can't let her do that. The elders won't ever approve a wolfless. She's just going to waste her time and her life instead of going away to start a new one, Matt reasoned, not understanding what had come over Sebastian to give her this chance to compete with she-wolves who were anything but ordinary. Sebastian let out a low chuckle. The elders set the game, and if she wins, they can't do anything but crown her Luna, and my wife. Which I strongly doubt she will. The least that will happen is her killing herself in the competition. There's a slim chance she'll pass any of it without a wolf, though I would be disappointed if all that defiance was a bluff, Sebastian added, a faint pull at his lips. The fool believed being a Luna was an easy feat. Not in the silver pack. Other packs might pick anyone to be their Luna simply because she turned out to be a mate, but not in his pack. Sebastian strongly believed people had to earn things. A weak Luna would do nothing but drag down the alpha and the pack alongside herself. He had wanted to save her from her foolishness, to send her away where he would never have to cross paths with her again, where she could leave and avoid being beaten again, not that he cared so much what happened to her, but he didn't like being affected by her or getting hit with arousal whenever he perceived the scent of daisies. Getting forced into heat wasn't something Sebastian liked so much. Yet, it seemed she had chosen death rather than freedom. She said she was rejected by a sworn mate in Moonwillow. Do you have any idea who he is? Sebastian asked blankly, swirling his glass and his eyes on his private jet flying away in the sky. Viola Linden. He had once heard that name before, because he recalled a time when a certain someone had mentioned it to him more than once. Zoe, his only family left, his sister. Though he still had other relatives, to Sebastian, Zoe was his only family, and no other person would ever fit into that circle again. Zoe had looked up to this Viola Linden online, but he had never said anything to stop her from admiring someone from that pack, because he never said no to Zoe. He could deny the world and every single person anything, but not her. She would shove her phone in his face to show him what this Viola had done. Sebastian had been annoyed and irritated, but he had no choice but to smile and pretend he was interested in watching this Viola live her spoiled life as a princess. Hadn't she been a beater's daughter? He didn't care about what the girl did online to influence many in her pack, including Zoe, who was picky about the people she allowed to affect her. But no doubt, Viola had been cast aside for being wolfless. No one had ever gone wolfless in the silver pack, so they did not have the hollow system like most other packs. Every year, there was always one or two wolves who didn't find their wolf immediately, but in the end, they turned out to be late bloomers. Viola's case didn't seem like that. There was no trace of a wolf scent on her, not a single hint. He couldn't help but wonder how that came to be. Apart from the mating essence scent of Daisy that still annoyingly clung to his stomach, she smelled entirely human. A foolishly brave human. But she is still our mate and she has a spirit that wants to fight to be your Luna. It won't get her anywhere but her grave without a wolf, Sebastian scoffed. Matt, who was checking through his phone for information Sebastian had asked him to verify, announced, I found it. She was a sworn mate to Evan, the new alpha of Moonwillow, but on the day of her awakening, He chose a she-wolf named Lenny instead, which placed this viola into the hollow system they have in Moonwillow. She's been there for 4 years. Sebastian took in the information without a flicker of change to his handsome face, only a faint twitch of his jaw. Evan, the son of the previous alpha who had committed the unforgivable against Sebastian, fueling his deep hatred for the pack. Sebastian had heard about Evan and had seen him once or twice in other packs where they unfortunately met. He had listened to Evan speak among the werewolves and studied the man. He was a fool, utterly unobservant, and talked too much for an alpha heir. How had that fool been crowned alpha when he had an older brother? And furthermore, this viola, what did she see in Evan? He didn't want anything to do with Moonwillow werewolves, especially not this Ninata little girl who thought herself an adult. Nonetheless, he couldn't help remembering the anger and determination in her eyes, the desire for revenge against the Moonwillow. You two have a similar goal. You also want to destroy Moonwillow. Join hands, kiss, make up, and finish the pack, his wolf said simply. Sebastian mentally grimaced and replied, I don't kiss little girls. What more is there about her? Sebastian asked Matt. Nothing more. That's all I found online. Every other thing about her is wipe away, Matt mused, putting away his phone before going to sit on the couch in the office, his eyes fixed thoughtfully on Sebastian's back. Shouldn't we just drug her and hurl her away from here, Seb? Elder Brenner's daughter will be among the participating she-wolves, and you know what that means. She will crush the girls so easily, and the bond would end up affecting you. If you end up being exposed in public, everyone would see they could get to you through a weak mate. Matt reasoned, making sure Sebastian could see that giving the girl the chance to be among the she-wolves wasn't actually going to do either of them any good. Elder Brenner had been among the elders because she was one of the she-wolves who fought beside Sebastian's grandfather to build this pack and keep its name strong. She had brought her daughter to participate in the competition years ago when the second late Luna had been chosen, but the late Evangeline had come from another mighty pack and completely overshadowed the elder's daughter. Elder Brenner would do anything to make her daughter win this time around, just like every other elder who had a female relative. The chance of this wolfless girl winning, or even being alive after the competition, would be so slim. Another reason why Matt didn't think this girl should be allowed in this was because an alpha was known to marry someone who wasn't only strong, but who would also add to his pack politically. This girl no longer had a pack nor any name, not to mention she was in a wheelchair. Oh man, this would be tough if Sebastian didn't just agree to force her away so she could go and enjoy her life in the human world. Sebastian's lips twitched up at the side as he turned to look at Matt and said, You know me, I do things fairly, and it would be unfair not to make her wake up to the reality that there is no place for someone like her here. Not just that, Sebastian, despite himself, looked forward to seeing if she had the spirit, or if it was all bark and no bite. No doubt she would give up at the first sight of what she was up against. What if she didn't? Oh, I will make you eat my shit, man. I have a feeling my girl will show you. I will eat more than your shit. And when did she become your girl? Sebastian asked with a dark scowl. Since she challenged you. Sebastian had been with his wolf long enough to know that he rarely got attached to any of their mates, because it was a known thing that Sebastian didn't stick with nor keep any of them. His wolf had become so used to him discarding them that when they first saw the girl, he was picky and wanted her rejected like the others. But now that the little idiot had insulted and challenged him, something that hadn't happened before, his damn wolf was going against him to cheer for her. Well, Sebastian looked forward to seeing her back out or fail. Little girls like her should be playing dress up, not being in the big game. After a moment of silence, what if a miracle happens and she wins? Matt questioned, his curiosity grave. She doesn't meet the requirements of your prophecy like the others. If the wrong one wins again, the cost will be paid in blood and life. You've already lost 2 because of it. Sebastian's fingers suddenly tightened around the champagne glass, shattering it into pieces. The fragments cut into his palm, yet he didn't flinch or blink. His eyes only hardened like steel. Whether she loses or wins, it will be the same outcome for her. She, or anyone else who wins, will end up like Natalie and Eva. In the grave, he remarked nonchalantly, turning away from the window and seating himself behind his desk to complete his paperwork, rather than waste another moment on Viola Linden, the suicidal ninita who didn't know what was good for her. Chapter 26, Her New Place Part 1. Matt noticed how the alpha didn't seem much bothered by the prophecy and the consequences of taking another wrong person. Seeing that Sebastian showed no reaction at all, he decided to drop the topic. Being best friends, they had always been there for each other, and Matt's parents had become just like Sebastian's own after he had lost his. Matt's family had been there for Sebastian through everything, even after what Moonwillow had done. Matt chose not to dwell on what those hypocrites had done to Sebastian when he was just 10 years old, when he had already lost his parents and was drowning in grief and pain. Thinking about it still made his chest tighten. Sebastian was a man surrounded and consumed by many layers of darkness and secrets that not even the elders fully knew about, and the prophecy, something tied directly to his fate, was one of those things he hated speaking about the most. Instead of pushing the subject further, Matt decided to change it. "I'll be going back home tonight," he said casually. "Since I don't have to travel to America as an escort anymore, Mom and Dad are demanding I come home for at least a day." Sebastian's lips curved into a faint smile at that, and he replied, "Good luck. They've probably set up another matchmaking dinner for you to get married." Unlike Sebastian, who had many mates and had already met them, his friend had never met his fated mate. Matt hadn't even been in any serious relationship that could have led to marriage. Matt relaxed deeper into the couch with a long sigh, his handsome face finally easing. "That's exactly why I'm a little disappointed I won't be going to the US to escort the girl. Mom's choice of women is never my type. I like someone I can compete with in my kitchen." Sebastian scoffed quietly. Matt was a foodie, more accurately, a shameless glutton, who would probably fall in love with food faster than he would with a person. He firmly believed there wasn't a she-wolf alive who could cook as well as he did, and that if he ever found one, he would marry her whether she was his mate or not. Aunt Danielle, as Sebastian called her, only ever matched her son with she-wolves who had absolutely no interest in kitchens, which only made things worse. "By the way," Matt added lightly, "Zoe texted me. She's coming over to witness the Luna's competition. She's asking when it will take place." At the mention of Zoe, Sebastian's hardened eyes suddenly softened a notch, and his fingers stopped flying across the keys as he looked toward Matt with a faint smile, a smile that still didn't quite look like a smile at all. If Zoe couldn't bring a genuine smile to this ice-cold devil, then no one else ever would again, Matt thought, clicking his tongue softly. "It's about time the brat comes back home. The competition will be in 2 months from now. Isn't that too long?" Matt questioned incredulously. Did he want the elders to have his head before then? "Everyone will be anticipating it to happen sooner. I am not in a hurry to have a Luna. Make it 3 months and tell the elders about the little girl who wants to take part," Sebastian announced nonchalantly. "Also, once she has recovered, appoint someone to take her to her new place. She will stay there until she kills herself in the competition." The thought of her dying stirred something dark and unwelcome inside him, but that only made Sebastian despise her more. And yet, there was nothing he could do now, not after he had already allowed her to stay and participate. Viola had been in the healing house for weeks now, so long that she had lost track of time entirely. Since the moment the arrogant Silver, because that was what suited him best, having everything about him silver, had agreed to let her stay. Not that he had agreed in the sense of actually saying it. He had only told his beater to take her back inside, and Viola had assumed that meant she could stay. Yet no one had come back to tell her what her staying here truly meant. Did he mean to say he had given her the chance to prove herself? If yes, how was she supposed to prove it? She had waited for him to return and tell her what she was expected to do, or at least send someone to relay his instructions, but no one had come. Rather than waste her energy worrying about the entitled, arrogant bastard, she focused instead on recovering and regaining her strength and former physique, her old body shape, not this current malnourished state that made him look at her like a small child when she wasn't. She couldn't wait to recover, then she would see if he would still dare to call her a small child. The cast on her leg had been removed 2 days ago, though the one on her arm remained, as the bone there had been completely broken and needed more time to heal. She made sure to walk around the room and stretch her legs whenever she could. She had been the one to challenge him. It wouldn't do any good if her condition made it impossible to prove him wrong. This was her only chance, and Viola couldn't allow herself to let it slip away. Every night, she lay in bed afraid to close her eyes, terrified of sleep because of the nightmares that waited for her. She saw herself being beaten and humiliated again. She saw Evan hitting her. She saw terrifying flashes of him hurling that idol at her eyes, remembered the sparks of color she had seen before everything went blank in her vision. Her nightmares were worse than anything. They terrorized her and made her cry in her sleep, something she never did 4 years ago. She relived the pain, the past wounds, the memories of the day she had left her sister, of the days when her adoptive parents had turned on her too, of how she had been brutally beaten again and again. How could she ever sleep with all of those things haunting her? Not unless she saw them pay, not unless she found Ivy. And now, not until she made that arrogant alpha eat his words. Another thing Viola had struggled with during the first week was the glasses. They made her head hurt and made everything look strange. She had wanted to take them off countless times, but she knew her vision was terrible without them. They constantly slid down her nose whenever she bent forward. They weren't sized for her face. Now, she was gradually adjusting to both the vision and the feel of them, and the pressure in her head had lessened. But one thing Viola would never take for granted again was being able to stand in a room and see it clearly. After spending 4 years on hard floors, this healing house room still felt like heaven to her. Every morning, she woke up just to stand beside the bed and appreciate it, then walk to the bathroom simply to watch the fresh running water in the shower and tub. Sometimes, she felt a strong urge to weep and go beg that Alpha to give her a chance, promising she would forever remain in his favor. But her pride, after everything he had said to her, would never allow it. She would never beg him. Instead, she would earn her place beside him and have every right to put him in his place. Apart from bringing her food, the Omegas no longer bathed her. She could manage just fine on her own now with her crutches. Even though her appetite hadn't fully returned, Viola always wolfed down every meal and cleaned her plates. Perhaps it was habit. She even washed the plates in the room's sink and set them aside for collection so no one would find fault with her and send her away. But the more time passed with no one coming to see her or tell her what she was supposed to do, the more restless she became. Had he changed his mind? Was he still going to throw her out? Or would he simply pretend she didn't exist and leave her here indefinitely? Viola thought about this as she sat on a lover seat near the floor-to-ceiling glass window, staring at the sunset. Its rays glimmered and flashed against the tall skyscrapers, bathing the world in a picture-perfect hue that made one long to capture it in a photograph. As she looked at the beautiful city and listened to its faint sounds of activity and life, she became so lost in the moment that memories from her past slowly began to creep through the guarded walls she had built around her heart and mind. Walls she knew that if she let fall, she would end up hating herself even more and seeing herself as unworthy of anyone or anything. I wish we could live in a place like the Silver Pack, where we'd be among a big pack, Ivy had once said when they found a poster of the Silver World discarded in a bin. I would work my whole life and give you everything you want, Serena. I wonder where our real parents come from, or if they come from a place like that. Viola had stared at the poster back then with deep yearning, wanting to experience a life of luxury and belonging. Now, thinking back, she realized she had always been selfish. Because even then, while imagining herself living here while they suffered in the orphanage as children, she hadn't imagined it with Ivy beside her. She had only imagined herself escaping, finding a family, and belonging somewhere. A deep melancholy and self-loathing suddenly engulfed her as she recalled the gentle smiles of her sister. The feeling grew so overwhelming that her breathing turned shallow. Without realizing it, Viola subconsciously began to aggressively peel at the skin along the sides of her nails, the motion frantic and repetitive, until the skin broke and began to bleed. She didn't stop, not even when it stung, as she begged her mind to shut down and stop thinking about Ivy and everything she had done. To stop looking back entirely and focus instead on fixing what still could be fixed. Stop thinking. Stop it, she cried in her head as she subconsciously continued to peel off the skin, her fingers working mindlessly. Then someone snapped her out of it when there was a click at the door and it cracked open, causing her to look toward it to see who it was. Her brows furrowed when she saw the person standing there. Chapter 27, Her New Place Part 2. Viola's frown deepened at the unfamiliar sight of the beautiful young woman standing at the door, looking at her with a faint smile. For a moment, Viola was stunned by her beauty, plump lips and high cheekbones. She was tall and elegantly beautiful in a dark pink dress that reached below her knees and high heels, her hair a smooth mixture of silver and blonde, let down over her shoulders. Though she wasn't flashing her status through her dress, Viola knew money when she saw it, and this person was clearly not an Omega but some important schwolf. Viola's body immediately stiffened when the woman closed the door behind her. She didn't like people coming to see her. Any important person usually had only one thought in mind, to cause her more pain, beat her, or humiliate her, even when she hadn't done anything wrong to them. Panic began to rise in her chest, but as if sensing her unease, the young woman smiled and asked, "Where are my manners? I should have knocked. Since I'm here, may I come in, Miss Viola?" How did she know her name? Viola wondered. And why did she think she needed to ask for permission to come in, when it wasn't even her own place? Yet, somehow, the question made Viola feel a small sense of importance. For so long, she had been neglected, never allowed to speak to anyone of note or control even the simplest thing, like granting someone permission to enter. She nodded slowly. "You may." The young woman's gray eyes suddenly brightened, and she stepped further into the room, her eyes taking her in. The way she looked at her made Viola self-conscious, wishing she could vanish from here. Her bruises and disheveled appearance filled her with shame. Unable to voice her discomfort at having people stare at her, Viola returned her hand to peeling the skin around her nails, but when no loose skin remained, her fingers began to tremble on her lap. "Please, go away," she thought as she warily watched the she-wolf approach. But when she reached the couch beside her and Viola mentally braced herself for a beating, the she-wolf's eyes fell on Viola's bleeding cuticles. Instead of recoiling in disgust, as Viola expected, as many had done when she was a hollow, the beautiful woman gasped, then sat beside her and pulled out a handkerchief, reaching for her hand. Years of reflex from past beatings caused Viola to shrink back instinctively. "Oh, sorry, I'm Zoe, by the way. I would have said it's nice meeting you in person, but I hate what I'm seeing." "Really? Did they do this to you in your pack?" Zoe asked. Viola stared at her without a word, not understanding why this she-wolf was apologizing, who she was, or why she was here at all. Had they met before? Did Zoe know her somehow? She searched her memory, but she had never heard of anyone named Zoe. I am Viola," she said awkwardly, her voice uncertain. She wasn't used to being spoken to as if she were a person, rather than something meant to be stepped on and beaten. "I know you. Well, I believe you don't remember me. I once followed you on Wolf Talk, and though you never replied to my comments or private messages, I was your top fan. I liked watching you do all those stunts in your school. I was so excited to meet you when Matt told me you were here, but I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting." Zoe trailed off, not wanting to offend Viola but unable to look past how different she was now. She looked nothing like the confident, smart princess of Moonwillow she had once admired online. Though Viola had never replied to any of her comments or acknowledged her messages, Zoe had taken it as meaning the girl was too busy, and with so many followers, she couldn't have had the time to respond. Viola flushed with embarrassment and shame. She had ignored many people during her time as Evan's girlfriend. Anyone who didn't fit into the circle she deemed worthy had been blocked or ignored. To think that one of those people was now looking at her with gentle, concerned eyes made her want to sink into the floor from the deep sense of shame. Viola ducked her head and muttered, "How may I be of help to you, Miss Zoe?" Zoe's face broke into a smile. "I'm here to take you to your new place," she declared. In truth, it wasn't her job to come, but she had volunteered anyway because she wanted to meet the woman who had called the Alpha a judgmental bastard. Matt had told her about it and Zoe had found it amusing. She would have given anything to witness it in person. "You're taking me away from here?" Viola asked, hiding the panic rising inside her. A new place. Had the Alpha finally decided to put her somewhere appropriate for a wolfless? No. She didn't want to go back there. She liked it here, where she had water and a bed, but did she really have a choice? "Yes, you've stayed here long enough. Can you walk, or do you need me to carry you?" Zoe asked, standing up and rolling up the sleeves of her dress, which made Viola's eyes widen as she looked at the slender woman before her. Was she joking? Why would an important person want to touch someone like her? She thought, but it didn't seem like a joke at all, so Viola quickly shook her head. "I have my crutches. I can walk." She rose from the couch, and Zoe stepped back to give her room. "Is there anything you need to pack? I can help you pack it," Zoe asked, glancing around the room. Viola almost let out a bitter laugh. She had no possessions, not even a single change of clothes, and she let Zoe know with a short, quiet shake of her head. Walking carefully toward the door, she paused, eyes turning on the room. After 4 years of living in dirt and neglect, this had been her first decent room, her first bed, her first running water. Her throat burned as she feared being sent back to a life where she was nothing, a nobody, swallowed by the dirt she had fought so hard to escape. Should she have just gone to America when he offered? She wondered, glancing one last time at the bed, the window view, and thinking about the 3 daily meals with running water she had never failed to savor every second of. Viola left the room dejectedly, and Zoe closed the door behind them, chatting warmly and telling her about things Viola couldn't focus on, because she was too fearful of where she would end up next, and also unaccustomed to the kind of genuine kindness this Miss Zoe was giving her, with no reason at all to do so. People were never kind to her without reasons. Chapter 28, Her New Place Part 3. Viola left the room dejectedly, and Zoe closed the door behind them, chatting warmly and telling her about things Viola couldn't focus on, because she was too fearful of where she would end up next, and also unaccustomed to the kind of genuine kindness this Miss Zoe was giving her, with no reason at all to do so. She-wolves were rarely kind to omegas, and even less to a wolfless, so Viola didn't want to let her guard down, even though her heart was warming to the kindness of the young woman. With her height, the way she walked, and how she drew the attention of the male Delta's standing guard along the long hall, Viola couldn't help but wonder who this woman was. Zoe seemed to know almost everyone in the building, waving and greeting them as they passed. While people greeted Zoe warmly, they gave Viola scornful, disgusted looks that made her wish she could retreat back to her room, safe and far away from the world. Her fingers tightened around her crutch, and she used her sling hand to adjust the sliding glasses on her nose bridge before it made her stumble. They entered the elevator that took them down, and soon they stepped out of the sprawling healing house. In every pack, there was a healing house for injured werewolves recovering from wolfsbane attacks, but Moonwillow's was nowhere near as large as this one, which loomed over the street. Zoe made a call, and shortly after, a fancy car pulled up, the door opening for Viola. Viola's confusion deepened as she stared at the car. Are you sure you want me to enter? I can walk too. Nonsense. Not in your condition. Get in, Zoe said, waving her hand dismissively. Viola bit the inside of her cheek before stepping into the warm, sweet-scented car, its luxurious interior hitting her with a nostalgic pang, reminding her of a time when she had known something like this. Zoe, noticing Viola sitting stiffly and uncomfortable in her present state, remained quiet throughout the journey, careful not to make her more restless. Viola dreaded the unknown of her new place and wondered how she would ever get the chance to meet the Alpha again, to convince him to let her prove herself, even if it meant swallowing her pride and begging on her knees, she would. Still, perhaps the hollow quarters here wouldn't be as bad as Moonwillow. The city felt like a paradise. Roads twisted above and below, connected by bridges that caught the nightlights and shimmered over the dark, glittering waters beneath. Towering buildings housed countless companies, their windows glinting with activity as goods were crafted and sent to other packs. Moonwillow, by comparison, was frozen in time, stuck with old versions of everything because FATED had blacklisted them. Here, everything felt alive, vibrant, moving forward, a world full of opportunities she could only hope to survive in, let alone conquer. When the car finally pulled up before a large skyscraper, Viola felt her heart lurch in dread. Was this the place? Her door was opened by the Delta escorting them, and she stepped onto the night-lit street. We're here, Zoe announced, hooking her arm around Viola's sling arm and assisting her forward despite her discomfort at being touched. Was this their hollow quarters? This building houses many of our important werewolves, including our Alpha's meeting house and office. You'll like it here, Zoe said. Viola's mind was already racing with possibilities. If she was brought here to work, then she had the chance to meet FATED and speak with him civilly without insulting him, perhaps even convince him again. Her dread eased slightly. At least it wasn't the hollow quarters, she thought. But she was unprepared for the surprise awaiting her when Zoe finally led her to her new place. Viola hadn't expected this at all. She had assumed she would be given a small storage room to work and stay in, but Zoe led her to a penthouse at the top of the skyscraper apartment building. A beautiful, sprawling penthouse that left Viola's jaw hanging as Zoe announced, "This is your new place." Could it be that Miss Zoe didn't know what she was saying? Wasn't this too big and extravagant for her? It looked like a place an Alpha would live in. There was even a piano beside the glass wall overlooking the city. Am I going to stay here as a cleaner? Viola asked, wanting to make sure there wasn't a mistake. This looked too good to be real. Zoe chuckled. No, FATED ordered for you to be brought here until after the competition, she explained. Viola, unable to tear her eyes from the polished penthouse with its glass walls, finally turned to ask, what competition? The Luna competition, of course. Didn't you agree to take part and compete with our she-wolves to be the next Luna and FATED's wife? Zoe asked, noting the confusion on Viola's face. Didn't she know about it? Everyone was already calling her a suicidal wolfless who wanted to die. So that was it, Viola realized, understanding dawning on her face. Of course, I will join the competition. She had no idea there was a competition, but hearing it now, she felt her hope rise. At least she would have a chance. Though she didn't know what competing with other she-wolves for the position would truly entail, Viola wasn't the type to back out, not when it was an opportunity to make things right in her life. Viola noticed Zoe's eyes dim a little at her words, and the she-wolf looked at her with an expression close to concern as she spoke. I don't mean anything offensive by this, Miss Linden, but are you sure you want to do this? I'm not saying you can't, but do you know what comes with winning, or even what comes before winning? She asked carefully. I learned the hard way in life that nothing comes easy, Miss Zoe, Viola replied quietly. And when you want something, you have to be willing to give anything it takes to have it. Zoe gave her a look Viola couldn't quite interpret before the she-wolf sighed. I like how you think. But a little heads up, you should know the history of the Silver Pack and anyone who becomes its ruler, and what they have to give up. I know you're not ignorant about the rumors surrounding the previous Lunas. They all died the same way, and even the former Alpha lost 3 Lunas before he found the one who lasted long enough to give him children. Viola wasn't ignorant of that history. It was said that every Alpha who ruled the Silver Pack lost 3 Lunas before finding one who stayed. Many believed it was a curse that ran through the Silver Pack Alpha bloodline. Alpha Cade's father had gone through it, the only one said to have escaped that fate was his grandfather, which was why many didn't take the curse rumors seriously. If it truly ran in the bloodline, it shouldn't have skipped anyone. But hearing this now, Viola couldn't help the chill that slid down her spine. It seemed the curse hadn't skipped Alpha Cade after all. Many didn't think the fate of the previous Alpha would pass on to the current one, Zoe continued, but obviously he has already lost 2 Lunas. If you win, you will be his third. Are you really willing to risk it just to lose your life? I honestly don't think it's worth it. Zoe shrugged slightly, giving Viola a look as though she expected her to back out. Viola didn't know whether the she-wolf was trying to discourage her or scare her, but whatever it was, it worked, just a little. Still, her fate was already sealed. If she didn't become his Luna, she would eventually suffer until her death. And if she did, she could use whatever time she had to make amends for her past mistakes and make Evan and his entire pack pay. Either path led to pain. And leaving the werewolf world, knowing her sister was still suffering somewhere, was never an option. Viola's face hardened with determination as she replied, meeting the she-wolf's gaze as Zoe studied her closely, clearly waiting for her to say she wouldn't participate. I will take part. Thank you for the heads up, Miss Zoe. Well, to do so, we'll need to make sure you can walk without the crutch and that the sling is removed from your arm. It's a month from now. But don't worry, I'm here to help you and get you ready before the dinner tomorrow night. You'll be presented to the elders and meet the other competitors, Zoe said, sounding a little excited. To her, Viola was now a challenge to be conquered, a project to mold into a beautiful and graceful presence before the elders, and perhaps even a way to surprise a certain someone who had said Viola Linden was a confused teen who didn't know what she wanted. One would wonder why Zoe was doing all of this, or even why she was trying to warn the woman at all, but she had her own personal reasons that had nothing to do with simply caring about her brother. However, one of her main goals right now was to make sure Viola was at least transformed back into the woman she had once been, no longer the shadow of the confident Viola Linden she had admired years ago, before the month passed. Otherwise, Viola would have no chance of surviving the competition, let alone getting through it to be the Luna. Dinner with the elders. Viola mused quietly. Everything seemed overwhelming to her. She hadn't even digested the fact that she now had a penthouse, that there was a competition she hadn't known about, and that she would soon meet the elders for dinner. Her stomach twisted in nervousness, and a deep anxiety crept over her, making her feel small and unprepared for what lay ahead. Chapter 29, Emptiness. Viola stood before the door where Zoe had finally left her after hours of helping her settle into the new place. She had set a keycode on the door and had been shown every single room and corner, which now left her completely overwhelmed. Viola turned away from the door to look back at the room and the large screen TV on the wall, playing on mute. She pushed up her sliding glass and stood there for a moment, digesting everything Miss Zoe had told her. There would be a competition that would prove who would fit well into the Luna position, and many other she-wolves of Silver Pack would be taking part. Not just that, she would also be required to meet the elders for dinner tomorrow night. Viola's stomach suddenly knotted in dread, and the palm clutching her crutch turned sweaty. She had not expected Alpha Cade would let her prove herself this way, or she would have prepared long ago. She had truly thought he had dismissed her back in that room. When she had been expecting to be thrown out, she was instead told she would be part of a competition she was absolutely not prepared for, and on top of that, a dinner with the elders tomorrow night. Did he do it on purpose, just so she could give up on her own. The pretentious bastard, she wouldn't be surprised. Still, she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her quit. She would become his wife if she had to, even if it meant losing a limb in that competition. Though she didn't like him in the slightest, she couldn't help but admire how he had built the silver pack and how he wouldn't just let anyone be his Luna. Looking out at the pack from behind the glass wall, she couldn't help but feel scared and sick with anxiety in spite of herself. Even the elders of Moonwillow were not people you could simply sit with and have dinner without feeling as though you were balancing on the edge of a knife, not to mention the elders of the Silver Pack, the largest pack in the world, with the greatest population and power. The thought alone made bile rise up Viola's throat, her nerves tightening painfully, especially when her mind drifted back to the curse Miss Zoe had mentioned. Viola forced herself to dismiss it for now, pushing the thought aside before it could take root and consume her with worry. The silence inside the penthouse was suddenly deafening when she shut down her thoughts. She walked to the shinning piano at the side with a plush chair, using her finger to press a key that echoed through the space and into her empty heart. Just like the black and white keys of the piano, Viola realized her life was like that at the moment. If she made a mistake and did not become the Supreme Luna, she would fall into an abyss of darkness, and if she did succeed, her life might finally have a chance to be bright again. Though she doubted she would ever be happy, happiness came when one was at peace. Viola had forgotten what peace felt like. She had forgotten what warmth felt like, and with every secret and every pain of her past she carried, she might never be bound for happiness ever again. She pressed another key as a bitter smile settled on her face. Happiness wasn't what she sought now. Revenge and atonement were more her propriety. She was scared, terrified, and utterly alone, but that wouldn't change the fact that she needed to fight her fears and face her worst nightmares. Many years ago, she had thought she would never look back on what happened that day the Lindens came to the orphanage, and that it would never come back to her. Now she realized nobody could run from their sins and past, and once it caught up to you, you had to pay a bigger price for it. And her own price was rejection and being unwanted. If she hadn't done what she did in that orphanage years ago, perhaps she and Ivy would have had their wolves by now, and would have found a fated mate. She wondered if Alpha Cade would still have rejected her for appearing weak, and if she would need to prove herself by joining a competition. Viola found herself pressing the piano keys and playing a piece of music, a very sad one that tugged at every part of her empty heart and made her feel like a needle lost amidst a pile of hay. She'd always liked music, and as the future Luna of Moonwillow, she had been taught many skills, but music was the one she loved wholeheartedly and could play skillfully even with one hand. The sound filled the room, wrapping around her like a blanket and making her feel more like she was home. Home, where she would play in the Linden living room and they would sit around her listening to her music, her father looking at her with pride. Only he wasn't her father. Their real parents had not wanted them and had left them at the orphanage with a note that tore at her inside whenever she was reminded by the people of the orphanage. Viola played until her fingers burned and her eyes stung. When she stopped playing, the silence she hated so much consumed her again, and she stepped away from the piano, not wanting the sad music to break her and remind her of everything she had done wrong in her life. Zoe had advised her to try to learn to walk without the help of the crutch before tomorrow night, and Viola carefully put it aside against the sofa and slowly let her aching feet touch the polished floor. If she were to stand before the people who would determine her future, she didn't want to appear weak in any way, and certainly not fragile. Viola walked around without the crutch and ate the food Zoe had sent someone to bring her. For the 10th time that day, Viola wondered who this Zoe was and why she was so kind. All she knew was that the Schwolf was a fashionista. Done eating, she walked upstairs toward the bedroom, and though Viola had seen it earlier with Zoe, she was still mesmerized by its elegance and beauty when she entered it for the second time. It had a gray theme. The bed was king-sized, with fluffy pillows and blankets. She hadn't explored all the space yet because she hadn't felt comfortable with Zoe, so now she walked in and opened the side-by-side doors attached to the room. One led to a bathroom that looked like it could only belong to a king, with a big bathtub and different kinds of showers. She gently closed the door and opened the other one, and Viola's breath caught in her throat. No way in hell did this belong to her, she thought, stepping into the big closet with walls lined with shelves. One side was filled with different kind of shoes and heels from floor to ceiling. Another side had bags and different arrays of dresses that made her mouth go dry. When she stepped into the closet, the shelves' lights automatically came on, illuminating everything even more. She pinched herself to see if she was dreaming, but it wasn't a dream. This was a walk-in closet that looked like a mini shopping mall, and it belonged to her. No, not yet. If she failed, it wouldn't be hers. She hadn't owned something like this even when she was still liked by everyone in Moonwillow. Moonwillow didn't have this level of grandeur. One wall was a full mirror, and when Viola made the mistake of looking at her reflection, a gasp left her mouth. She looked like a mismatched old piece fit into beautiful surroundings, utterly and completely out of place. Her hair was a tangled mess, and her face was pale with no color, but filled with dark bruises. Her hospital gown hung like a sack on a stick on her skinny body. Ashamed and horrified of her own reflection, Viola turned away from the mirror, unable to look at herself in that state because it only made her doubt herself further and feel how much she didn't fit into this type of world anymore. She feared she would find it justifiable if FATED threw her out. As much as she wanted to look through all the dresses in the closet, Viola didn't want to see herself in the mirror. She only carefully took a set of pajamas with a rabbit print on it and left the closet, shutting the door behind her. She went into the bathroom, turned on the bath water with her left hand, as her right hand was still not smoothly usable yet. As the bath water filled the tub, she took off her hospital gown and began to apply leave-in conditioner to her tangled hair without using a mirror. The task wasn't easy with one hand, but she did it anyhow before she turned to the filling water in the tub, which made her feel like weeping again because it looked too good to be real. I have my own bath and water. Since her vision was so terrible, bathing without her glasses was like bathing with her eyes covered in clouds, everything hazy and blurred. But the moment she stepped into the water and settled into the bathtub, her vision immediately cleared a little more. She didn't think too much about it, though, as it had happened a few times before when she was in the hospital. Water always does the trick, she thought with a heavy sigh, unaware that it was more than relief. It was a link to who she truly was and what she had been searching for all along. If Viola had been holding a mirror at that exact moment, she would have noticed a sliver of gold flickering inside her pupils, and a strangely shaped shadow hovering behind her within the bathtub, a shadow that didn't belong to her. Chapter 30, Nightmare. By the time Viola finished cleaning herself up, she was utterly exhausted because she had done everything with one hand. She wore the pajamas and felt too tired to remove her hair from the towel and blow-dry and comb it like she had intended to. She found herself going to the king-size bed and falling onto it from exhaustion. She curled up and tried to sleep, but despite her tiredness, she couldn't fall asleep. The bed was just too big. So she pulled off the blanket and blindly laid it on the floor, and almost immediately after she lay down on it, she was plunged into slumber. Only this slumber was filled with one of her worst nightmares from her past. "Take them away," an urgent voice rang out in the air, filling her with fear. "Kill them if you have to, but don't let them be a part. You left me," a familiar voice whispered. Her twin looked at her with pain. "You were evil. You were the reason our real parents put us in the orphanage." "I am sorry," Viola said as she reached out for her sister, who seemed close and yet so far away at the same time, just like every time in her nightmares. "You will never be happy, Serena. You remember what the note says. One of them is cursed to ruin the world with her bitterness, and she has to be anchored by the other. That's why our parents left us. It's you. You are the cursed one, Serena. I protected you, but you showed me your true colors," Ivy said, tears streaming down her blue eyes, making Viola desperately want to wake up from this nightmare she knew wasn't real. yet her mind refused to believe it, and the scenes kept shifting. "I am in pain, Serena. You are killing me," Ivy suddenly cried out, and Viola saw her sister lying in a pool of blood before her, a gaping hole in her chest. The knife plunged into her sister's heart was clutched in Viola's own hand. Viola's entire world narrowed to that moment, and despite knowing she was dreaming, it looked so real that she began to scream and cry, thrashing and murmuring, "I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you." Viola began to feel herself sinking into what seemed like an abyss of darkness when she suddenly felt something pull her out of it into a warm embrace. She clutched onto that warmth and began to cry in her sleep, her fingers gripping the coarse fabric beneath them. "No, I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean it." "Hush, Carino," he murmured, his hand gliding over her back in a gentle, soothing caress. Sebastian's brows furrowed together as he looked down at the small body in his arms, her fingers gripping his shirt like a lifeline as she cried and trembled, her tears soaking into his chest. Though she was finally calm, her faintly arched brows, several shades darker than her frizzy, damp hair, furrowed occasionally as her dreams grew troubled. The lashes that lay in thick arcs on her cheeks were also dark and naturally curly. Her lips were parted as she slept, particularly revealing straight, white teeth. One would wonder what in the world he was doing in her room and how he had ended up here, holding her in his embrace on the floor. He had given Zoe a new phone to deliver to the girl when bringing her here, but his sister hadn't brought it along and had left it in his office due to her excitement to meet Viola Linden. Of course, Sebastian could have left it until tomorrow and sent someone to bring it, but he had been restless like hell since this morning, and he knew that feeling was because of this girl, who he hadn't seen for 2 months now. It's been 2 months and yet the bond with her was not fading. He had come this way with the intention of dropping off the phone and warning her against having him in her thoughts as she was disturbing him, but then he had found himself intoxicated by her scent, enough to lead him into her bedroom. Or, to be more precise, his wolf had controlled his movements straight to the bedroom. How stupid of her to use her name as the passcode to the penthouse door. He had easily found his way inside. She had been thrashing and whispering words in her sleep, apologizing to someone. Why on earth was she even sleeping on the floor when there was a bed? She was having a nightmare, and without even realizing what he was doing, Sebastian lay down on the blanket on the floor, holding her in his arms like a small child. She immediately clutched onto him. "I am sorry, forgive me," she whispered again, her body trembling, and Sebastian's hand tightened around her skinny ribs, which felt like they would break if he held her too tightly. "Shush, go to sleep," he found himself whispering to her, unable to help but wonder what she was dreaming about and who she was apologizing to with such desperation. "Who the hell is causing our mate to have nightmares? Let's kill them and use their flesh for breakfast in the morning." His wolf groaned. "She's not our mate," Sebastian replied. Even as he said that, he still held her to his chest and buried his nose between her neck and shoulder, inhaling her essence. It sent a sparkling, electric-like current through his body and blood, heat surging inside him like liquid flame before settling in his loins, making him groan in both frustration and restraint. For 2 months, he hadn't taken any woman to bed because none of them were as appealing, or smelled like heaven, like this little thing in his arms. The feeling of being close to your mate, the feeling he despised, always ended up being his undoing. No matter who the person was, it couldn't be helped. The arousal was always strong, and so was the sense of rightness when that person was in his arms. How much he hated it, and yet how much his body still responded and wanted it, especially when she moved and settled herself on top of him, her head resting on his chest, her skinny legs straddling his, her thighs brushing over his hardening manhood that had grown so painfully erect for her it ached to find a place inside her and finally reach release. "Damn you, I don't want you in my life. You don't fit in it, nor do you belong here. You don't have anything the right one is supposed to have. I will either kill you too, or the world will," he groaned into her neck, his mouth moving over her flesh. She moaned softly in her sleep and turned her head, but she didn't wake. The nightmare had faded, and her body was relaxed. He ran his mouth and nose along the cool skin of her neck down to her shoulder, nibbling and licking, wishing he could control his own body's reaction to her, and how desperately he wanted her. You creep, you're only supposed to soothe her, not take advantage. What will you say if she wakes up to you licking her neck? His wolf asked. Sebastian immediately put a stop to what he was doing, laid his head back on the floor, and stared at the dim ceiling for a long, silent moment, trying to get a hold of his damn body again. When he finally did, he moved aside and placed her back on the floor. He would have put her on the bed, but the last thing he needed was her knowing he had come here. He didn't want her to hold any hope that she would be treated differently because his bond with her was a little stronger than with the other mates he had met so far, when she was the weakest of them all, and one far away from the one he was meant to search for. He would pretend to himself that he hadn't just creeped into her room to hold her, Sebastian thought as he looked down at her peacefully sleeping face, her lashes still wet with tears. Her cheeks were still sunken, marred with dark bruises, and her right eye still bore a deep bruise around it. Her lips were pale, drained of color. There was absolutely nothing appealing about her appearance right now, yet Seb found himself staring until she turned her head in her sleep. He snapped back to his senses and moved away. I hope you change your mind when you see what you are up against tomorrow, little girl. Being my Luna is a death sentence. Saying that, Sebastian rose to his feet, but as he began to turn to leave, his eyes fell on something lying on the floor beside the blanket. Without thinking, he bent down and took it, tucking it into his pocket before turning away and leaving her behind, promising himself this would be the last time he would ever bring himself to her again. Did you just steal from her? Shut up. Chapter 31, The Participants. Sebastian returned to his own penthouse, in the same luxurious building as the one given to the girl and every other she-wolf who would now participate to become his Luna, where Matt was waiting for him with the report he had sent him to collect. Man, I've been here for an hour waiting for you. Where did you go? Matt, who had been dozing off on the sofa in the living room, asked as he sat up to look at the alpha who had called him an hour ago to come here, yet wasn't even around himself. Sebastian didn't tell him and instead asked, as he began to take off his shirt to rid himself of a delicious scent that still flamed his blood like gasoline on fire. How many participants this time? 6. 2 of them are from the Elders and 3 are Silver Pack Elite members. Layla is part of them, Matt reported, which made Sebastian pause at his attempt to remove his shirt. He scowled at his friend, who only gave him a shrug. How is that? Sebastian asked. Was she forced to take part? Layla was among the she-wolves with whom he had a fated mate bond and had taken to bed a few times. Even though he tried to avoid having females he shared a bond with next to him, she had been different, because Layla was the type who didn't believe in mating or long-term commitment to one person. She believed the moon goddess could never control her fate. She had never been interested in wanting to be his wife, so he was surprised that she was now part of the participants. She told me her parents want her to settle down, and if they would force her to it, she would rather have someone above all others, which is you. She also said the lunar position is tempting, and that life is boring while your life is exciting because she would have the power to control. Just like every one of Sebastian's fated mates, it was always one-sided, where he was the only one who truly felt the bond, and many of them could still have another mate. His fate worked in a very backward way, where his fated mates had another fated mate of their own, which was why he didn't expect Layla, who had said more than once that she didn't want to settle, to want to participate for him. He had once thought, more than once after the second Luna's death, about making her his Luna, because she fit what he searched for more than the others. She had an alpha wolf, a very powerful one, and her only problem was not wanting to settle and falling for every man who caught her interest, always wanting to explore life. Among the she-wolves in Silver Pack, she had the second most powerful wolf. This isn't good. She will hurt our little girl, his wolf exclaimed, and Sebastian's fist clenched automatically. He didn't want Layla in the competition, nor as his Luna any more than he wanted the girl. But that decision had to do with the elders, especially when Layla was one of the elders' relatives. Layla will crush them all, Seb, Matt remarked gravely. You know how she never fails in anything she sets her mind on, and guess what? She's already interested in the wolfless girl who wants to compete to be your wife. Let's kill her before she hurts our girl. His wolf growled, but Sebastian pushed him back, not wanting him controlling his irrational thoughts with mate possessiveness. Layla was also his potential mate, whom his wolf didn't like because her wolf lacked attachment issues, given the amount of men Layla had taken during her heat seasons. There's nothing I can do about it. I have already given my word to marry and make whoever wins my Luna. If Layla wins, then she earned the title. Perhaps Layla could be the one, since she has a strong wolf. Maybe I should root for her among the others. I can't wait for you to be cured, Matt said uncertainly. Maybe, was all Sebastian said as he took off his shirt, which still had the damp spot of the girl's tears on it, along with her daisy scent. Have you made the fake pack identity for her? Sebastian asked, not looking away from the spot of tears on the white shirt. Everything is arranged. To the elders, she is from the North Pack and not Moonwillow, and Zoe will let her know tomorrow. If she wants to be accepted into this, she will have to play along by claiming another pack. No one would confirm anything about this since you have blacklisted the North Pack, Matt informed, then smiled as he added, Zoe has really taken up to the girl, Seb. Sebastian finally threw the shirt onto the sofa and then walked over to the glass wall as he said, she always takes to liking every helpless person. Sometimes I wonder how she turned out like that when I was the one who raised her. Always wanting to help everyone. Zoe had been a baby when they lost their parents to that brutal accident, and since then Sebastian had raised her. The only time he left her for a year was during his time in Moonwillow. Sebastian felt a bitter anger consume him at the thought of Moonwillow and what had happened years ago, so he pushed it away, because the thought always made him want to crush them all to death. Just like I always say, she took after the late Luna Katerina, Matt remarked in a matter-of-fact tone as he busied himself browsing through the TV channels to watch the human cooking shows that always came up at 11 at night in their world. And since Sebastian had made him leave his house to come here, he might as well spend the night here. Luna Katerina. Sebastian's mother was one of the kindest she-wolves in the world, and while Sebastian had been hardened by everything that had happened as they grew up, his sister had been sheltered by him, and her innocence and kindness still remained intact. Sebastian had bathed in blood. He had done many questionable things to keep himself alpha and to survive in a world where every day was a fight for his life. He had been poisoned countless times and nearly assassinated. His enemies were all around him, and if he wasn't the way he was, he would have long been dead, just like his parents. Allowing any weakness into his life wasn't an option, not when he carried a descendant curse of the Silver Wolves. Love, a mate, caring too deeply, those things could easily ruin what he had spent years building. He had lost, and he had learned that loss had the power to break, just as pain did. And this girl, who was already beginning to tug at the strings of weakness in him, shouldn't be anywhere around him, shouldn't even have come into his life. He knew it was utterly cruel and despicable to have these thoughts, but Sebastian wished she wouldn't win. She carried her own pains and nightmares just as he carried his own, and this hell of a life of his was no place for a delicate little teen like her. She's 23, his wolf put in. It doesn't matter, she doesn't look a day older than 16. His fingers rolled the button of her pajama shirt, the one he had taken from her room, around in his pocket as he stared at the clear night sky through the glass without blinking, hating the fate that had pulled him to her that night in that forest. When I care too deeply, and when I want, it can be deadly, because nothing could ever stop me from having what I want once that desire takes root. I can't want her, nor can I afford to care for her. If you know what's best for you, Viola, Run away from my life at the very first chance you get. Hell is no place for little girls. Chapter 32. Preparing for the dinner Part 1. Viola woke up the next morning feeling strangely well rested. It had been a long time since she had slept this long through the whole night. Usually she was always haunted by nightmares and would wake up in the middle of the night. But she hadn't only slept well, even when she recalled having a nightmare, she had not felt that all-consuming loneliness after waking up, the one that gnawed at her heart and soul. She also vaguely recalled being held and soothed, and not just that. Viola's hand flew to her neck, where she remembered feeling something biting and licking her. Had she imagined it, or did a warm dog creep into her room to lick her neck? One of her friends in Moonwillow had a dog, and that dog annoyingly liked to lick her anywhere it found. The licking and biting in her sleep had felt exactly like that. How did a dog get into this luxurious paradise of a penthouse? Viola blindly reached out for her glasses on the nightstand over her head and put them on before making her way to the mirror in the room, which she didn't like to look at but needed to confirm if a dog had entered her room and if the bite was real. Her blue eyes rounded faintly when she noticed that the bruises on her face had not only looked faint and less obvious, but there was also redness at the side of her neck, shaped like a bite. What could have bitten her in her sleep? Viola's finger rubbed the spot with a frown on her face when she noticed her pajama top button was missing, and that the dog, or whatever it was, had gotten access to her neck because it had been opened in her sleep. How did I get this? Did a dog really enter the place? She thought to herself while looking at the redness and also feeling impossibly better than she had yesterday. Her head felt clearer, and her skin looked a little more radiant in the mirror. Perhaps a good sleep was all she needed after all to look more alive. She couldn't help but wonder how she could have slept through that nightmare. She never slept after it. Sometimes she would feel like dying from the pain and remorse it gave her, not to mention the bitterness that filled her with deep self-loathing whenever she saw the memories her mind conjured up in her sleep, or her twin sister blaming her for everything. The Ivy she knew as a child would never have blamed her, but then Viola's mind had a way of haunting her and giving her more pain for her betrayal years ago. Whatever kind of creature had come into her room to cuddle next to her and even lick and bite her, Viola would gladly keep it if it would take the nightmares away every night and let her sleep. She should look for whatever creature that was, Viola thought. Her eyes searched around the spacious bedroom looking for a puppy or whatever it had been, when her gaze fell on the bed where a brand new phone box sat. She reached out and picked it up. When did this get here? She unboxed it to find the latest phone inside, with everything already set up for her. She was still staring at it when she heard the door downstairs being unlocked with a ringing sound, and Viola almost dropped the phone at the thought of someone breaking in when she had put a passcode on the door. When she reached the glass railing of the stairs that overlooked the living room, she saw that it was Miss Zoe and 4 Omegas behind her, carrying shopping bags and food packs. "Good morning," Zoe greeted when she noticed she was up, and Viola returned the greeting with a faint smile. She had almost forgotten that Zoe was here last night when she set the passcode to the door, and that anyone who knew her name could easily type it in and come inside anyway. She watched as Zoe ordered the bags to be taken to the bedroom and the food to the kitchen, and the Omegas walked past her to go in, muttering greetings to her as if she was someone important. It caught Viola off guard, as it had been a long time since she was greeted with respect by any Omega. They used to bully her in Moonwillow. "You look much better this morning, Miss Linden. You must have had a good night's sleep," Zoe commented fondly, taking in how the bruise on her face looked faint and how the bags under her eyes had improved. "The room is lovely. My sleep was great because of it." "Thank you," Viola said, trying to make herself adjust and adapt to talking to people without feeling anxious about getting hit. Though she didn't know who Zoe was or her position was in the silver pack, she looked like a nice person and always carried a smile when talking to her. Just like yesterday, she was dressed in another dress that made her look dazzling and utterly breathtaking. "I'm glad to hear that. I couldn't sleep last night though," because I was so excited to get here and start with your makeup and prepare you for the dinner tonight," she exclaimed, clapping her hands, which made Viola notice how the she-wolf was a little too excited, even more than she was about tonight. The thought of tonight always sent her stomach turning, but seeing the fashionista's excitement, Viola mustered a smile. Without wasting time, Zoe took her hand and excitedly led her to the kitchen, where she said that before anything else, Viola must eat her breakfast because she needed her strength for the day. Viola wasn't used to people doing things for her, but Zoe didn't even hesitate to serve her food. It was while she was placing a plate of food in front of her that Zoe noticed the red bite mark on her neck. "What happened to your neck?" she asked with a gasp. "That looked like a hickey." Viola self-consciously placed her hand there and said, "I don't know. I think I was bitten and licked by a dog, and there is no dog in the house. Maybe it was a rat." When she was in the hollow quarters, there were mighty rats the size of rabbits that bit and injured people in the dark. She would have said it was one of those rats, but in such a fancy house like this, there was no way a rat like that would make its way in here, not unless. "Perhaps a dog came in here with you last night when you brought the phone while I was asleep?" Viola questioned Miss Zoe, who was looking at her neck and sniffing it in that way werewolves do to identify something or someone's scent. Was she trying to check if it was really a dog bite? At Viola's words about the phone, Zoe's eyes narrowed as if confused before they lightened. A dog indeed, a very sneaky dog, a big bad dog, who was none other than her brother. So Seb had come here last night, Zoe thought. Yesterday, before Zoe went to the healing house for Viola, she had gone to see her brother. What he told her, and how he reacted to the suicidal wolfless everyone in the pack was talking about, the one who wanted to join the competition, had made it seem like he didn't give one bite about her. He didn't care whether she lived or died, and Zoe had immediately taken pity on the wolfless girl. She knew how it felt to be seen as weak and incapable. That was why she took it upon herself to help the girl. She was the kind of person who took in abandoned people and gave them a makeover, as her profession was in the fashion industry. To think that he had sneaked in and given Viola a hickey in her sleep. What was he? A perverted creep? Zoe couldn't imagine Sebastian, who didn't care about weak people, doing something like that. Noticing how Viola was looking at her and waiting for an answer about the dog, Zoe smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh yeah, it must be my dog. That dog always does the opposite of what he says. Sorry for his nasty behavior. I will give him a handful when I get back to him." Viola's eyes rounded. "Your dog can talk?" she asked dumbfoundedly. Many werewolves didn't keep dogs, as wolves were known to dominate them, and dogs tended to get too annoying when they barked at the sight of a wolf. Only a few people had them, and while Viola liked dogs, she had never heard of a talking dog before. Perhaps they talk like wolves do. Zoe laughed, not knowing how to tell her that the dog was actually the alpha, and also not thinking it was right to say that. So she quickly said, "My dog can do many tricks. Hurry up and eat your food before it gets cold." She changed the topic before she was forced to expose her brother. "Oh." Viola looked down at the vast arrays of food in front of her that Miss Zoe had brought, but her eyes fell on one in particular, and all the blood drained from her face. Chapter 33, Preparing for the Dinner Part 2. "Oh." Viola looked down at the vast arrays of food in front of her that Miss Zoe had brought, but her eyes fell on one in particular, and all the blood drained from her face. Zoe, who was pulling a chair to sit next to Viola and also have her breakfast since she hadn't had the time to do so at home, noticed Viola's sudden paleness as she stared at the food before her. Her gaze was fixed on the big barbecued fish that had been prepared with fillings and sauce the way werewolves liked them. Zoe followed her stare and then looked back at Viola. "Are you all right?" Zoe asked when she noticed the slight trembling of Viola's fingers. At the question, Viola looked away from the fish and blinked before replying. "Yes, I am fine. The fish looks delicious, but I'm sorry, I don't like fish," Viola murmured, not giving the reason. Fish was like poison to her body. If she ate it, it caused the most deadly and uncontrollable reaction in her system. Growing up in a werewolf orphanage, where fish was given to them once in a while because it was said to help build a wolf's immune system and many werewolves ate it without issue, Viola had learned that it didn't build hers or her sisters. It had almost killed Ivy once, but thankfully she threw up and everything cleared from her system. Viola had once witnessed a young werewolf who ate fish and had the same reaction as she and Ivy. He had been taken away from the orphanage by the owners of the place, and curious, Viola had followed them, thinking he would be treated and that she could find medicine for she and her sister as well in case they have the reaction again in the middle of the night. What she saw instead was the boy being brutally killed. The horror of how he died was still stuck in her mind, so vivid that it made her swear never to eat fish again. It was one of the reasons she hated the orphanage and wanted to leave it at all costs, even though she had done so in the most unthinkable way, one that still haunted her now. In Moonwillow, when she had still been the pack's favorite, she had told them that fish disgusted her, and no one had ever questioned it. Fish was hard to come by in the werewolf world, and when one person didn't want it, it became a bonus for someone else. Now, she hoped Miss Zoe wouldn't question her or try to probe further about why she didn't like it when many do. "Oh," Zoe said, quickly sliding the fish tray aside. "I completely forgot you might not like it since you're not from here. You can have the meat instead, it's just as good, and I want you to enjoy your meal." Viola felt a small relief wash over her, and she realized she had been holding her breath without knowing it. She nodded softly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Thank you," she murmured, grateful for Miss Zoe's thoughtfulness and the gentle way she had noticed her discomfort without making a big deal out of a werewolf not liking fish, though, come to think of it, she didn't even have a wolf, which was unusual enough on its own. Though she knew it wasn't the same as the orphanage, which had been part of a different and much smaller pack with its own rules and cruel ways, Viola had learned to be careful about letting anyone know that fish gave her such a strange reaction after she had seen a boy get killed for it. After breakfast, Viola barely had time to sit and lounge around, not that she wanted to, when she was facing such a high-stakes meeting with elders and other she-wolves later that night for dinner. She needed to be well prepared, because it had been a long time since she had been presented at anything important or grand, like a meeting with elders. She wouldn't give the Alpha or anyone else a reason to see her as unfit, though it would be hard in her current state of mind, especially when she still had a slight limp to her walk. She had once been someone who could effortlessly be around people without feeling an ounce of nervousness. It wasn't the same now. Her confidence had been stripped from her the day she was thrown into a place like the Hollow Quarters and hurt every single day for keeping her head up instead of bending it. Now, the strongest feelings inside her were fear and anxiety, because the elders could easily decide she wasn't worth being part of their pack or even participating in their activities. Not to mention that she had nothing to her name, nothing she could offer or add to the pack at all. "Why?" Viola asked when Zoe told her that from now on, if anyone asked what pack she came from, she was to say the North Pack. The Alpha's order. Everyone knows how much he hates Moonwillow, and having someone from that pack join the competition would raise questions. "The elders wouldn't give you the chance to take part," Zoe said as she parted Viola's full, frizzy hair section by section, carefully untangling the mass with conditioner in preparation for the hairstyle she would do for her tonight. "So if you really don't want to stir drama, because the elders can be very dramatic sometimes, just stick with this. Viola from the North Pack. Your parents were Omegas, which would explain why your wolf didn't awaken, and you wanted the chance to become something different from a servant life." CO informed. It was totally normal for someone born from two Omegas to turn out wolfless, because the wolf could be too weak to surface and for the body to go through shifting. Having that as an explanation for why she didn't have a wolf was good, believable, and accepted among most packs. But just going out straight to say she didn't have a reason, would earn her a banishment immediately. They'll find it amusing, even laughable, that you chose to aim for becoming the Luna of the biggest and strongest pack, but it doesn't matter. It's better than not having a chance at all. Are you sure you can do this, Viola? Zoe asked as she looked at her through the mirror in front of them, where Viola's hair was frizzed out in every direction. Viola felt a huge lump of dread in her throat at that question. She had feared the fact that she came from a pack the Silver Pack disdained for reasons she had never been told, but now, a solution had been laid before her. She would have to take on a new identity, one that wasn't entirely a lie, because Evan had indeed given her to Ember. So technically, she belonged to the North Pack, and no one could say otherwise. Evan had rejected her from his own pack to hand her to Ember right in front of everyone that night. What she found daunting was facing the elders, but she was the kind of person who never let herself get discouraged once she set her mind on something, especially something that could change her life completely and give her a big opportunity to reconcile with Ivy again. I can do it. How many elders are there? Viola asked, pushing away her nervousness. We have 6 elders, 2 females and 4 males. The tablet I gave you has the names and positions on it. You can look through them while I get your hair done, because, goodness me, you have so much hair on your head, Zoe said with a light chuckle, easing the tension in the room for Viola, who found herself getting more free around this schwolf. For the next hour, as Zoe applied a hair mask, face mask, and every other treatment she believed Viola needed, Viola held the frameless tablet and memorized what she needed to know about the Silver Pack's elders. The more she read and learned, the more she realized how much power they held, even over the Alpha himself, because they had lived far longer than he had and had once ruled during the first year after the past Alpha passed away before giving it back to the current Alpha. A sudden urge to pick at the skin at the side of her nails grew, and when she gave in, she received a faint flick with a makeup brush from Zoe. Viola looked up to see Zoe regarding her with disapproval. You're ruining your nails with that habit, Viola. Can you at least stop peeling the poor skin for today? Zoe said good-naturedly, calling for one of the Omegas who had come with her to apply ointment to the raw skin Viola had peeled. Viola bit the inside of her cheek in embarrassment. You don't have to be embarrassed. I also have the bad habit of picking at my hair and plucking it out. See, Zoe moved her side part to show a small balding spot at the side of her head, the baby hairs left behind from plucking. Viola's eyes rounded, as she had never thought an elegant she-wolf like Zoe could have an impulsive habit too, and she smiled when Zoe flushed. I do that when I get nervous, but I try to stop because it's ruining my hairline. So you have nothing to feel ashamed of. By the way, it's a secret between us, don't let anyone know, Zoe added, making a pouty face that made Viola chuckle as she nodded. I'm good at keeping secrets. Viola never thought she would be this free with another person, but she found herself talking and exchanging words with Zoe the way one would with a friend, a normal friend, unlike the ones she had in the past, where whenever they gathered together, they only gossiped and spoke badly of others. By the time Zoe and the 2 Omegas had finished helping her get ready, the sun had begun to set, and the time for dinner was approaching, along with the growing dread of meeting the Elders and the Supreme Alpha. Chapter 34, Dinner with the Elders. Viola's hair, which she had believed would never look good again with all its tangles, was now strengthened and combed smoothly down her shoulders, reflecting the light and shining like polished ebony. The faint dark bruises on her face were hidden by the light makeup Zoe had applied, and Viola could barely recognize herself. Though still thin and a little sunken, she looked unbelievably better than the haggard state she had been in last night, a state that had made her resemble a terrifying ghost. And the dress. Viola stared at it in the mirror. It had been ages since she had worn anything like this. It was a deep wine red gown, the color of crushed roses and blood. The bodice fit her closely, hugging her slim shape without being loud, with thin straps resting lightly on her shoulders. The fabric glittered faintly, catching the light whenever she moved. From her waist, the dress fell into a long, flowing skirt that draped all the way to the floor, moving like a slow ripple with every step she took. It was a very beautiful dress, designed to emphasize a woman's upper curves, but her current body lacked the fullness to fill it entirely, making it a bit loose at the chest. Nonetheless, it made her look fragile and elegant at the same time. Viola bit the inside of her cheek as her gaze fell to the red bite mark on her neck, still bare beneath her hair. Self-consciously, she tucked the hair around it to conceal it, a small gesture that contrasted with the boldness of her transformation. Lastly, she was injected with pheromone and heat suppressors, as her body produced them every second of the day. "Oh wow, you look lovely. Are you ready to face your rivals at the dinner?" Zoe exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement at her handiwork of transforming Viola into a princess and dressing her in one of her latest designs. She couldn't wait for her brother to see the girl's transformation. Rivals. Viola swallowed hard and bobbed her head, bracing herself. The dining hall was in the same luxurious skyscraper building as the one Viola's penthouse was in. It had a total of 103 floors and was the biggest one, with important Silver Pack members living inside it. They took the elevator to the 64th floor, and by the time they stepped out of it, Viola could already feel the strong presence of higher-ranking werewolves in the air. But what surprised her more when they stepped into the long hallways was the fact that all over the walls of the hallways there were long screen projectors that showed images of participating she-wolves and their wolves on the screens in the background. As they walked past them, Viola adjusted her glasses to see them better while she listened to Zoe tell her which family each of them belonged to. Among the she-wolves was one who stood out from the rest. She had ginger hair and green eyes, with an arrogant smile fixed on her face on the screen, and her wolf looked so big and intimidating that Viola felt a shiver run down her spine just from looking into the wolf's eyes displayed there. That is Layla Serrano, Elder Halvrick's niece. A little advice, you should watch out for her. She's a little bitchy. Everyone already takes her as the winner because she currently has the strongest wolf among the she-wolves participating. There was a lacing of scorn in Zoe's tone as she spoke about Layla, as if she genuinely didn't like her, and Viola took note of that, making a mental list of who she needed to watch out for. Viola could tell, even from the way the she-wolf looked on the screen, that she was trouble and someone completely full of herself. After all, Viola had once been in those same shoes before, and recognizing that kind of attitude in another person wasn't hard for her to do. When it came to her own turn on the screen projector, there was no image of her. There was only her name, stating that she was from the North Pack and the first wolfless to compete for the position of Luna in the Silver Pack. Worse, Viola's insides clenched when she saw a small line beneath it that read, "The little delusional suicidal wolfless." "Don't mind that," Zoe said, noticing Viola's eyes on the written words. "Just like I told you, nobody takes you seriously right now because it has never been done for a wolfless to take the position of our Luna through the competition. But I do believe it's time for a change in the Silver Pack." No doubt many would find it funny, Viola thought, because she would have found it funny too if she were watching from the outside, standing before the projectors and not being the one displayed on them. She was 5 feet 5 tall, with a very small physique and without a wolf, trying to compete against she-wolves. It would be totally ridiculous. Only now, the joke was on her, and she couldn't laugh, because she was determined to win. It was either she rose high to power or died trying. There was no other way around it, with the burning hunger for atonement and revenge churning relentlessly inside her. Viola subconsciously adjusted her glasses again and tried not to wipe her suddenly sweaty palm against her beautiful dress as they drew nearer to the hall. When they arrived at the hall, which was at the end of the long silver-polished hallways filled with wall projectors, the doors automatically slid open for them to enter. Inside the hall was like stepping into another world of its own. Unlike the modern, advanced design of the building, this space carried an ancient, solemn atmosphere. The presence of the werewolf elders made the air feel heavier, colder, almost frigid. Large chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a muted glow over the room. There were no glass walls here, only solid stone and polished silver. Quiet conversation filled the hall, but it paused the moment Viola and Zoe entered. All eyes turned toward them. Viola quickly realized they had arrived a bit late, and it made her gulp anxiously, knowing that wasn't a good first impression. Hadn't they rushed everything to come on time? Everyone was already present, seated around an impossibly long table. More than 20 werewolves sat there, including the participating she-wolves, and the alpha himself. The 6 elders were seated along the right side of the table. The alpha sat at the head, and unfortunately for her, the head chair faced the entrance directly. His cold silver eyes locked onto Viola the instant she stepped inside. Chapter 35, Dinner with the Elders Part 2. His cold silver eyes locked onto Viola the instant she stepped inside. No matter how much she looked at him, Viola could never look past the fact that his eyes were utterly terrifying, like they were made of ice, stone cold and completely soulless. It was as if the world owed him a great debt, and he intended to collect it simply by wearing that expression. An involuntary shiver went down her spine when she noticed how those cold eyes subtly trailed her from head to toe before settling back on her face. Then, as if he hadn't seen her at all, he looked away and resumed the conversation that had stopped with the others. The bastard. Viola didn't care whether she was acknowledged or not by the alpha. Her only goal here was the elders, who, just like the alpha, had already resumed their conversation, ignoring her presence. Oops. We took too much time getting ready. We came late, Zoe whispered the obvious. Find your seat as quietly as possible. I'll go sit over there. There were only 2 empty seats left with the guests already seated, one at the edge of the table, far away from Sebastian, and the other one right next to him. Viola silently hoped Zoe would take the seat beside him. Before Viola could say anything, Zoe had already strode toward the seat Viola had been hoping would be hers. Almost immediately, Zoe leaned toward one of the men and began talking easily, mingling as if she belonged there, because she did. Viola already had a feeling Zoe was related to the Supreme Alpha, who had many relatives present in the hall, judging by the silver strands of her hair and her striking gray eyes. I'll be damned, Zoe. She's smaller than I thought. Did she get drunk on the wrong wine to come here? Zoe's cousin, Nicholas, whispered as he watched the wolfless girl make her way to the only empty chair remaining, on the left side of the alpha. A big mistake. That chair was empty for a reason. No one wanted to choke on the Supreme Alpha's overwhelming pheromones, not unless they were asking for suffocation. They watched her sit down with her chin held at the right angle, and one wouldn't know she was intimidated by the aura of the powerful wolves if it weren't for how slightly stiff she held herself. Don't judge a book by its cover, Nick. You might be looking at our next Luna. Who knows? Zoe said, nudging her cousin's arm and chiding him for looking down on someone she had already taken as a friend. Nick gave Zoe a sideways look as he chewed his juicy, half-cooked meat. You and I both know what the competition is like, right? Do you see her winning it? He asked, almost believing his cousin must be out of her mind for thinking the little woman could win without a wolf. However, Nick couldn't help but admire how she was holding herself together, sitting beside the alpha with that suffocating pheromone surrounding him. I like her, though. At least she didn't come in with arrogance like someone here, he murmured, referring to Layla, who was sitting opposite Viola and staring at the wolfless for daring to sit so close to Sebastian. Wolfless, Layla muttered with a shake of her head. If she had a wolf that could properly sense the alpha's aura, she would have sat on the floor rather than take that seat next to Sebastian, Layla thought with faint amusement as she said to her uncle, Elder Halvrik, in Spanish. Approve her joining, uncle. We all know she has no chance of being our Luna. I would like to see her live up to her new title, the suicidal wolfless. It would be really heartless if we didn't grant her wish to kill herself right before everyone. Elder Halvrik had been worried that they were giving a nobody, someone who would contribute nothing to their pack, the chance to rule over them. But seeing her now, he realized just how much those worries had been for nothing, because this girl doesn't stand a chance. His niece still had the biggest chance of winning and making their bloodline proud, and this little wolfless would get nothing but death. All that worry had been for nothing. With that, Elder Halvrik announced to the others in Spanish his decision to finally agree to a wolfless participating, and everyone around the table had no objection after seeing her. Some of the she-wolves even let out a laugh, because she was the biggest joke in this game. Viola, on the other hand, would have chosen to sit anywhere other than beside FATED, but there had been no other empty seats available. She wasn't immune to his overwhelming presence, only capable of ignoring it because she didn't have a wolf sense. She tried not to falter and maintained her composure, even though her insides were quivering with both anger and nerves. She hadn't learned Spanish in school or during her Luna practice, and the language flowed around her now. Even without understanding the words, she knew they were discussing her rudely right in her presence, using a language she had never bothered to learn because she hadn't thought she'd ever need it. Now, she realized she should have added it to the 4 languages she had learned. The she-wolves who would be participating were included in whatever discussion was happening around the table, everyone except her. Still, she didn't let it bother her and tried to eat her dinner, even though she was clearly bothered by not being addressed, the very reason she had been invited here. But even eating proved difficult, as her right hand was still unstable and couldn't properly cut the meat or hold a fork, having only recently been freed from the sling. Viola gave up on the meat and reached for the soup instead. But as she used her left hand, which was trembling like a baby learning how to use it, the soup spilled over her lap as she brought the spoon to her mouth. The hot liquid soaked into her dress, making her gasp softly. "Idiot," she heard someone mutter under their breath beside her. Viola jerked her head to look at the alpha sitting to her left, but he wasn't looking at her. He was busy cutting the meat on his plate as if he were cutting an enemy, all aggression and force, yet she could have sworn she'd heard him call her an idiot. Did she imagine it? No one else was looking at her. Everyone was too busy to pay attention to a little wolfless who, after seeing her, they no longer cared about, having already decided she was a failure. That alone made Viola seethe with silent rage, and as hungry as she was, she didn't touch the food again, though her stomach growled softly. It wouldn't be anything new to go hungry tonight. She hadn't come here for the food, exactly, but to hear if the elders approved of her joining their pack and having a big opportunity to belong somewhere and secure a home where she would bring her sister to. Still, she couldn't stop her stomach from letting out little noises. Suddenly, out of nowhere, or perhaps because she hadn't been paying attention, a plate slid in front of her. Viola lowered her head and saw a plate of neatly arranged, juicy red meat placed before her. She adjusted her glasses and turned to look at the alpha with a deep frown, but he wasn't paying her the slightest attention, as he was busy speaking in Spanish with the elders. Did he put this in front of her? She wondered, but the idea was so unimaginable and outrageously impossible that she turned to look at the quiet she-wolf sitting to her right, who had been watching her this whole time. It was as if the she-wolf was sick or something, because she dressed strangely and wasn't talking like the others. She looked no more than 18 years old. When Viola met her gaze, the she-wolf quickly ducked her head as if she were shy, her hair falling like a curtain around her face. "Thank you," Viola muttered to the she-wolf, who seemed just as left out of the conversation as she was. At her words, the she-wolf stiffened slightly, glanced toward the alpha again, then lowered her head without answering, her fingers tightening in her lap. Viola found the girl's behavior strange but didn't think much of it, telling herself the she-wolf was simply kind, perhaps like Zoe. She began to eat the sliced meat, now able to pick it up easily with her fork. When she took the first bite, she found it impossibly delicious, and she couldn't help but feel a quiet gratitude toward the kind, silent she-wolf sitting next to her. Kindness hadn't come easily to her over the past 4 years, so even the smallest gesture warmed her heart. She ate the meat slowly, savoring it along with that unexpected warmth inside her. "Ah, she's eating our dinner," Sebastian's wolf purred, trying to force Sebastian to look at the girl. He had found her childish and completely against everything he stood for, yet annoyingly cute for being unable to even cut her own meat and for spilling soup on herself like that. The little idiot. Killjoy. Isn't she adorable in that dress? I want to spoil her, pamper her until she can't help but depend on us. She's using the same fork we used. Come on, don't be a party pooper and look at her savor the meat. I know you want to look. Sebastian ignored his wolf. He had long since considered that part of himself a completely stupid creature, one that would drag him into situations he wouldn't know how to escape or one he didn't want to be in at all. Viola had just finished eating the delicious sliced meat when she finally realized she was being addressed by one of the elders. Viola from the North Pack, a female voice spoke. It was Elder Asara. The elder Viola had learned possessed a spiritual connection to the moon goddess and was a seer. Being addressed by her made Viola's throat go dry. Chapter 36, Demonstration. Viola from the North Pack, a female voice spoke. It was Elder Asara. The elder Viola had learned possessed a spiritual connection to the moon goddess and was a seer. Being addressed by her made Viola's throat go dry. You claim your parents are Omegas and that your wolf has not yet awakened. It wasn't a question but more a statement. Viola felt her heart give a heavy thud, the food she had eaten moments ago threatening to rush back up her throat. She didn't claim it, the Alpha had made it up. This elder possessed spiritual powers, and Viola couldn't help but fear that, as a seer, she might see through lies. Her ability had been said to be granted by the moon goddess herself centuries ago to the first generation of seers and had been passed down through the bloodline for generations. If Elder Asara discovered that Viola came from Moonwillow, it would mean nothing but death. She would be killed before even stepping fully into the competition she had dared to enter. Viola wanted to shrink back, to disappear entirely so she wouldn't have to face this particular elder, but she forced herself to lift her chin, letting her eyes meet the woman's piercing gold ones. Yes, she answered. It's strange, the elder said slowly. I can't smell a wolf in you, and yet you don't smell human either. Are you? She began to probe further as she could sense something utterly strange and wrong about the girl's aura, but the cold voice of the Alpha suddenly cut her off. Go ahead and ask her the important question, Asara. We don't care where a nobody like her comes from when it's obvious she won't make it. Viola's fingers clenched tightly around the fabric of her dress as his words sent a ripple of chuckles through the she-wolves at the table. A fire surged through her chest, and she forced herself to meet the Alpha's icy gaze with her own piercing blue eyes. Every fiber of her being burned with resentment towards him. The pretentious bastard. Oh, how she despised his arrogance, that cold accent in his voice, the way he looked down on others as if the world owed him obedience. One day, she would slap that cold face with her victory. Mamma mia, she's got cold eyes. She despises us now. Fuck you, man. Sebastian's wolf exclaimed inside him. You didn't have to insult her just to save her little neck from Asara's probing. Elder Asara nodded at the Alpha's words, accepting them without protest, then turned back to Viola. What do you believe makes a Luna worthy of standing beside an Alpha? When Viola answered, it was with a quiet confidence she didn't know she still possessed. I don't believe a Luna is worthy because she's the strongest, she said calmly, or because she has the loudest wolf. Easy for you to say when you lack a wolf, came the sneering voice of one of the participants, Amelia. You know as well as everyone here that what makes a Luna is her wolf. But don't worry, I won't burst your bubble just yet, we'll have plenty of time to do that in the arena. A smirk formed on the she-wolf's face as she looked Viola straight in the eyes. Isn't that right, our little suicidal wolfless? Laughter rippled through the other she-wolves. As if Viola's answer had already bored her, Layla, who had been watching the exchange with silent amusement, finally chimed in, answering Elder Asara's question herself. A Luna must be powerful, she said, leaning back arrogantly against her chair. Strong enough to command respect, feared by enemies, and admired by her pack. Approving murmurs moved through the table. Layla continued, confidence oozing from her words and tone. She must enhance her alpha's status, through her strength, her lineage, and her ability to produce strong heirs. A weak Luna brings weakness to the pack. That is something no alpha can afford to have beside him. Her eyes flicked toward Viola. So, little girl, you don't stand a chance. Do yourself a favor and forfeit this competition now. As if to emphasize her words to the wolfless, Layla released her alpha wolf presence. Viola's teeth clattered violently as the pressure slammed into her. Her hand jerked against the table, the fork stabbing into her palm. She hissed softly in pain as blood welled up, and Layla smirked. You see, Layla said lightly, you can't even fight my wolf energy. She laughed, then slowly withdrew her wolf presence, releasing Viola from the crushing force and allowing her to breathe again, while the others found the entire display amusing rather than unfair. Viola's chest burned with humiliation and pain, but she didn't let it show. She was used to being humiliated in front of everyone, and this wasn't even close to what she had endured before. Slowly, she lifted her head and looked at Layla. That was petty of you, Miss Layla, Viola said calmly, her voice steady despite the burning pain in her palm. Your display says more about your insecurity than my lack of a wolf. Her eyes softened into a mock smile, because she wouldn't give any of them the slightest satisfaction of seeing her pain. But thank you for proving that intimidation is what you rely on when words aren't enough. Saying that, Viola pulled the fork out of her palm and clenched her fingers tightly to stop the bleeding, ignoring the heated look Layla shot her in response, and the equally heated look coming from the alpha seated beside her. Enough, Elder Halvrik declared as Layla began to speak again. It has been decided. The competition will take place in 4 weeks, and Viola of the North Pack is officially a participant. Layla looked at the wolfless girl and smiled. So she won't forfeit, Layla thought. Her wolf sneered. One of the she-wolves had forfeited just before Viola arrived upon learning Layla was among the participants. Yet even after Layla had demonstrated her power so clearly, this wolfless girl hadn't flinched. It made Layla wonder what in hell gave her such confidence, to stand among them, to believe she could win and rule over a pack like Silver and marry Sebastian. We're going to enjoy this so much, her wolf purred. Sebastian has always been ours. He gives us everything, and we are his fated mate. She hadn't been interested in settling down with anyone before, but lately, she found herself unable to stomach the idea of Sebastian taking another woman when he had already given her almost everything she had asked for. There were rumors of his curse, and that the death of his third Luna was inevitable, since Natalie and Evangeline had already died. Those two had been her classmates at the werewolves school before Layla had moved to her mother's family pack to explore life beyond it. But like everyone else here, Layla believed that any Luna who had died so far simply hadn't been smart enough to protect herself against whatever had killed them within the marriage. Though there had never been any disclosure about what truly killed them, nor was the public ever allowed to see the bodies before they were buried, and many said the bodies were never buried, Layla was prepared for this. The Alpha family was tight-lipped about many things that happened within the family, but her uncle was an elder, and he had assured her she wouldn't die from any curse. According to him, the curse only befell certain she-wolves, but she wasn't just any she-wolf. She had an alpha wolf, and none of his past wives had possessed that. Layla smirked to herself and sent a wink toward Sebastian, who happened to be looking her way with narrowed eyes. She believed he was proud of her for dealing with this wolfless girl. Why wouldn't he be? She was his mate, after all, his favorite woman in the entire Silver Pack ever since he had lost his 2 previous wives. Unknown to Layla, Sebastian was seething. She had just hurt the little idiot of a woman he was having conflicting emotions towards, and for the life of him, he couldn't understand why his mate bond toward Viola felt stronger than any connection he had with Layla. Why did he despise what Layla had just done to her right there, in his presence? And that is exactly why it's dangerous for Layla to join this competition. She'll have her evil eyes on my girl, his wolf growled in displeasure. Chapter 37, Infuriating Shameless Alpha. Part 1. By the time Viola left the hall, her palm was bleeding badly, and she didn't have a handkerchief, or the effortless grace to mingle with anyone. She had already earned the elders' approval, and that was all that mattered. She didn't wait for Zoe, who had been held up by someone Viola had been introduced to as her aunt, and excused herself quietly from the hall. Viola walked out of the hall and, thankfully, at the far end of the sliding doors, she spotted a sink attached to the wall. She hurried toward it, clutching her bleeding hand. The mirror of the sink wasn't glass but a technological screen, showing images of the Luna participants just like the wall projector. The moment she stepped in front of it, the screen shifted to reflect her own face like a proper mirror. She stared at her reflection and shuddered inwardly. Her makeup was fading, revealing sunken cheeks and tired eyes behind her round frame glasses. Had she looked like this the whole time in the hall? She cried silently inside. So much for a first impression. Unable to look at herself any longer, she lowered her head toward the sink, where the faucet had no handle, only a curved silver object. She was already frustrated, and discovering a headless, strange tap did nothing but intensify her helplessness. Did the silver really have to make everything this complicated? Even a simple sink couldn't escape their overly complex technology. She reached out, about to slap the tap, but as her hand came close, water suddenly sprang from the curved object. Messed up technology, she gritted furiously, holding her bleeding hand under the flow, letting the blood mix with the water and wash down the drain. I actually designed that system. A male voice suddenly spoke, and Viola turned her head to see who it was. She recognized him immediately. Though Zoe had given her a tablet to study the elders, Viola had also seen the profiles of many of the Alpha's relatives. She remembered seeing this person's profile. He was one of the Alpha's cousins. He was tall, impossibly handsome, with silver hair and eyes, but unlike Sebastian, his face carried a more approachable, less intimidating aura. But to her shame and displeasure, she had to admit he wasn't as strikingly gorgeous as that cold Alpha. Was there anyone here as unnervingly good-looking as him? She hadn't seen it yet, because the Alpha's presence was the kind that unsettled you. "Oh, sorry," Viola said quietly, flustered. "I was just having trouble with it." He smiled warmly. "No offense taken. It responds to proximity and temperature." "Oh," Viola muttered. She couldn't help but wish he would leave her alone so she could wash her hand in peace. After her life as a hollow, she was no longer used to having one-on-one conversations or being in the presence of people the hollow system had taught her were above her in werewolf society, before whom she was supposed to bow her head. The habit was still ingrained in her, and she had to fight herself many times not to bow or cower before the people in the hall, or this man approaching her. "Viola, right?" he asked, his eyes briefly flicking to her bleeding hand beneath the running water. She nodded, pulling her hand away from the water, which stopped the moment she removed her hand. "Cool, right," he said, unable to hide his enthusiasm at how the faucet worked. "I spent 3 months convincing the elders it wouldn't flood the buildings in our pack if we made it this way." "Oh," she replied, speechless, unable to find words to hold a conversation. She had read that he was a nerd, part of those responsible for creating most of the technology in the Silver Pack, and also quite talkative, judging by how she had noticed him chatting away inside the hall earlier. What did he want from her? He laughed softly as if reading her discomfort. "You're not much of a talker, I see." He reached into his pocket, pulled out a neatly folded handkerchief, and gently took her bleeding hand. "You're bleeding. Let me help." Viola stiffened instinctively, her fingers twitching as if to pull back, but she stopped when she realized he was only tying the handkerchief around her palm. Perhaps it was time to make herself familiar with the people here. The more friends and allies she had, the easier life would be in the future. She couldn't afford for every single person to despise her as much as she despised herself and everything that had made her who she was. It was time she learned how to live among people like this again, not for herself this time, but for her sister and for her mission of becoming the future Supreme Luna, where no one would cause her any more pains. I find you interesting, Viola. Though you don't have a wolf, you still talked back to Layla in there. Tell me, what's the secret behind your confidence? He asked, letting go of her hand and leaning slightly to look down at her with keen interest, as if he were waiting for her to whisper the secret of the universe. Nick was certain the girl must have a plan, some hidden strategy to win without a wolf. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so bold in front of Layla. Not to mention daring enough to come into the Silver Pack and wanting to rule them. Didn't she know she was at risk of dying even if she won the challenge? Didn't she know about the Cade's curse? His cousins Lunas, who had been strong, were already gone. And what he found most interesting was catching a glimpse of Sebastian sliding his own meal in front of her. Wasn't that interesting? Sebastian, who acted as though he were allergic to weaklings, paying attention to this one. There had to be some kind of secret, and Nick liked listening for secrets. Viola bit the inside of her cheek, raising a hand to tuck strands of hair behind her ear, struggling to process that someone actually found her interesting. If only he knew how disappointed he would be. There was nothing remotely interesting about her. I don't have any secret, she replied finally, her voice calm but firm. I just know I have to win at all costs. Aha, he suddenly exclaimed, startling her and making her eyes widen. That's the spirit, determination. Now tell me, do you have any plans of escaping before the day? Because I just bet millions on you in there. Viola stared at him in astonishment. Mister, she began to speak, but his dramatic gasp cut her words off mid-throat. Oh number, absolutely not. Mister, makes me sound old, he said, his expression earnest, almost puppy-like in its intensity. Call me Nick. Nick, she repeated cautiously, taking note that this Nick had apparently lost all sense of reason to bet on her. Nicholas if I'm in trouble. Nick if I'm not, he said, stepping back and raising his hands in playful surrender. And don't worry, I'm not here to judge you for not having a wolf. I'm here to tell you that I bet on you, and please don't disappoint me, because I'll go broke if you do. And if you ever need anything at all, I will be a call away. Before she could say anything else, he had already turned to leave, adding casually, try not to break my inventions. I'm very emotionally attached to them. Few minutes later, Viola was still reeling from the strange encounter with Nick, thinking him utterly insane for betting on her when she herself was not certain about her decisions and actions anymore. She made her way back to her penthouse, the hallway impossibly silent, her company only the flashing projectors and the restless feeling of loneliness creeping back in. When she stepped out of the elevator onto her penthouse floor, Viola stopped before the glass wall, staring out at the night city spread beneath her. She didn't want to go back inside the penthouse, knowing loneliness awaited her in that vast space, a biting, bitter loneliness paired with heart-wrenching regret and relentless nightmares. Not to mention the creeping self-doubt that had begun to rise inside her. Once, she would have thought herself capable of anything and everything, just like someone like Layla, arrogant, full of herself, and willing to go down any vile path to get what she wanted. She had once been that bad, once been that fearless, but years of suffering had not only changed her, they had dimmed her light and confidence, much like a melting candle that reduced its glow around a space the smaller it became. She felt unbelievably small in this new world. Now, she wasn't only humbled by life, but by her own internal demons, demons that crept in whenever she was alone. The demons of her past and the demons of her sins whispered constantly, never letting her forget, never letting her feel joy. Now, standing in this silent hall and looking out at the city, Viola didn't even know who she was anymore, or who she was supposed to become. The day she didn't get her wolf had made her lose a sense of identity and self-assurance she had once relied on. It felt as though something essential had been torn from her, leaving a hollow space she couldn't fill with anything. She wished more than anything that she could go back to a time when she had someone who genuinely loved her beside her, her poor sister, the only person who had ever made her feel whole. She stared up at the night sky, tears burning her eyes, refusing to fall but threatening to spill at any moment. "I can't afford to fail you again," she muttered softly, her voice trembling. Chapter 38, Infuriating Shameless Alpha. Part 2. She stared up at the night sky, tears burning her eyes, refusing to fall but threatening to spill at any moment. "I can't afford to fail you again," she muttered softly, her voice trembling. "But I am afraid I might." No matter her fear, Viola knew she couldn't give up now just because she was a little intimidated by her competitors. She wasn't afraid of death as much as she feared a long, miserable life filled with pain, remorse, loneliness, and endless pain. That kind of existence terrified her far more than dying ever could. This morning, she had woken up feeling impossibly better because of Zoe's dog, who had stayed beside her and nibbled at her. She didn't mind his gentle biting and licking, as long as she could feel the kind of peace she had experienced last night, her first ever sleep that had soothed something restless inside her. Perhaps she should ask to bring the dog to stay with her again tonight, because she was afraid to sleep alone. She would call Zoe and, "I would give 1,000,000 to know what's so interesting outside that wall you're staring at with such intensity." A deep voice suddenly spoke from behind her. Her soul almost jumped out of her body. She hadn't expected anyone to be there at all. Viola didn't even need to turn or wonder who it was. His accented voice and familiar, delicious cologne rushed to her nose the moment she became aware of him, making her insides clench and her fingers tighten subconsciously around the handkerchief-wrapped palm. She swirled around to find him leaning casually against the wall beside her door, his hands thrust into his trouser pockets like a thug, yet the stance did nothing to detract from that out-of-this-world presence he carried so effortlessly. His silver hair looked messy, as if he had run his fingers through it countless times, and he stared at her intensely with those same expressionless, cold eyes. Did he have to look this angry every time? She wondered, momentarily forgetting her own pain and sorrows. What was he even doing here? Hadn't she left him behind in the hall with the elders? Viola frowned deeply, refusing to let his presence, or the way he was looking at her, affect her. She pursed her lips, returning his stare. She almost shot the sarcastic remark, "Take a picture, it lasts longer," but belatedly reminded herself that this person wasn't Evan, who looked at her with so much genuine love that one would never doubt it. She pushed the thought of Evan aside, knowing it only stirred her anger. Sebastian's eyes narrowed as he caught the brief flash of rage across her face, wondering if it had been his presence that had provoked it. If it had, then all the better. When his gaze roamed over her from head to toe, Viola felt the urge to hug herself tighter, to hide her unhealthy body from such intense eyes that probably found her lacking in every possible way. Not that she cared about what he thought of her body. The last thing on her mind was caring about what this handsome, heartless devil thought of her. Sebastian's eyes took her in slowly before finally settling on the handkerchief-wrapped palm. His eyes darkened visibly. "Come here," he ordered. Viola heard his command and arched a brow at him. She would be dense to obey that order. She didn't move, remaining where she was, one arm hugging herself defensively as if to shield herself in case he struck her. It was a subconscious action, one that came naturally whenever a command was given like that. "I need to get inside. Could you step away from the door?" Viola asked indifferently, since he was blocking the code panel with his back. "And what if I don't?" he asked, a slight lift tugging at the corner of his lips as he looked at her standing there like an abandoned child, arms wrapped around herself, her face blank and unreadable. He had watched her for some time, standing before that glass wall with a sorrowful expression. He had gotten Matt to do a little more digging into her past, and he had seen what she had looked like before this. If not for her blue eyes in the pictures, Sebastian might have thought the confident woman in the pictures wasn't the same as this small, lost figure before him. It was said she was intelligent, having always emerged at the top of all her classes in the Werewolf Academy in Moonwillow. Sebastian understood why that dense Evan had placed her beside him until he found another woman, one who, Sebastian realized, wasn't nearly as academically sharp as Viola Linden. She came from his enemy pack, and the only reason he hadn't killed her wasn't just because she turned out to be his unwanted mate, it was because he saw the same hatred he held for the Moonwillow inside her eyes. Still, that alone wasn't enough for him to want her in his life. "Come here, little girl," he repeated, his tone commanding, but if she heard, she gave no sign of obedience. Did she just defy his order to come to him? Did she have any idea what he could do to her? Little idiot, she frowned in displeasure. "I am not a little girl," Viola said coldly. "And if you don't move away from the door, you can stand there all night, it's your building after all. I wouldn't mind waiting for you to get bored and leave," she said, holding his gaze steadily. She wasn't afraid of him throwing her out anymore for talking back. The elders had approved her participation now. The least he could do now was beat her. He had already gotten under her skin enough with the way he constantly looked down on her and called her little, as if she was still a child. Sebastian's eyes narrowed at her. "What if I never get bored of your stupidity?" he drawled in sudden irritation. "Has anyone ever told you how stupid you are? It takes one stupid person to recognize another stupid person, Alpha," Viola shot back, making an effort not to give him the satisfaction of seeing her grit her teeth in annoyance. He wouldn't be getting any reaction from her. "Did you just call me stupid?" His silver eyes darkened further, and his accent grew more pronounced, making Viola acutely aware that he didn't like being called stupid. Well, hadn't he called her that first? She only shrugged in response and said calmly, "You called me that first. You shouldn't call someone something you don't want to be called in return." "Kiss my ass. I like her even more." His wolf howled with laughter inside him, prompting Sebastian to seal him off to the back of his mind immediately. The creature kept siding with this girl far too often now, and he wanted nothing more than to rip it from himself and match them together, just so he could have some peace. He didn't know whether he found her defiance amusing or annoying, but he wanted to see just how long she could hold on to it. Sebastian pushed himself away from the wall and began to walk toward her. She wouldn't come forward, yet she had the nerve to call him stupid, right? Let's see if she wouldn't walk backward and just how brave she truly was. Viola's attempt at maintaining an indifferent expression immediately shattered and went straight out the glass wall when she saw him approaching her. Why was he coming forward? Didn't he want to stay there and block her entrance? She wondered. Despite her desperate attempt to show him she wasn't afraid and wouldn't be intimidated, her stupid legs betrayed her, taking a step back as he stepped forward. "Why are you backing away?" Sebastian asked cluelessly, watching her closely, his head tilted slightly to the side. "Why are you walking towards me?" she retorted, earning a careless shrug from him. "I don't know," he replied lazily. "Perhaps because you just ignored my order to come to me, so I decided I'll come to you instead." Chapter 39, Infuriating Shameless Alpha Part 3. "I don't know," he replied lazily. "Perhaps because you just ignored my order to come to me, so I decided I'll come to you instead." "Don't come any closer," Viola warned as her back hit the cold glass wall behind her, the chill of it sending a sharp shiver down her spine and making her realize there was nowhere left to retreat. She glanced to the side where the elevator doors were and attempted to dash in that direction, but of course the predator moved faster. He blocked her path by slamming his palm against the glass wall beside her ear, half caging her between his body and the unyielding surface. Viola gulped down her silver and tried to move in the opposite direction to escape, but his other hand came down just as fast, slamming against the wall on her other side and completely trapping her now between him and the glass. She turned to glare at him, though a tight coil of nerves wound through her stomach the moment his cologne hit her senses, filling her lungs. She liked it, and hated that she did, but the warmth and proximity of his hand grazing her scalp set her pulse racing uncontrollably. "Run, Ninata," he rasped. "I can still catch you with those short legs of yours." Viola clenched her fingers against her dress. I am not short, and I refuse to be called names whose meaning I don't even know, she snapped, glaring at him. Everything that ever left his mouth about her was an insult. If he wasn't so tall, like a towering structure, she wouldn't appear so dwarfed by him in the first place. Sebastian arched a brow. You are little and look innocent, but you have fire on your tongue that will get you in deep trouble, Ninata. I don't take it good when I get spoken back to like that. And I will call you whatever I see fit, you, little, short, and even 4 eyes. He said this, bringing his hand to push her sliding glass back up her nose bridge. Too big for the small face. He said the small just because she didn't like to hear it, and he watched the rage simmer on her face. He had heard so many people saying short people have so much anger, and it seemed to be true because this one has it in abundance, and she couldn't let it flare freely because she still has the hollow system restraining her. Take your big, giant hand off my glasses, she said calmly, realizing her anger was only stroking his provocation. If he called her small, she would call him giant and big. Two could play the game of giving names. Sebastian laughed coldly. I like that, being big. At least I am not something anyone can step on and walk over, dwarf. Tower, she glared at him. Rat, he shot back. Colossus, she said, realizing how he wanted to play this insult game with her. Shrimp, he retorted, eyes narrowing as if daring her to find another name and call him. Skyscraper, she bit out. Rabbit, he mused, lips curling slightly. Titan, wasn't he going to stop yet? She couldn't believe this cold man was petty enough to resort to name-calling. Ant, he said simply, knowing this was stupid and that he was lowering himself to her childish exchange. Yet he couldn't stop as long as she continued. He never let anyone have the last say, not even when that person was this little, unfearful woman, especially when that person was her. Finally, Viola gave up and slid her mouth shut, realizing if she continued, so would he, because he was shameless and a bully. Was this big bully the supreme alpha everyone feared? Tired. I thought as much, Ant, he said as he slowly moved one hand away from the wall behind her head. Viola didn't even realize he had lowered it until she felt it grasp her injured hand in his large one. She jolted instantly and tried to yank it away, but he held on firmly, his eyes never leaving hers for a second. Let go of me, she gritted out, trying to push at his chest with her free hand to force him out of her breathing space. But because his designer signature shirt was open at the front, leaving his ominous, snake-tattooed chest bare, her palm came into direct contact with his warm skin. She heard him inhale sharply, as if she had hurt him, and it caused her to freeze. She looked up into his eyes only to find that his expression had shifted into something she couldn't interpret, and his grip around her hand tightened reflexively. Viola gulped. Did such a push hurt him? Though she showed bravery, it took everything inside her not to cower. But the man was insanely annoying, and she couldn't help herself. Sebastian clenched his jaw, forcing himself to control the intense wash of desire that surged through him from nothing more than the contact of her hand against his skin. The electric spark sent heat waves racing through his nervous system, goosebumps rising along the back of his neck. He looked down to see her small hand flattened against his chest while she stared up at him, wide-eyed and confused, so clearly obvious she had no damn idea how this troublesome bond worked. She could torment him with just a whiff of her scent and set him ablaze. Sebastian hated it, but he breathed in her daisy scent deeply. The effect it had on him was powerful, though not stronger than the reason he was here. He would inhale her until she was nothing new to him, until he got so used to her scent that she would never hold such an effect over him again. She wouldn't be someone he cared about. She wouldn't be someone his mind sought out even in his subconscious. She wouldn't be the reason he suffered again. Nobody would be. And so he let himself take her in, her scent, her presence, forcing it into familiarity. Sebastian moved closer, compelled by the need to feel her warmth more clearly, more fully, so he wouldn't be caught off guard by that electric spark again. "What do you want from me?" Viola asked warily as she shifted and pressed her back harder against the glass, trying to escape his closeness. There was no escaping him. He still held her painful injured hand and was now studying it with an unreadable expression on his face. "More like what you want from me, Viola," he drawled, his voice deep and husky. The way he said her name for the first time sent a strange quiver through her stomach. It sounded different in his mouth. Was it because he had that annoying accent? The sensation was foreign and unsettling, so much so that she didn't realize he had removed the handkerchief Nicholas had wrapped around her palm until he snorted softly. "Nicholas's possession," he said. "It doesn't belong with you, Ninetta." She watched him fling the piece of fabric away as if it were nothing but dirt, and she gasped. "You can't do that," she exclaimed, trying to reach for the discarded handkerchief. But he pulled her back before she could take a step. This time, his strong arm slid around her waist, drawing her firmly against him. "I can do it, and I already did. I can also ease the pain better than a handkerchief," he said calmly. "Now stop fighting and stay still." He gave her a dark warning look, and without giving her time to prepare, he lifted her injured hand toward his mouth. Chapter 40. Infuriating Shameless Alpha Part 4. He gave her a dark warning look, and without giving her time to prepare, he lifted her injured hand toward his mouth. Viola's eyes widened when he bent his head, and she felt his warm mouth close over the wound. Color burst across her cheeks and spread all the way down her neck when she felt his warm, wet tongue run gently against and around the injury, licking it with deliberate care. In spite of herself, a thread of heat coiled low in her stomach, unfamiliar and so disorienting. What are you?" She tried to speak, attempting to pull her hand away, but he whispered against her palm, his breath hot against her skin. "Stay still, stupid. I'm trying to heal your wound. It's an eyesore." His saliva and blood carried healing properties meant for his mate alone, and in that moment he realized that no matter how much this little woman annoyed him and how much he didn't want her or welcome her, he didn't like another man's scent lingering on her because it tormented him just as much as her scent did. According to fate, she was supposed to be his. When he finished tending to the wound, he lifted his head and looked at her flushed face. Was she angry, or simply embarrassed? He couldn't tell. He only knew that the color suited her far better than the sickly paleness from before. He felt her fingers curl inward against his own that still held her palm, and just as her action was unconscious, his grip tightened around hers unconsciously as well, neither of them realizing it or being aware. That spark he didn't like, but his body craved, surged inside him again, and his other hand around her waist tightened even more. "Where was I again?" he asked, looking into her eyes behind the frame of glasses that made her look innocent. Yet something told him there was more to Viola Linden than met the eye. If he hadn't already been taught a brutal lesson about keeping weaklings close, he would have been into her, curious enough to want to uncover her layer by layer. "You were about to let me go," she put in, wanting nothing more than to get away from him. What was wrong with this man? Shouldn't he be getting away from her since he hated her and didn't want this bond? Why was he invading her space and holding her like this? It seemed he indeed had no sense of what personal space meant. "Oh, I remember why I am here," he said, releasing her waist but not her hand. "I am curious. Do you see yourself winning against Layla?" he asked, and without giving her the chance to reply, he continued. "My offer still stands," he whispered, releasing her hand now and using his fingers to move a few strands of dark hair away from her face, tucking them behind her ear. Viola jerked her head away from him and narrowed her eyes. What offer? She had an idea what he meant, but she feigned ignorance. He smiled, a smile that didn't reach those cold eyes, yet somehow made his face look even more handsome. Only then did Viola belatedly wonder what his face would look like if that smile ever reached his eyes. She mentally shook the thought from her head and focused on what he was about to say. "My offer to send you away from here to live with the humans." You can forfeit the competition right now, and by tomorrow you'd be out of here without facing anyone, he told her, watching as her expression hardened and she glared at him. Didn't she know he was trying to save her? This life wasn't meant for someone like her. Though as much as Sebastian was cold toward people and could kill without blinking an eye, there was still a small fragment of compassion left in him, only not many ever received it. He was showing her that rare compassion now, trying to save her life from the hell she was walking straight into. The hell that came with being the Luna and his wife. "You're underestimating me again," Viola said with a dry laugh, though if anyone had looked closely at her hands, they would have seen they were balled tightly into fists. "If I didn't know you were the almighty supreme alpha many are afraid of, I would say you are afraid I will win. If you're not afraid and don't give a damn about a weakling like me, you wouldn't be here offering me a way to run like a coward. Are you afraid I will be your wife?" Viola asked with a half smile and deliberately indifferent eyes. Did he think she was a coward who would flee in the middle of the night? She knew she had no chance, but she wouldn't go down without at least trying. Sebastian let out a small laugh. "Me, afraid?" he scoffed coldly to her face. "First, have the chance of winning before you can talk about being my wife. 4 eyes, he whispered, his gaze briefly flicking to the hickey he had left on her neck the night before. He couldn't help but wonder what she thought had caused that mark on her skin this morning. "If I were not so desperate, I would never have fought to be your wife, because you're annoying and a very unlikable person," she snapped. "And just because of how much you look down on me, I want to promise you right now that I will be the winner. I will become your wife and share the same quarters and bed with you." Okay, that came out wrong, but she didn't care. She spoke with fierce determination, poking at his chest with her finger to emphasize each word. Oh, she had already imagined how she would get back at him once she became his Luna. How she would make him regret every single moment he had taunted her. He was the one bound by the mate bond, and she would make him suffer so much he would regret these moments. Sebastian smiled, leaning down to whisper into her ear, his breath fanning her earlobe. "I have withdrawn my offer because of your arrogance, 4 eyes. But here is another offer. If by some luck you win this competition and become my wife, which I strongly doubt, I will grant you 3 wishes. Everything and anything you want in this world will be yours. Anything." Chapter 41, Give Her Anything Part 1. His words made Viola pause. "Everything and anything," he had said. She blinked, then moved back slightly to look at his smirking face. Yet, in that moment, she was no longer bothered by his arrogance, because he had just said something that caught not only her interest but made her mind begin to spin around the 3 wishes he had mentioned. What was he? A genie. But in this world of werewolves, he controlled power, real power, and she could ask him to bring down things no one else ever could as a wish. Though being his Luna did not only guarantee she would gain status or security, having him behind her meant more influence and authority that no one would dare challenge. He would grant her wishes. Viola knew she should be angry that those words had come from his belief that she would never win, but she wasn't. Instead, she narrowed her eyes. "You will grant my wishes?" she asked, just to confirm she hadn't misheard the jerk in any way. He calmly nodded his head. Viola lifted her chin as she declared, "I want it written on paper with your signature. I have learned not to trust words spoken by people with more power than I have. You could easily go back on them and pretend you never gave your word." After everything that had happened in her life, and between her and Evan, Viola didn't think she could ever trust the words of anybody in power. Evan had given her his words and promises. He had sworn undying love to her and acted the part perfectly, but when the moment came that he wanted to betray her, he had done it as if those words of love had never been spoken at all. Though this man standing before her wasn't giving love promises, nor was he her lover or ever would be, she wouldn't trust his words. She would never let herself fall for words again. She needed proof, and by him signing it down, it would seal a deal he wouldn't be able to go back on. Sebastian found the girl even more interesting. She didn't trust just his words, not that he was someone who went back on them, but he himself was also someone who didn't trust words alone and needed actions and proof. Hence, he told her, "Sure, why not? You will have it down on paper right now." He pulled out his phone from his pocket and sent a text to Matt, instructing him to quickly and secretly prepare 2 copies of a contract and keep them ready in the office. Matt, who was currently planning to go out and have a little fun in Silver City after dinner, and after enduring yet another lecture from his mother about finding his own mate, as if being choked up at home or the office would magically bring one to him, received the message from Sebastian and frowned down at the clauses he was supposed to add to this secret contract he had been asked to print. "Are you kidding me? Not Viola again?" he groaned in frustration. For someone who didn't want to be interested in this weak girl, Seb was getting a little too involved with her, far more than he should have been. Wasn't Sebastian an expert at discarding his mates and turning his back on the ones he didn't want? He had done it countless times before, without hesitation. So why was he getting involved with this one so much? Just that morning, he had been forced to dig into Viola's past and background, uncovering everything, every little thing that had once been posted about her before it was wiped away by Evan. He had spent hours doing it, even hacking into restricted information because Sebastian wanted it kept secret from anyone. And now, just when he was considering giving himself a break, he had to print a contract. "Shoot me. I will never find my mate in this lifetime until my friend finally settles down," Matt texted back, and Sebastian's reply came almost immediately. "Don't be dramatic. We both know you're not eager to find your mate. We're on our way to the office. Prepare it before we get there." Matt rolled his eyes and took off his black leather jacket to get what Sebastian wanted done. Anyway, he wasn't really that interested in going mate searching. After what he had seen people with mates go through in their lives, he didn't think he was ready for it. If he were truly determined to search, nothing would have stopped him, not even Sebastian and his contract. Viola silently followed the Alpha into the elevator that took them to the 100th floor of the building. They didn't say another word to each other and walked in silence out of the elevator when they reached the floor. Her legs were already sore. She hadn't rested them well, and she still had a lingering painful limp. Though she wasn't wearing heels but flats, it was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Nonetheless, she wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip by her. A chance to have this handsome devil grant her 3 wishes, if she ended up being his Luna, was not something that would ever come her way again. She needed those wishes badly enough that she didn't mind the mild ache spreading through her legs. The floor of his office was a little different than the others, Viola took note. There were no ordinary projectors on the walls. Instead, the walls themselves were screens displaying a rotating forest scene, wolves scattered between the trees as if hunting. The leading wolf was massive and mighty silver. Viola stared at it with slightly horrified eyes, because between its jaws hung a person, blood dripping down as if the beast were about to chew. Was that him in his wolf form? She wondered, and belatedly recalled his words once spoken to her. "I've killed for this pack," he had told her. "I've been challenged 10 times and emerged victorious, with the flesh of my rivals filling my belly." Viola grimaced at the mental image, though she didn't even need to imagine it. There it was, displayed across his walls. She tightened her arms around herself and deliberately looked away from it. "You can't even watch that, and yet you say you can be a Luna," came his words as he stopped before a door, his head turning slightly in her direction. "Being my Luna, you will fight beside me and watch me do more than what is on that screen, Ninata. You are not only physically weak, but your mind is as well." Viola raised her head to look him straight in the eye. "You do not know my mind or know what I am capable of doing. Can we proceed to your office, please?" she reminded him, wanting to get away from his judgmental gaze and his constant attempts to talk her out of this. If only he knew what she was capable of. That she could kill to get her way. yet never wanted that part of herself to rise again or exist within her anymore. That was her past, her selfish, desperate self, and it didn't belong here. And if only he knew that without this hope, without this competition offering her even the smallest chance to rise above those who had hurt her and ruined her life, she would have preferred death. He would have understood then that she had absolutely nothing to lose in this competition. She watched him press in a code on the door in front of him, and it slid open. He didn't step inside but instead gestured for her to proceed ahead of him into the office. She warily walked past him into his cold, gloomy office, stood aside, and took in the vast space. Though the space was beautiful, it felt empty. There were framed images of wolves lying neatly along the long decorative brick wall at the side, but she belatedly realized there were no frames of any of his past Lunas, nothing of them at all, like she had expected, especially with how much he seemed to have favored the first Luna, Natalie. Despite of herself, she couldn't help but get curious about his relationship with his first Luna, but then she pushed the curiosity aside. It was none of her business. He walked over to his desk and picked up the papers lying there, then turned over his shoulder to order, "Have a seat." Viola would have said she was fine standing, but her legs were already killing her, cramping painfully from strain and exhaustion. She didn't argue with him and made her way to sit down in the chair he gestured to at his desk. Everything in the room smelled like him, and she tried not to breathe in too deeply as she watched him perch his hip against the desk while he read through the contract. She hadn't expected everything to be arranged this fast and had thought she would need to wait longer. When he began to reach for his pen on the desk as if to sign it immediately, Viola hurriedly spoke. "I would like to read what is written there before you sign it." He gave her a narrowed look. "You really do have deep trust issues, don't you?" he questioned with a scoff. Chapter 42, Give Her Anything Part 2. He gave her a narrowed look. "You really do have deep trust issues, don't you?" he questioned with a scoff. Viola didn't deny it. "You give me no reason to trust you, Alpha Cade. Can I see the contract?" This had become important to her now, and she didn't want anything to mess it up. He was the most powerful werewolf in all of their world. Having him give her an opportunity she could possibly use in the future wasn't easy. She knew that if he didn't truly believe she would fail, he wouldn't have given her this chance in the first place. He turned and placed the papers in front of her on the desk. "Fine, have it your way, Ninata," he told her with a faint smirk, and that name made her grit her teeth slightly. Viola picked up the papers and, ignoring his intense stare, began to read. Clause of contest and consideration. Should Viola Linden emerge victorious in the sanctioned competition set forth by the Silver Pack, the Alpha shall grant her 3 wishes, to be fulfilled in full, without delay, condition, or refusal. These wishes may be of any nature, material, social, political, or personal, regardless of how unreasonable, excessive, or unconventional they may be. Upon victory, Viola Linden shall be entitled to all rights, protections, privileges, and standing afforded to the Alpha's Luna and lawful wife, lacking nothing that such a position commands. That was exactly what she wanted, Viola thought as her fingers trembled slightly while reading those words. She continued to the next section. Should Viola Linden fail in the competition, yet survive its completion by miracle, she shall forfeit all claims to Alpha Sebastian Cade, his pack, his territory, and his protection. She shall leave the pack lands immediately and never return, nor seek aid, compensation, or acknowledgement from the Alpha or his people for the remainder of her life. This agreement is binding, final, and irreversible upon signing. Signed this day by both parties in full awareness of the risks, consequences, and obligations herein. Alpha Sebastian Cade. Signature, _ Viola Linden. Signature, _ Satisfied enough, 4 eyes. Came his words, making her look up at him. She placed the papers back down on the desk and pushed her annoying sliding glasses up her nose before nodding. "With this, we both know you can't take back your words, she said as she took his pen from the desk and leaned forward to sign her name. "Don't worry, there will be no words to take back when you have no chance, Miss Linden," he said, watching her fingers curl around his pen. His gaze lingered as he noticed the raw skin around her nails. Did she do that to herself? He wondered with a frown. Viola finished signing and slid the papers toward him so he could add his own signature. Without looking away from her, Sebastian swiftly signed both copies of the agreement, one for each of them. Done. He slid her copy back toward her and placed his inside a desk drawer. He watched as she clutched the papers to her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Did something like this truly mean that much to her? Sebastian knew that many Schwulves would give anything just to have a single wish granted by him, and anyone who received it would be ecstatic, over the moon. Yet as he watched her, he couldn't help but notice and realize that this little woman wouldn't be asking for half his money or his properties in the future. She looked genuinely relieved simply to have the contract in her hands. That realization made an unfamiliar heaviness settle in his chest. He couldn't help but feel bad that he was allowing her to walk straight into something that could very well kill her. Still, he suppressed the feeling. He had given her a choice, and she had chosen to step into this on her own. When she didn't immediately stand to leave, Sebastian guessed her legs were troubling her. So, out of what little goodness he still possessed, he decided to distract her so she could rest a moment longer. He pointed toward her neck. "What happened to you there? Are you kidding me? Didn't you creep into her room to bite and lick her neck yesterday?" His wolf scoffed. Viola, still marveling at the fact that this document promised her protection and power if she became his wife, couldn't help but feel a strange sense of safety in those written words. When she heard his question, her hand immediately flew to her neck. "I got a love bite from Zoe's dog," she said without thinking. Sebastian nearly choked on his saliva. "Did she just call us Zoe's dog?" His wolf gasped, deeply offended, as being referred to as a dog was a serious insult to any werewolf. Zoe's dog. Sebastian arched a brow. When did Zoe have a dog? And how on earth did she come to that thinking believing him a dog? Viola, strangely buoyed by the contract, found herself talking more than she should have. He was so warm and cozy, and his bites and licks made me." She stopped short, suddenly realizing who she was talking to. "Made you feel what?" Sebastian asked, his voice dropping low as he came around the desk and planted his hands on either arm of the chair, caging her in when she began to stand up. Had she felt it too, what he had felt last night? The intense desire to have her naked, to have his cock buried deep within her warmth. To press her body against his, to kiss her, lick her, taste her, and claim her even though he despised the bond. "Did she?" "Safe," Viola said softly, looking up at his face now dangerously close to hers. She saw his brows draw together in confusion and repeated herself. "Zoe's dog makes me feel safe, so I don't mind if he bites and licks me in my sleep. Now please move back, I need to go." So she hadn't felt what he felt. Sebastian exhaled slowly as his wolf mocked him. "Of course, you perverted creep. She can't feel your desires, and she certainly doesn't feel the bond the way you do. Her wolf isn't there. This is all you." Sebastian studied her eyes, wary, guarded, unyielding, and felt something inside him soften against his will. "Did Zoe tell you she has a dog?" he asked quietly, unsure why his voice had softened. Viola nodded. She didn't understand why he was speaking so gently now, but she found herself tensing all the same. No one had spoken to her softly in a long while, and it unsettled her more than harsh words ever did. "Do you want a dog of your own?" he asked, his gaze flicking briefly to her pale pink lips as her tongue peeked out to lick them. Something inside him clenched at the way her tongue swept across her lips. His fingers tightened around the arms of the chair. You have forbidden dogs in your pack," his wolf reminded. "Shut up." At that moment, with how small and innocent she looked, with those lips so distracting and those eyes holding the confusion of a woman who had learned not to expect kindness, he knew, If she asked him for a dog as a pet, he would give it to her. He would give her anything, damn it. And that was the problem. She was a weakness to him. Viola blinked at his question. She didn't get to finish. A sharp ding sounded as the door slid open, followed by the clicking of heels against the floor. They both turned toward the entrance at the same time. What Viola saw made her eyes widen as she pushed Sebastian away and rose quickly from the chair. Chapter 43. Will you be her dog again tonight? She didn't get to finish. A sharp ding sounded as the door slid open, followed by the clicking of heels against the floor. They both turned toward the entrance at the same time. What Viola saw made her eyes widen as she pushed Sebastian away and rose quickly from the chair. Standing at the doorway was Layla, a deep frown on her face, as though she hadn't expected to walk in on them. But it wasn't just her presence that shocked Viola, it was her attire. Layla wore a black net lingerie dress with thin spaghetti straps, the hem stopping just below her most private area. She wore no bra, and the panties beneath could barely be called such. In her hand was a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Viola couldn't help wondering how she could walk into the Alpha's office dressed like that. Then realization dawned on her, hot and uncomfortable, and her cheeks flushed. The Alpha must have been expecting her. What are you doing here? Layla demanded, her eyes narrowing at Viola. This nobody wasn't supposed to be with her man. Before Sebastian could speak, Viola recovered. I came to collect this. I am already leaving, she said quickly and moved toward the door. Without thinking and almost instinctively, Sebastian reached out and grabbed her arm, but she jerked free and hurried past him towards the door. As she passed Layla, the she-wolf grabbed her arm, forcing her to stop and leaned closer, then whispered darkly, "You and I have so much to talk about, Wolfus. But right now, I'm here for a hot fucking with the Alpha. We will meet again." Viola tightened her fingers around the papers and walked past her, leaving the office with an uncomfortable, displeased knot tightening in her chest. Just before the door fully closed behind her, she heard Layla purr, "Have you been waiting for me long, darling? I got caught up preparing for you." Viola hurried back to her penthouse, unable to understand why she felt so uncomfortable after the encounter with Layla entering the Alpha's office like that, and what they might be doing there by now. Inside the elevator, she looked down at her palm, where the fork had left 4 small puncture marks on her skin. The wound had already healed with the Alpha's saliva, yet she still rubbed her palm against her dress, remembering the fact that it had been in his mouth. She pushed his thoughts from her mind, along with how his gentle voice earlier had made her feel like she could tell him anything. The man was confusing as hell. One moment he was this way and the other moment he was another way. Was he bipolar or simply touched in the head? She shouldn't be surprised that he might be sleeping with one of the participants for his lunar position. After all, she knew that despite how he had shown that he loved Natalie in the past, and despite having watched them and envied their love story, it had all been for show. She doubted any man with many mates could remain faithful, capable of long-term restraint, or remain loyal to a dead mate. Now, she began to question all those rumors about him being the one who killed his mates, but she pushed that thought aside. It was none of her business. He could do whatever he wanted with his life, and even if she won and became his Luna, she wouldn't care if he carried a harem of other mates outside, as long as she found the protection she needed from being his wife, as long as nobody would ever beat or hit her again, and as long as she had the power to travel to the Nightshade Pact to find her sister and make him grant her a wish to let Ivy live here. Though she didn't want to think about the possibility of Ivy no longer being there, as the moment children turn 10 without adoption, they're thrown into the rogue life and forced to become breeding mates to packless wolves, she shuddered at the thought but pushed it away. She needed to win this. Only then would she be able to find Ivy and give back everything that had been stolen from her twin sister. When Viola reached her penthouse, she was immediately consumed by the empty loneliness of being there alone. She let out a sigh, realizing it was part of the reason she had remained sitting in that chair in his office, because she hadn't wanted to return here, seeking company, even if it came from an infuriating man, who annoyed her to no end. Before anything else, Viola went into the bedroom and placed the contract in a safe, locking it with a code. It was now a treasure she couldn't afford to let anything happen to. Because she couldn't trust that Alpha, she didn't allow herself to dwell on the silence and proceeded with her nighttime routine to freshen up. She put on another set of bunny pajamas and looked at the soft bed with an ache in her heart. She could never sleep here alone. Knowing sleep would bring nightmares, and nightmares would bring pain, Viola grabbed her new phone and returned to the living room, sitting down on the piano bench with her legs pulled up in front of her chest. She looked down at the phone screen, a luxury she hadn't known she would ever own again after 4 years of suffering. For a moment, she marveled at the possession before turning it on, steadying herself as she brought herself to text the person she wanted to reach. She had saved Zoe's number that morning. Biting the inside of her cheek, she gave in with a sigh and typed a few lines of messages, then sent them and waited, watching until she saw they had been delivered. I hope she wouldn't think of me as demanding, she thought, looking out at the glass as lightning strikes flashed across the night sky, their light reflecting against the glass wall. She couldn't help but wish that same light could reach her empty heart. Zoe was currently sitting at her desk, drawing a new design inspired by an idea that had come to her tonight, when her phone beeped. She put her pen down to look at the message, and her eyes widened before she facepalmed. Shoot, she wants to borrow my dog for the night, Zoe exclaimed to herself. But I don't have a dog. She bit down on her nail as she stared at the text, wondering what she was supposed to do after blatantly lying about a dog she didn't have, not to mention that dogs weren't even allowed in the silver pack. That brother of mine, what could he be thinking? Oh no, he won't get away with this, she muttered, immediately calling her brother. The phone rang a few times, but he didn't answer. Well, she wouldn't be Zoe Cade if she gave up after calling the first time. She called again and again until the phone was answered, and his annoyed hello came through. Why did you have to creep into her room last night, hermano? Sebastian, who had just stepped out of the shower and noticed the many missed calls and ringing phone, pretended ignorance as he asked, creeped into whose room? Be specific, little sister. Zoe groaned. Viola, of course. You didn't just creep into her room, you left a hickey on her neck, and now she's asking about my non-existent dog. What am I supposed to do? She facepalmed again. Of course, Zoe could simply use her authority as the alpha sister to tell Viola no, but she wasn't that kind of person. Not to mention, she didn't understand why Sebastian did such a thing when he had said and acted like he didn't care. This man, she could never understand what went on inside his head. Why did you tell her you have a dog? Sebastian remarked nonchalantly, placing his phone on speaker on the bed as he began to get dressed, buttoning up his shirt. Well, she was looking for a dog that licked her. I should have just told her it was you. That would have saved your image in real time, hermano, Zoe said sarcastically, rolling her eyes. When her brother didn't reply, she added, are you there? Will you be her dog again tonight? Chapter 44. Because I want her to win. Well, she was looking for a dog that licked her. I should have just told her it was you. That would have saved your image in real time, hermano, Zoe said sarcastically, rolling her eyes. When her brother didn't reply, she added, are you there? Will you be her dog again tonight? Watch your tongue, young lady. I am your alpha, he warned flatly, sitting down on the edge of his bed to put on his shoes. Tell her your dog died or something. It's your lie, find something to say, and don't bother me with her again. Zoe sensed he was about to hang up, so she quickly spoke. Wait, she said, then asked the curious question that had been bothering her ever since she learned that he had brought Viola to their pack, when their pack didn't accept people from Moonwillow. Is she among your mates? She questioned curiously, idly tapping her fingers against her desk when the silence on the other side of the phone seemed to stretch a little too long. She knew about her brother's multiple mates and was aware that he wouldn't have brought back someone like Viola if she wasn't his mate and the bond hadn't forced him to. Not that her brother hadn't already learned how to ignore his mates and push them away. She had seen and caught her brother with many she-wolves, women he was never found with twice, because they were mates he had rejected. So why would he bring Viola, especially when she came from a pack that had offended him? Not to mention, Zoe didn't want Viola to be the next Luna they would lose. She already liked her. She truly didn't want a repeat of what had happened years ago to Sebastian. She's not, Sebastian replied indifferently, dismissing Viola as his mate, because it was something he would never acknowledge publicly lest she was used against him. Have you taken your medication? He asked, deliberately changing the topic away from the little woman he couldn't get out of his mind, and had been unable to even have sex with Layla because of the scent Viola had left behind on his chair and the lingering taste of her palm on his tongue. He had found Layla's vanilla scent somewhat irritating and far less appealing after breathing in something as fresh as daisies. He had turned her down with the excuse that he needed to attend to something important, which wasn't entirely a lie. That was new. He was never able to resist or reject Layla. Yeah, I've taken the medication, Zoe replied, not liking that he had changed the topic. Though Zoe had a wolf, she had been a late bloomer, and her wolf had been weak even when it finally surfaced. But an incident years ago had caused her wolf to disappear completely, forcing her to rely on medication to make its presence known inside her. Her immune system had also become very poor after she had taken a silver bullet for Sebastian years ago. Being the supreme alpha, he had enemies scattered both outside and inside his pack, always after his life. There had been so many assassination attempts on him that he had lost count of them all, and most had failed. But the one years ago had almost been successful, because it happened during the time he had allowed himself to show weakness for his first Luna's death. He hadn't even seen it coming when the gun went off. All he had realized was his sister's body falling over him as she jumped to take the bullet meant for him. Her blood splattered all over his hands and body before he fully understood what had happened. Since then, she had become one of the weakest wolves in their pack, and he constantly feared that if she stopped taking her medication to heal her wolf, she would become even weaker, and a target his enemies could exploit to get to him. Which was why he needed a capable right Luna, so he wouldn't ever fall to weakness himself. If only he could find the one he had been searching for, everything would have been easier. And if only that damn prophecy didn't exist. By the way, Zoe continued, you remember you owe me a debt for saving your life, right? Sebastian massaged his temple, hearing those words for the 100th time from his sister, who used them whenever she wanted to ask for something, or blackmail him. What do you want? Hurry up, I have something to do, he said tonelessly, and Zoe grinned. You know I have placed a bet on Viola, and I have a feeling she. Go straight to the point, Emana, or I will end the call, he warned, looking down at his wristwatch that showed 11:30 p.m. He couldn't afford to be here by 12 o'clock. Zoe pursed her lips. I want you to help Viola get a good trainer. She'll need it if she's going to compete against that arrogant Layla, who I pray with everything in me won't become my sister-in-law. And, why should I? I don't want her to win, Sebastian scoffed. Why would he want her to win, knowing that he would have to grant her 3 wishes? And what if that wish was something he couldn't give, yet he had already signed and agreed to grant her everything and anything she wanted? With the way she had affected him earlier, he couldn't bring himself to root for her, when she had nothing that pointed her to the one he was supposed to find by his prophecy. If she turned out the wrong one, she would only end up like the others, dead by his own hands. Because I want her to win. Not for anything else, but to prove that we weak wolf people also have a chance to rule and change the ways of the Silver Pack, HMPH. Just so you know, I'm gathering people to bet on her and cheer for her on the day of the competition, because she'll need it. Hermano, she must not fail or die in this competition, or else, if I leave home this time around, I am not coming back. I will disown you, and Sebastian cringed away from the phone and ended the call, scowling down at it. I think I've spoiled her too much to have her talk to me this way, he muttered, his fingers flying across the screen already to send a message to his really good personal trainer, tapping on his phone like it was his enemy. If she wants to live in my hell, I will welcome her into it with open arms, and even help her, Sebastian said as he finished sending the message and then left his house, contacting Matt through their Alpha-Beta Mind link. What is the situation? He asked. Matt's grave voice came. Not good, man. I found out from Mom that Mrs. Cade is indeed having a secret meeting with some of the elders, telling them that they are wasting too much time and resources on you, when Javier is strong, healthy, and carries the alpha blood as well. She wants them to vote you out. Sebastian's expression barely changed at that information. Javier, Nicholas' older brother, were both his cousins, born from his father's brother. Unfortunately, none of them inherited 100% alpha blood as he had, but their mother, his Aunt Camilla, didn't think so. She would find any opportunity to put her son on the throne seat to rule over the Silver Pack. He had thought she had given up on that when she hadn't voiced any words of protest so far, but Layla had said something earlier about his cousin, Javier believing his mother would make him the next alpha very soon, because Sebastian's next Luna would die in his hands again. No wonder she and her son hadn't been present at the dinner tonight. Camilla had other plans to make the elders turn against him, again. What did the elders say? Sebastian asked as he left the building. None of them listened to her, of course, because many believed the one they had chosen for the Luna position would win the competition, so they still have hope in you for now. Mrs. Cade is not so much trouble for now. Are you ready to leave the pack already? Sebastian stepped into the light, drizzling rain outside, where lightning flashed across the night street and faint, distant sounds of thunder followed, as he made his way to his car, which was ready and waiting for him outside the skyscraper. Yes, make sure nothing goes wrong in my absence, and make sure the girl stays away from Javier. Which girl? Matt asked. You know who I mean, Sebastian deadpanned, and Matt questioned incredulously, I thought we are rooting for Layla. Sebastian was silent for a while before he said, we are. Layla is my choice. It's for Zoe's sake. Chapter 45, Someone to Avoid. When Viola woke up the next morning, it was with tormenting neck and back pain because she had slept off on the piano bench, her head resting against the closed piano cover. Though she had slept a little, it didn't feel like she had slept at all, and she still felt unrested. She groaned as she rubbed her neck and stretched her head back and forth to get rid of the aches, but it only seemed to make it worse. She had sat there last night waiting for Zoe's dog, but Zoe had texted her, saying the alpha had taken the dog. The alpha, she had wondered in disappointment. What would he do with a dog and why would he take it at a time she needed the creature? Knowing she wouldn't be able to sleep, she had tried to use her new phone. Unfortunately, she was no longer used to scrolling through Werewolf social media, especially when everything there showed people she didn't want to see, people who had once tortured her, doing well and living happily. Viola had put her phone aside to look out at the drizzling rain and the flashing of low lightning in the sky while she absent-mindedly played herself a sad song on the piano, which was now her only companion in this big, empty space. She had done that until dawn, and then, at some point, her lids had shut, and she had dropped over the piano, sleeping off in a very torturing, uncomfortable position. She groaned as she disentangled her limbs from that stiff sitting position. She looked up at the glass walls, which had automatically turned tinted to keep the morning light out, and she spoke to the house system to untint them. Immediately, a robotic female voice answered. Right away, Miss V. Zoe had set the entire house system with her identity registered as Miss V. The dim glass immediately changed, and she was washed by the warm morning sun, its golden rays falling over her as she opened her arms and took it in. But just then, there was a ding at the door as it opened, and Zoe, whom she had been somewhat expecting, came in. Only today, She was alone without the Omegas, carrying packages in her hands just like yesterday. "Good morn. Oh my goodness, Viola, you look like you didn't have a good night's sleep today," Zoe exclaimed, noticing the bags under her eyes through her round glasses and the slight dullness on her face. "Was it because of my dog?" she asked with an awkward smile, because Viola had told her she needed the dog last night to be able to sleep, and now she couldn't help but feel deeply guilty for lying. She should have just told her it was her shameless, creepy brother. Viola managed a smile as she tucked the strands of hair falling over her face behind her ear. "Don't mind me, I didn't sleep early." "Good morning," she greeted. Zoe put the bags down on the polished glass countertop in the kitchen and said, "You really have to get all the rest you can whenever you can now. It's going to get intense from here on. Your training starts today until D-Day." "Breakfast?" she asked, looking at Viola. Viola had been worrying that she wasn't fit for a competition in her current body physique, and hearing about training made her feel relieved. She replied, "Sure, I'll just freshen up and come back, if you don't mind." Zoe nodded and motioned with her hands in a shooing gesture, urging Viola to hurry. After her bath and breakfast, where she was given a black overall training gear suit to wear and her hair was packed into a ponytail, they left the penthouse. Viola felt way too exposed in the gear suit because it clung tightly to her current skinny body, which was still recovering. It made her feel a little self-conscious, as her bones poked out in places, and her breakfast made her look bloated in it, so she kept hugging her midriff to hide it. She knew she needed to work on her self-confidence again, but for now, she was glad she was getting somewhere, starting somewhere, and slowly reaching her goals. The training hall is located at the lower grounds of this building, Zoe informed her as they stepped out of the long ride elevator into a large hall filled with rooms, VIP rooms. Omegas moved about the space, working, cleaning, and carrying out the duties, occasionally casting curious glances at Viola and whispering among themselves. Almost everyone had seen her participation profile by now, and they couldn't help but believe she was delusional for thinking she could win the competition, because even Omegas like them considered themselves stronger and more capable than her. Viola ignored the glances and snickering behind hands of the Omegas. It was while they were walking down that hall that Viola's eyes fell on someone familiar standing before a door, her head bowed and her hair falling like a curtain around her face. It was the young woman, the Werewolf, who had sat beside her in the dinner hall last night, the one Viola believed had given her a plate of sliced meat when she noticed her struggling. She was standing there, trembling and hugging herself. Just as Viola was about to speak and ask Zoe what was wrong with the Werewolf, the door in front of the woman opened. A man walked out, and he looked so much like Nick that Viola almost thought it was him, until she noticed this one looked older and had light gold eyes. He was shirtless, and the next thing she knew, he slapped the girl so hard that she fell to the ground. "You little slut, what are you doing disturbing me?" he growled, bending down to grab her hair and hit her again. Viola's insides clenched as though it were her being hit. Without thinking, she unconsciously moved forward, as if to stop him from beating the she-wolf, when Zoe grabbed her arm and said, "Nope, wrong person to mingle with. If you don't want to get hit yourself, pretend you didn't see anything. Let's go." She pulled Viola away, dragging her from the scene. As she was being pulled away, Viola turned over her shoulder and saw the man's light gold eyes lift to them, his gaze narrowing on them before a smirk slowly formed on his face. The man was none other than Javier Cade, the Alpha's cousin and his rival for the Alpha position. Why was he hitting her like that? "I thought she was one of the important people here," Viola asked, remembering that the girl had sat with the elders at the table and didn't seem to be an Omega. She could barely contain her shudder at the sight of someone being beaten, because she had been there herself and didn't like to see it. "Well, let's say it this way," Zoe mused. "That was Sophia, the daughter of the Alpha of the South, and the man hitting her is her husband, Javier Cade." Viola's eyes widened. Why was he beating his wife like that? She asked, reining in her outrage, knowing more than anyone that in the werewolf world, people were expected to look away from couples matters. Well, I haven't stayed here long, and I didn't really know Sophia, Zoe said with a thoughtful look. But from what I've heard, they say she cheated on him, and he decided it was his life's duty to punish her for it because it broke his soul, since she was his wife, someone he had marked. Javier is my cousin, but I'd like to warn you to stay clear of him. He's always in a bad mood and wouldn't hesitate to strangle someone to death for interfering in his personal affairs. Her brother had always warned her not to get involved with Javier like she did with Nick, but Sebastian didn't even need to say anything. Javier's resentment toward her brother was plain as day, and she made sure to stay away from him and his wife, who many said she had lost her sanity from his constant beatings. "We're here," Zoe announced as they finally arrived at the massive underground training hall. Viola, who couldn't help the strange unease that settled in her chest after the way Javier had looked at her, made a mental note to mind her business and stay out of everyone's way here before turning her attention to the hall they had arrived in. She hadn't expected the training ground to possess such grandeur, with rows of advanced, high-tech equipment spread across the vast space, immediately making her blood pump with a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. Chapter 46, Team V. She hadn't expected the training ground to possess such grandeur, with rows of advanced, high-tech equipment spread across the vast space, immediately making her blood pump with a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. "Shoot, Kelvin is not here yet," Zoe grumbled, looking around. She was referring to the trainer she had asked her brother to get for Viola today, someone who was supposed to be waiting here for them. Viola moved further into the space, her gaze drifting over the equipment lining the hall, when the door slid open again. This time, 3 she-wolves and 1 male walked in together, their voices light with laughter as they talked among themselves. "I trust you, Kelvin. You have trained with the Alpha," came Layla's voice as she walked into the training grounds with Kelvin and her 2 friends who were here to give her moral support. Her eyes immediately fell on Viola, and a displeased frown settled on her face. What did she think she was doing here? "It is my pleasure to help the future Supreme Luna in this game, Miss Layla. In no time, I will get you more fit and make your wolf stronger than it already is," Kelvin, a very large man dressed in training gear, assured her, eager to remain on the future Supreme Luna's good side, just as he was with the Alpha. Viola turned around at the sound of the voice and noticed Zoe gasp as she marched toward the trainer. "Kelvin, what's going on? I thought the Alpha said he spoke to you already. So how come you're here with Miss Serrano?" Kelvin turned to Zoe with a mild surprised expression, not expecting to see her here as she wasn't the training type. "Oh, Miss Cade, what are you doing here? Of course the Alpha spoke to me last night, that's why I'm here. He told me to help Miss Serrano train for the competition and make her stronger," Kelvin said. In truth, the Alpha hadn't mentioned any name. In his hurry to leave, and with his lingering annoyance at his sister from the previous night, he had only said, "My girl is participating in the competition. Make her stronger." Kelvin had automatically assumed it was Layla, without giving it a second thought. She was the one everyone knew stayed close to the Alpha for long, the one everyone already considered the likely winner, and the one seen as the future Supreme Luna. Because of Layla, 2 participants had already forfeited, and many had even said there was no point in the competition, they might as well crown Layla. So what was Miss Zoe talking about? "He told you that?" Zoe questioned, silently cursing her brother in her mind. "So he had sent the man for Layla?" "Of course he did," Kelvin chimed in confidently. "Who else would he send me here to train if not our future Supreme Luna?" he asked with narrowed eyes. Zoe bit her lower lip as she looked back at Viola, who stood almost innocently to the far side looking at him, her arms wrapped around herself. Kelvin and the others followed her gaze, and they all burst into laughter as if they found it funny that the Alpha would ever send someone as prestigious and important as Kelvin to train a wolfess. "That thing," Kelvin sneered in disbelief as Zoe's assumption felt like an insult to his honorable self. That thing is nothing but fucking suicidal. She will no doubt die in this game, and there is no way in hell the Alpha would have reached me here for her. Was Miss Zoe trying to insult him? He was one of the strongest warriors of the Silver Pack, a very expensive trainer hired only by alphas and betas. Why would the Alpha call him for that thing? Someone he had heard didn't even have a wolf and stood no chance at all. The Alpha he knew would certainly never do that. Zoe, Layla finally said. She had been glaring at the wolfless girl before turning to her future sister-in-law, who, for some reason, had never liked her. Not that Layla liked Zoe either. If she hadn't been the Alpha's sister, everyone knew where a weak she-wolf like her would have ended up, serving alongside the Pack Omegas and working herself to the bone. But the Cade blood running through her veins had saved her from that fate. Layla didn't give a fuck whether Zoe liked her or not. Whether Zoe wanted it or not, she was looking at the future Luna here, her brother's future wife. And the sooner the she-wolf learned to side with her, the better it would be for her once Layla married the Alpha. Could you please tell the girl that a wolfless has never participated in this and that she should apply for the cleaning position here instead? To Layla, Viola wasn't someone worth bothering about or worrying over winning. That was why, even though she had walked in last night on the wolfless girl and the Alpha in that position, she hadn't concerned herself with it. Still, the girl really should know what suits her better. Zoe looked at Layla, a smile playing on her face, as she replied, "How about you get your head out of the clouds for once?" With that, she glared at her brother's personal trainer and Layla, then huffed and turned away, walking toward Viola on the other side of the hall. How could Sebastian do this? Zoe thought angrily. She had never liked Layla, but it seemed her brother had made his choice, and was even helping her prepare to become his wife. Couldn't he see that her Viola needed training more than that bitch? "I don't really need a trainer, Zoe," Viola said when Zoe returned to her side, looking pissed. Zoe's expression softened as she smiled when she noticed Viola's unconcerned look. She really should be concerned, especially since Layla was going ahead of her. Viola had heard bits and pieces of their conversation from where she stood, how they were making fun of her. Though it didn't bother her anymore to be insulted and looked down upon, she didn't like Layla so much, nor the way she was looking at her. Seeing the woman now dressed in training gear reminded her of last night, and her time with the Alpha, before the she-wolf had walked in half naked. No doubt the Alpha had gotten her the best trainer because he wanted her to win. No way. You need a professional werewolf trainer, Viola. It's a deadly competition that requires strength, and Kelvin is the best trainer anyone could have train him for this. I am so sorry I didn't arrange for someone else. Zoe trailed off when her gray eyes suddenly brightened. I know who can help you train. Viola hadn't expected who Zoe called to train her. Hola, chicas bonitas, came Nicholas's sing-song voice as he strode into the noisy hall, where Layla's cheering friends were hollering, stomping, and clapping so loudly that it nearly drowned out the sound of her sparring with Kelvin. Zoe and Viola stood at opposite ends, trying not to be intimidated by Layla's presence, which seemed to suffocate the entire atmosphere. Viola's inner coward whispered that she was no match for this she-wolf, and even if she trained for years, she doubted she could ever measure up to her strength, but she pushed the negative thoughts aside. We meet again, Miss Viola. Indeed. You're also a trainer? Viola asked, noticing Nicholas had come prepared in the same training gear as everyone else, a grin spreading across his handsome face. What can I say, Miss Viola? I'm more than just a tech person. And since I placed my bet on you, I have to see you try to win. What's up, Zoe? He greeted his cousin, ruffling her hair like she was a child. She immediately glared at him. Zoe didn't know anyone in the Silver Pack who could train Viola without the Alpha's orders, as everyone considered her a loser. Nicholas, however, who had trained with warriors like many of the male Cade family were required to do growing up, was the only person she could rely on now. Can you get her fit in 3 weeks? This is more than just a game, and we have to crush Layla with our victory, or we're doomed, Zoe said, her voice sharp with dramatic intensity. There was no way she would want Layla as a sister-in-law. Battle. I like that, Nick grinned, looking Viola over and taking in her skinny form with a challenging look. Though both he and Zoe's elder brothers didn't get along, neither of them let that stop them from being close, and none of their elder siblings stopped their closeness. But first, we need to start with a strong diet to build her muscles. What do you say we run a little, V? Nick asked Viola, who gave him a nod. For the next minutes of training, Viola thought she would collapse, but she ran and did every workout Nick told her to do without stopping. Her entire body was quivering so hard by the time it was finally over that she couldn't even stand on her feet anymore for the second round after rest time, and both Nick and Zoe had to hook their arms around each of her arms and force her to keep running a little longer. With these two planning to kill her before she even got the chance to fight for the position. Though she had once been so fit, 4 years of imprisonment, coupled with a lack of nourishment and proper feeding, had caused her body to deteriorate so much that even a short run felt torturous. Go, 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 Team V. That will be our motto from now on, Nick suggested as he and Zoe chanted the words loudly, running at her side and refusing to let her slow down. They raised their voices even more, making sure it drowned out Layla's team irritating voices, at least a little. Everyone in the hall, who had come to watch Layla train, couldn't help but wonder why these two important figures of the Silver Pack were hanging around, and even helping that nobody, instead of Layla, the obvious choice. Chapter 47, I'll Make You My Wife. For the next days that followed, Viola's life became centered entirely around the training grounds, so much so that she barely spent any time in her empty, lonely penthouse anymore. She worked out from morning until evening and used the rest of the night hours to familiarize herself with the pack, its system, and its rules. Along with these two people she now considered friends, Nick and Zoe, the two of them never failing to make her smile and push harder even when her body screamed in pain. Her diet was given to her by Nick, and strangely, she found that it was actually helping her muscles and body recover to their old shape faster than anything else ever had. She was forced to eat more than 3 meals a day, along with protein powder and shakes. She was also given supplements recommended by a healer of the omegas to help her recovery, and the supplements didn't only aid her body, they helped her skin as well. It was exhausting, painful, and demanding, but she could feel her former strength returning to her body little by little each day. She didn't only train her body, she also honed her dagger and bow fighting skills, sharpening techniques she knew she might need. 2 weeks and few days passed in her training life, and she never once set eyes on the Alpha, nor Layla, who she had heard believed she didn't need the training anymore after that first and second day Kelvin had worked with her. From what Viola learned, the Alpha was backing Layla fully and had hired Kelvin specifically for her to win, and that knowledge only added to Viola's determination because she couldn't afford to lose, not when he had promised her wishes, and certainly not when her new friends had bet on her with millions. It's 3 days to the competition. Are you nervous, V? Nick asked as they sat around the kitchen in Viola's penthouse after the evening's workout. Both of them had started calling her V, and she found that she liked the name, so she didn't stop them from using it. Nick and Zoe were peeling bananas for her to eat while she sat between them, exhausted but still sitting upright. Nick hadn't thought the girl's body could change so much in the course of just 2 weeks, but he had worked his magic, though perhaps it was also because of her determined stubbornness. She already looked like a healthy woman now, more beautiful and radiant than he could have imagined possible. He truly was a genius. I am, Viola replied honestly as she took a banana from Zoe and began to eat it slowly. Who wouldn't be nervous in such a situation, where she could either die or emerge a victor? I've wanted to ask you guys something, Viola began, looking at the two people she had grown comfortable enough to speak freely with, something she still couldn't quite believe herself after the hell of her life in Moonwillow. At her words, they both turned their attention to her, Nick with his head propped on his hand against the countertop, and Zoe looking at her curiously. What was the competition like in the past? She questioned. All this while, she had focused solely on training and learning the ways of the Silver Pack, but not the competition itself. Actually, since our generation, I mean, since FATED took the position, it has only happened once, Nick told her as he sipped through the straw of the milkshake he had made. That was when he picked and married the late Evangeline, his second Luna. There were 4 participants then and 4 rounds of games played, and 2 of them died when it came to the part where they were supposed to fight a dark howler wolf. Viola felt her throat go dry at his words, her heart giving a heavy thud. A dark howler wolf. They were another breed of werewolves, born from a lichen and werewolf lineage, known to be enormous and frighteningly strong. Weren't they said to be extinct, and that only the strongest wolves could ever face them? Hey, don't look so pale already, Nick said quickly. I heard the games aren't always the same. During the last game before FATED, I heard it had been much simpler. Hopefully this time the odds might be in your favor, or else. He trailed off before sighing. It would really break my heart if we lose you, hey. He yelped when Zoe hit his arm sharply. You're scaring her, Zoe snapped. Shouldn't you be leaving now before Aunt Camilla starts wondering where you've been spending your time lately? She added, knowing that despite them being family, her aunt took her, and anything that had to do with her brother, as rivals, and she definitely wouldn't like the fact that Nicholas was helping one of the competition participants instead of being at his workplace. Shit, I totally forgot Javier said I should see him tonight, Nick said, rubbing the back of his neck. See you tomorrow, my pretty girls. And V, he added with a grin, don't forget what I said, if you fail and somehow still survive, I'll make you my wife just to keep you in our pack. You won't be packless. See you tomorrow, me Ama. He winked at her and hurried out of the penthouse. Viola smiled at his words, waving after him. She couldn't help but wonder how she had ended up with these 2 wonderful people in her life. Though she knew Nick wasn't joking about marrying her just to make her stay in Silver, Viola had already signed a contract that wouldn't allow that. If she failed and survived, she would have nothing to do with anything or anyone in the Silver Pack and would be forced to leave, never allowed to step foot in it again. That was why she had to push herself, she couldn't afford to fail and be banished. Once Nick was finally gone, Zoe turned back to Viola, her expression growing serious. Now that he wasn't around to soften everything with jokes and playful remarks, she was ready to speak her mind properly. I'm not talking you out of this because I know you're determined, Viola, and you're ready to die for it. Though the Alpha is my brother, it doesn't mean I really hope you'll marry him and become his third Luna. But you say this is what you want, no matter the consequences. Viola had already found out that Zoe and the Alpha were siblings. She had been shocked when she learned the truth, because she had believed them to be cousins from how completely different they were. While the Alpha was night, his sister was day, a complete opposite of each other. Zoe had voiced her concerns to Viola more than once about the rumors that the Alpha's third Luna was bound to die as well. Though no one was certain, after all, the grandfather's third Luna hadn't, Zoe couldn't shake the fear. She didn't want anything to happen to Viola. I just hope you know what you're getting yourself into, Zoe added quietly. Viola understood her concern and smiled gently. I know, and whatever the outcome is, I hope you won't blame yourself for it because it's what I chose. That night, after Zoe left her, Viola didn't linger in the penthouse either. She quickly changed into another set of her training gear, put on her headphones, and left. She headed straight for the underground training gym. It had become part of her routine. Every day after the 2 of them left, she would come down here to train on her own. With the competition so close, being idle was no longer a luxury she could afford. When Viola reached the training grounds, she set her bag of daggers and arrows down to the side. She stretched her back and arms, then started running around the large space, chanting quietly to herself the reasons she was doing this and why she needed to see it through. She ran 100 laps without rest or even a water break, because she didn't deserve to enjoy any breaks while her own sister was still out there suffering, a suffering she had caused with her own hands and selfishness. What was the use of a rest that filled her mind and heart with guilt? While Viola ran around the hall, she was completely unaware of the person standing at the entrance, watching her with a hint of fascination on his handsome face. His silver eyes followed her movements closely, counting her runs without her knowledge. "Damn, she's going to kill herself running like that, man," his wolf said. And Sebastian finally decided to intervene and make his presence known. Chapter 48. She looks different. Hours ago, Sebastian walked out of the council meeting room looking more than a little pissed. He had returned from his days of absence from the pack only to be met with countless pack matters that gnawed at him relentlessly, all while he was already in a state of mind that should not be crossed. Being the supreme alpha, he was in charge of assisting and sending aid to smaller, abandoned packs. He had just learned that one of the packs he had planned to take under Silver, to expand their members, because he had noticed so much potential among those wolves who were dying from poverty and lack of resources, had been under attack by unknown werewolves. Women and their pups had been killed, their heads sent to him as a message, a warning meant to force him to back off from his idea of expanding Silver more than he already had. Sebastian didn't need to dig any deeper to know that one of the elders, or even someone from Silver itself, was behind it. They did not want him to rule the right way, nor did they want him to bring in more members who, in the future, would support his reign as Supreme Alpha for giving him a chance to strive in a place like Silver. A place where he had built more apartments and towering skyscraper condos that now stood empty, waiting to be filled. With the current werewolf population, they couldn't afford to have their kind killed more and more, or the werewolves would decline further in numbers and give humans the strength and confidence to walk into their world. Humans were sneaky, endlessly curious beings who would always find a way to experiment, poke, and pry at anything they found strange or unexplainable. Sebastian wanted to protect and secure the werewolves as a whole, while also giving chances to those with potential, especially the ones who had been left behind and forgotten in small packs. But some of the Silvers don't agree with that. As he and Matt, his beater, whom he had left in charge during the weeks of his absence, walked back toward his office, he asked, his voice tight with restrained fury, "Did you send the troops to assist them?" "Yes," Matt replied, "but it was too late. Many of them had already died from wolfsbane. Still, we managed to save a few by sending our healers there." Sebastian's jaw clenched. "Are you thinking what I am thinking?" Matt questioned as they stepped into the office, and without waiting for Sebastian's reply, he continued, "Do you think it's Mrs. Cade again? She didn't succeed in getting the elders to follow through with her plans to remove you. Perhaps she's using this method to make them see that you are to blame for the deaths of those packs, for openly sending them assistance. I don't know. I don't want to point fingers without any evidence. After all, she's still a Cade." To Sebastian, who had already lost more than he ever wanted to, the few relatives he had left were not people he wished to lose as well. They had once meant something to his parents, despite how little they meant to him anymore. Matt sighed, knowing there were many things Mrs. Cade had done that should warrant her death, but Sebastian always let it go for the sake of kinship and blood ties that refused to loosen the grip on him. "Hell, thank goodness you're back. I can't handle these pack matters like you do, man. Take your place," Matt said, gesturing for Sebastian to take his desk seat, where he had been glued for weeks in his place and was dying to finally get away from. Matt couldn't understand why people fought so hard for the alpha position when it carried this much responsibility and never-ending pressure. Flopping onto the couch, he took in Sebastian's haggard face as he settled into his chair behind the desk. To every member of the pack, Sebastian simply went away on business for weeks every month, but only Matt, the elders, and the Cades knew what he truly went away to do during those absences. "You look worse this time around. Was it that bad this time?" Matt asked, his tone lowering slightly as concern slipped through. Sebastian simply ran his fingers through his hair as he hummed in response to Matt's question. "How's everything in the pack in my absence?" he asked instead, immediately scanning the digital documents on the transparent holographic blue screen that appeared out of thin air in front of him at the press of a button. Everything was steady, thanks to the approaching competition, which has currently sealed the elders' mouths for now, Matt replied. "No more pressure coming in, demanding your marriage." At the mention of the competition, Sebastian looked away from the documents on the screen and asked, "Did Kelvin train her?" Matt grinned. "He sure did, but Layla said she didn't need a trainer, and she is well capable. You wouldn't believe it, 3 she-wolves have forfeited the competition, including Elder Brenner's daughter." "They, Layla?" Sebastian asked with narrowed eyes. He hadn't hired Kelvin for Layla because he already had complete faith in her strength to win this competition. It was that little idiot who lacked the sense to see that she was walking herself into hell for whom he had hired the trainer, because Zoe wanted it. "Yep, Layla, what's wrong?" Matt asked. "Kelvin claimed you hired him for her. Didn't you?" Sebastian didn't answer that question and instead asked, "What about the girl? Who is training her?" Matt shrugged. "I have no idea. I haven't left this office more than necessary to go home and return here. All I know is that she and Zoe have been hanging around the training grounds often. I heard that from the cleaning Omegas." Sebastian's cold expression barely changed at that information, but he couldn't help thinking it was too late. The little idiot would indeed die in 3 days without training. His sister didn't know the first thing about training someone, and yet she was assisting the girl. So all the 2 weeks had gone away without her training. He pushed her from his thoughts and focused on the documents, sighing as he signed those that required his signature and approval. When Sebastian finished his work and began to head back to his own quarters to finally rest, he caught sight of someone walking on the other side of the hall. He wouldn't have recognized her if it hadn't been for her scent, which immediately slammed into him unexpectedly, causing his muscles to coil like springs and goosebumps to rise on his skin. Heat pulled low in his stomach. Her scent shouldn't have done this to him. It shouldn't have made his pulse throb slow and deep beneath his skin after he had already taken a piece of her, something that belonged to her, and kept it with him so his body would grow accustomed to it, so he could force himself into immunity. But immunity, it seemed, was not something he possessed when it came to this certain mate of his. She still affected him more than he wanted her to. She still reached into him, stirred him, claimed a place inside him she had no right to occupy, and refused to let go. She wore a maroon overall training gear that hugged her body like a second skin. She carried a bag slung over her shoulder and had headphones on her head. The shape of her body was so different from the skinny girl he remembered that Sebastian began to doubt it was even her. Was this woman really her? This person had the body of a perfect goddess, her feminine curves clearly defined, a rounded backside shaped like an upside-down heart, a cinched, narrow waist, and a graceful sway to her hips, while the girl he remembered had been a skinny teenager with barely any flesh on her. Mamma mia, she looks different. His wolf drawled in delight. But Sebastian refused to believe that was her in any way. She hadn't had a trainer, nor was it possible for her to change so much in the course of just 2 weeks and a few days. His wolf let out a tired sigh. "They say you are the strongest alpha, but my, man, you sure do lack sense if you believe that is not my girl. She has a natural swing now, and I want to see more. Go after her." Intrigued, Sebastian found himself moving toward the underground gym space. By the time he reached the entrance, he saw her set her bag down on the side and stretch lightly before she began to run the long stretch of the training grounds. From his vantage point, the space seemed endless, over 100 meters from end to end, and wide enough that several fighters could sprint side by side without ever brushing shoulders. The polished floors gleamed under the harsh overhead lights, reflecting her small, determined figure as she cut across the expanse. He doubted she could run it more than 5 times, for her short legs would surely break under the strain of that long distance. This place was not made for a wolfless in mind, it was made for strong werewolves. One full lap took several minutes at a steady run. The reinforced track looped endlessly around combat zones, equipment bays, and closed training rooms. But when he thought she wouldn't be able to run it, she completely caught him by surprise, and Sebastian was rarely surprised or taken aback by anything. He watched her run it again and again. By the time she reached her 20th lap, he was certain she would give up or pass out. But she didn't stop, she didn't even slow, and Sebastian began counting the laps she ran, one after another, until 99. If he said he wasn't surprised, it would have been a plain, blatant lie. He wasn't only surprised, he was impressed, because what she was doing bordered on the impossible for anyone, even a schwolf, let alone a wolfless. "And you call her weak?" his wolf scoffed. "No weak person could do what she is doing without rest." Though Sebastian rarely agreed with his wolf when it came to her, he found himself both fascinated and a little concerned. Was she planning to kill herself? Chapter 49. Have you been crying? When she completed her 100th lap, he finally decided to step in, noticing that she hadn't realized she was no longer alone in the hall. As her figure came around the stretch, lost in her own thoughts, he moved into her path. She was so distracted that she didn't notice him until the last second, nearly crashing into him. She noticed him too late and wanted to stop, her body reacting on instinct, but she lost her footing and pitched forward. Before she could hit the ground, Sebastian effortlessly caught her against his chest and steadied her with firm arms. The moment he touched her, a violent burst of sparks surged through his entire body, racing through his veins and snapping tight like a live wire. The sensation raised the hairs on the back of his neck and ignited his fierce, made possessive, protecting instinct, roaring awake as if it had been waiting for this exact moment of contact. He felt her heart drumming wildly against his front, her muscles quivering beneath his grip from her run, and she was drenched in sweat from head to toe. Being this close, too close, he could hear the music blasting from her headphones, the muffled rhythm vibrating faintly between them. For a moment, her head dropped against his chest as if surrendering to the support, as if to rest there for a moment, but then, as if suddenly becoming aware of who he was and where she was, she jerked away sharply, taking 3 unsteady steps backward from him. Sebastian's arms suddenly felt empty without holding her, the sudden absence startling him, and he clenched his fingers slowly at his sides. She was staring up at him with a small frown, her hair sticking to her sweaty forehead and neck, damp strands clinging stubbornly to her skin. Her cheeks were flushed rosy from exertion, and her plump, pale pink lips were parted as she dragged in more air. Looking at her up close, he realized how much even her face had changed. The sharpness of youth that had made him mistake her for a teen had softened. Her cheeks had filled out just enough to give her features a gentle fullness. Her face had settled into a graceful oval, balanced and utterly striking, carrying a beautiful maturity that caught him off guard. In short, she looked alluring. There was something undeniably different about her now, something that made his gaze linger longer than it should have, and he found himself staring without realizing it. Viola raised her hands and took off her headphones, the sudden absence of sound making her finally notice the silence of the night around her, broken only by her own rapid, ragged breathing. When had he come here? She wondered, glancing up at his handsome face, which looked a little dull, the heavy bags under his eyes betraying someone who hadn't slept properly for a while. She tore her gaze away from him and took another step back. Supreme Alpha Kate, she managed to greet, as expected of her, through her burning lungs, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She also hoped that her tears had mixed with her sweat so he wouldn't notice she had been crying while running. She didn't appreciate that he had interrupted her training, or the moment she had allowed herself to release her emotions in private. Tears were a weakness she couldn't afford in front of him, someone who looked down on her more than anyone else ever had. Sebastian blinked back to his senses, the strange pull snapping abruptly, and he thrust his hands into his pants pockets to resist the urge to step closer, to brush away the strands of hair clinging to her silky, sweaty neck and forehead. What is the mouse doing out here when she should be in bed sleeping? It's a surprise to see you haven't given up. 4 eyes, Sebastian remarked. A surprise indeed. When had he last seen a Schwolf as determined as her? He couldn't remember. Viola tried not to glare at him because she wasn't in the mood to take more of his jabs, not tonight. But she kept her voice calm as she replied, I am not a quitter, especially not when I know what I want and have a way of getting there. If you are here to insult and taunt me, could you please save it for when I am in a state where I can answer you? Right now, I would like to be alone, please, she said indifferently to hide the raw emotions he had interrupted. She had been glad that she hadn't seen or heard his judgmental words for weeks and had almost forgotten what it felt like to be under his cold gaze. And now he just had to show up and ruin her routine with his cold, annoying face. What was he even doing here, watching her like this? Sebastian's lips fell into a grim thin line of displeasure. Was she asking him to go away? Ever since he had been, no woman had ever asked him to leave her presence like this before, not until now. Mostly, women fawned over him and wanted his presence and attention. They would even kiss the floor he walked on for a single word or a glance. Yet this one was dismissing him without so much as acknowledging the weight of who he was, without even the smallest hint of pleasure at his presence here. You, Sebastian began to speak, mild irritation edging his voice at the fact that the mate bond made him glad to see her in spite of himself, and that thought alone twisted something tight in his chest. But Viola put her headphones back on, as if she were done talking to him, and began to sidestep him. Before she could pass, Sebastian caught her arm firmly and removed the headphone with his other hand, drawing her back toward him. Do you have a death wish, walking away while I speak to you? He asked with a dark expression that sent shivers down her spine, the cold authority in his voice unmistakable, but she didn't let it faze her, or at least she didn't show it. Viola gave him a clueless look, trying with everything inside her to hide her wet eyes and flushed cheeks behind her glasses. My apologies. I was under the impression that we were done talking, sir. And might I remind you that I am a nobody who shouldn't be seen talking to the alpha in my current status. If I remember correctly, a nobody should change her path when she sees the alpha coming, she said with mock politeness. I am doing just that, she added, lifting her chin as she looked up into his deadly, cold silver eyes. Her requirements to reach her goals did not involve entertaining him or enduring his taunts. Her only requirement was to train and emerge a winner. Her goal was to stand beside him as his Luna and wife, and that did not require them to endure each other's company like this. She was in a very raw state of mind, where the fear of losing gnawed relentlessly at her solace and peace, leaving her nerves exposed and frayed. She knew losing was not an option in her goals or her mission. She couldn't afford a single second of rest away from training. She couldn't fail Ivy again. And she would rather break herself trying than fail terribly. Her eyes pricked again when she realized that even this moment with him was a second stolen from her self-discipline, from fighting the trauma of being reduced to a hollow once more, someone they could beat, break, and humiliate at will. If she didn't build her strength, she would never escape the possibility of falling back into that life again. And falling back into that life would mean failing her sister and becoming a helpless nobody, tortured every single day without mercy. She was terrified, and with that terror lodged so deeply in her chest, she knew she could never know peace, not until she was strong enough to protect herself and the one she loved. Please let go of me, Viola requested, looking down at his fingers curled firmly around her arm. No matter how much she wished she could pry his hands away and push him from her breathing space, she wouldn't forget that he was the alpha of the pack that now housed her. His dark, stormy face suddenly went blank at something in her expression, and his fingers loosened around her arm. Have you been crying? Sebastian's tone suddenly softened, the edge fading as something unfamiliar tugged at him when he sensed her tears. Though he couldn't see them clearly against her glimmering, sweat-drenched face, he knew she must have shed them earlier. Why would she cry? Did someone hurt her in his absence? He didn't want her, but that didn't mean someone could hurt her. A.N. Check comment section for Viola's image. Chapter 50. Something Terribly Wrong Part 1. Though he couldn't see them clearly against her glimmering, sweat-drenched face, he knew she must have shed them earlier. Why would she cry? Did someone hurt her in his absence? He didn't want her, but that didn't mean someone could hurt her. Though he found the notion cheesy and absolutely absurd, her eyes were as blue as the ocean and also held a deep abyss of emptiness and anguish that made one want to uncover what emotional torture had carved such look into eyes so clear. She was emotionally troubled. He sensed it and he hated that he could feel it and wanted to protect her from it or any demons eating her from within. Everyone has their demons. He has his, dark and deep, but hers felt too deep, and it made him frown. She's hurting, his wolf said. It's in her eyes, and I smell it. Viola yanked her arm from his grip when he wasn't letting go. No, it's my sweat, she muttered emotionlessly and began to walk past him again to resume her training, and he let her go without stopping her this time around. She let out a small sigh of relief. Good that he wasn't keeping her from the only thing that made her sane and steady. If she remained in her penthouse or became idle, Viola was certain she would end up hurting herself, and her fingers, which she needed for the competition, would be raw with bruises caused by her own hands. This was the only way to escape her inner demons, the only way to forgive herself. With that thought, she walked to her bow and pack of arrows and picked them up. She straightened her shoulders, grounding herself, then spoke clearly to the AI system embedded in the hall. Bring up the target. Immediately after she gave the order, the hall fell into a heavy, expectant silence as the system activated. Virtual combat training system activated. The walls and floor shifted, dimming as the lighting changed. Large wolves the height of horses and the size of lions appeared around her, formed entirely from yellow light and moving images. They looked so real, so alive with glowing red eyes, that the danger felt real. Good. If she was wolfless, then she needed to learn how to fight wolves in her human form. There were 10 wolves in total, and they circled her slowly, deliberately, like she was prey that had nowhere left to run, like they would tear her to pieces the moment they decided to strike. She had done this before, every night. She had to shoot them before they reached her. If even one wolf touched her, the system would mark her as failed and incompetent, and not to mention she would be electrocuted by the bite or even the slightest touch of any of the wolves. Viola pulled an arrow from the quiver on her back and fitted it into her bow. The moment she began to pull the string taut, the wolves howled and attacked all at once. Sebastian, who stood to the side watching her train, found himself unexpectedly invested, his curiosity sharpening as he watched the situation unfold. She was surrounded by enemy wolves while trapped in a human body. She couldn't possibly shoot them all at the same time with arrows, right? He thought. That was close to impossible. Did she even know how to use a bow and arrow properly? Then he watched her do exactly that. They came at her from every angle, but his little, suicidal, wolfless possessed the fastest hands he had ever seen. She pulled and released one arrow after another with blistering speed, so fast it was hard to follow. She turned and twisted, angling her body in different directions, firing arrows with flawless precision. Sebastian held his breath when he thought she had finally let her guard down and 2 wolves pounced at her at the same time, but then she did something unexpectedly astonishing. She pulled 2 daggers from her waist belt, bent backward with impossible flexibility, and threw them both at once. They struck the wolves at a fatal point, their hearts, made vulnerable in the instant they leapt for her. Sebastian watched her in complete disbelief, utterly speechless, as she stood there afterward, breathing heavily while the system screen scored her speed and performance after she had brought down every single one of the 10 wolves. A cold mechanical voice filled the hall. Combat simulation complete. The dead wolves on the floor dissolved into light, their bodies breaking apart and fading into the walls and floor. The hall brightened again, returning to its original state. A transparent screen appeared in front of Viola, numbers and lines moving rapidly as the system analyzed her performance. Targets eliminated, 10 of 10. Time to neutralize threat, 4.8 seconds. Accuracy, 99%. Reaction speed, exceptional. Threat response, adaptive. Close combat decision-making, high risk, high success. The numbers slowed, then locked into place. Overall performance score, A+. A brief pause followed, almost as if the system itself hesitated. Warning, the voice added. Physical strain detected. User operating beyond recommended human limits. Sebastian stared at the score, disbelief crashing into something dangerously close to awe. An A+, from the Wolfless. In a scenario designed to kill the Wolfless. This system had been designed to be played in wolf form. Those wolves were meant to be fought by wolves. And yet she had faced them in her human body and earned an A+. Only alphas had ever achieved that score. And you called her weak. His wolf taunted darkly. I dare you to say it again, and I will bite you from the inside. She just earned the same score you did. Viola stared at her score, but no satisfaction came to her heart or mind. She still wasn't good enough. She didn't feel good enough. She let her bow drop from her hand, and she hugged herself as if to protect herself from something. Only what she wanted protection from was within, because it ate at her from the inside, and she believed nothing would ever make her feel the deep sense of accomplishment or satisfaction. She had worked every night to reach this score. She had been electrocuted by the virtual wolves, and she had pushed herself far beyond what her body could take just to earn this score. Viola had expected that when she finally got it, she would feel accomplished, but she still felt nothing. Nothing at all. The empty, biting feeling was still there, eating at her, killing her from within. She stood there, staring at the score, completely lost in thought and in the coldness that washed over her. Hadn't she paid enough for her sins in that hollow quarter for 4 years? Until when would she stop feeling this miserable about everything she did? Until when would she feel like she was truly living again? Perhaps until she won the competition and not just against a virtual system. Until she really fixed things. She thought this as she tightened her arms around herself, shivering from a sudden chill that ran through her body, completely forgetting that she wasn't alone in the hall and that someone was watching her intensely from the side. She shouldn't be standing around. She should fight another round. Viola told herself this and reached for her bow again, even though every part of her body was burning into numbness, her muscles screaming in protest. She didn't care. Ignoring the pain, she spoke to the system again, ordering it to bring up another threat.